What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 345. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and my name's Marshall. Joining me on the line from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Normally when I say that, I'm talking to Eric Froelich, but that would be on Constructed Resources. Here, a little bit different. We've got Owen Turtenwald on for the Eldritch Moon Set review. Owen, welcome to LR.
What's up?
Hey, man, really glad that you were able to come back on. You know, we had an interview with you not that many episodes ago, and it went over really, really well. Everybody was happy with how it went. And when Luis and I were talking about, you know, who to have come on while he was at home taking care of the kid and kind of getting used to his new life with his new kid, we were like, let's ask Owen. And you said yes, and here we are. So excited to have you on, man.
Yeah. Congratulations to Luis, his wife, and their new baby daughter. You know, when the godfather of magic, the Don, comes down and asks you for a favor, you don't say no. So here I am.
All right. So we're going to be covering every single common and uncommon in Eldritch Moon here for the set review. These are our world famous set reviews. These are kind of the pinnacle of what LR does. And we're almost ready to go. A couple of things to handle before we do. First, I want to remind you that Limited Resources is brought to you by channelfireball.com. Please visit their website if you're into Magic. You know why? Because they got everything for you. If you need to buy stuff for Magic, they're going to have it. They have a full selection of singles. They've got sealed product over there, so you can get your draft on, and you can even, you know, pre-order stuff from Eldritch Moon over there, and they'll ship it out to you right when it's ready to go. They've got supplies. You can get Limited Resources sleeves, deck boxes, and t-shirts over there right now. They're all in stock. And you can kind of let your value flag fly there. If you want to sell cards, you can sell them back to them. And if you want to trade them in for store credit, they'll even give you a hefty bonus of 30%, which is fantastic. You can use it to get more cards for your decks or get more booster packs to draft with. And of course, the awesome free content. This is a big highlight of Channel Fireball. They've got some of the best players in the world, including our guest here, Owen Turtenwald, making content for the website, videos, podcasts, articles, again, from some of the best players in the world, all with the goal of helping you improve. That's why I'm proud to have Channel Fireball as a sponsor of LR, because they have the same goal that we do, and that's helping you get better at this game that we all love. Also, Patreon. You can support the show directly via Patreon. That's patreon.com/limited resources. It's really easy. You go on Patreon, you set any dollar amount that you choose. It can be $1, whatever. And you can set a monthly limit so that you know that you're going to stay within your budget. You'll get a thank you card in the mail and some other cool perks that you can see over on the Patreon. We do thank so much for our supporters. It makes all of this possible. And you guys are awesome. Okay. Eldritch Moon. This is the second half of the Shadows over Innistrad block here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over our grading scale overview here, and then we're going to dive right into the cards because I really want to get into these. We're going to be starting with blue this time around. So the grading scale overview. We use the A through F grading scale, and I'm going to go over it pretty quickly here because we do go over it every single time for the set review. So for regular listeners, this will be something that they're aware of, but I think it's worth a refresher. So bombs. A are bombs. They're game winners. They're good in many situations. You know, for those of you familiar with the quadrant theory, they usually hit 3 of the quadrants pretty hard, and they can be really good. These are the best cards in the set, the hyper efficient removal spells. These are the cards that you're going to be looking for to first pick or open up in your sealed pool. The Bs are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. This is the type of card that, you know, if you're heavy in one color coming out of the first pack and you're kind of speculating, you open up one of these and you can't wait to move in and scoop up these great cards as you open up that second pack. They're also the efficient removal spells, maybe not the insane ones, but the really good one, the solid removal spells fall into this category as well. And again, you know, the real thing is does this card pull you into that color? Does this card make you want to move colors or play that color? That's how you know it to be. C, these are your playables. They're the pawns of limited. They're pretty much interchangeable. You know, you're going to need some amount of these in your deck. Mediocre removal spells will fit here. Combat tricks often fit in the C range. You know, these are just your bread and butter creatures. They're usually, 2 3s for 3, 2 2s for 2 with some upside. And a lot of the cards that we're going to talk about today, being uncommon and common, are going to fall into the C category. The D's are the sometimes playable, but you'd prefer not to run them. They usually end up sneaking into your list every once in a while, but these are your kind of 20 through 23rd card, call it. They're mediocre to junky ones, the kind of filler type cards. Maybe they're situational, or they've got a high setup cost where they don't work as consistently as you like. These are all the type of things that you're going to be looking out for. The bad removal, the 5 mana sorcery speed type removal usually goes here too, where you'll run run one of them, but you're not really happy with it. Your Fs are your unplayables. In virtually all scenarios, they're incredibly narrow cards that can fit here, or cards with, insane mana costs. If it costs, 12 mana to cast it, it kind of doesn't matter what it says on it. You're just going to cast it so not often, so seldom, that it usually ends up earning itself an F. And then we've got two other categories. We've got sideboard cards that we predict will end up in your sideboard more often than not, are fall in this category because they kind of defy grading. If you're bringing them in because they're good, then they're going to be, in that B to A range. And if they're in your sideboard, well, they're obviously in the D to F range. The last one are build around cards. Now, these are cards that if you meet certain criteria during deck building, they can be excellent. In fact, they can even be the best card in your deck. But if you don't, then they end up in your sideboard. So it's hard to give those a grade because we need more information about what's actually in your list. So we'll usually bust out the build around grade for cards that are kind of tricky to grade in that way. Okay, Owen, are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's dive in. So our first card, it's an uncommon. It's called Advanced Stitchwing. It's 3 blue for a 3/4 flyer. It's a zombie horror. And where are you at on that right away? We use what we call the vanilla test, Owen, sort of the power and toughness to converted mana cost or to mana cost to kind of just gauge where we're at before we read the text. 3/4 flyer for 5. You into that?
I feel like it's hovering around a C- or a D+. Playable card, but totally unexciting.
Right. Now, it's got this activated ability here. You can pay 2 and a blue and discard 2 cards. You can return Advanced Stitchwing from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped if you do so. We've kind of seen this from the other Stitchwings from Shadows as well. So this one's a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that you can pay 3 mana, pitch 2 cards, and get it back tapped.
Yeah, it looks to me like about a C-. Just a super run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-road, unexciting. It's got not impressive stats. It's not a card you want in your opening hand. A lot of the times when you actually do cast it, the ability is not going to come up in a game. 4 toughness it's just not going to die due to natural means all that often. Mm-hmm. It's a card, you get a little bit of value if you were to mill it from your graveyard, from your library to your graveyard. You got a little bit of something going on there. If you're super aggro, you don't really want it. If you're super control, you don't really want it there either. No. But I would never recoil in disgust if I saw you put this card in your deck. I would just say not bad.
Okay.
Fills a role. Yeah,
I'll give Advanced Stitchwing a C. Next is Chilling Grasp. It's 2 and a blue for an instant. It's an uncommon as well. It says, tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during the controller's next untap step. So we've seen these type of effects before. 3 mana instant. You can lock down creatures for a full turn cycle, which is pretty nice, especially if you do it on their turn. Madness is back, by the way, in Eldritch Moon. And this one does have Madness. It's one of those kind of weird ones. The Madness actually costs more. It's 3 and a blue.
Yeah, I'm going to give this card a D. And that might be a little surprising, but the way I draft is I'm kind of addicted to mid-range. I'd never like to be too extreme in one direction unless I have a really high-quality deck. And if I'm mid-rangey or if I'm a control deck, I just don't want this card. It's very difficult for this card to trade for another card, which is something that I value really highly in Limited. And if you're not getting a card's worth out of your card, then it's easy to, when you mulligan, just run out of cards or, I mean, and the Madness here, it's cool, but it actually costs more to Madness it than it does to cast it. So the only way that the Madness helps you is if you turn a profit out of discarding it, if you get an effect for discarding a card, which unusual to say the least. I'm not impressed by this card. If you have a great 2-color beatdown deck that happens to be blue, I would play it, but not a fan.
Yeah, I'm generally not a huge fan of these type of cards either. I would give Chilling Grasp a D. I think it's a type of card that will pop up in your deck occasionally, but for the most part, this isn't going to pull you into a color or really make you excited. Also of note, don't fall for the fallacy here of thinking that you're getting your card back because you get to draw a card while not taking damage from the 2 creatures. It doesn't actually work out often enough to work out that way. I mean, sure, there are some scenarios where you can, we call it time walking your opponent by setting them back a couple of attack steps or whatever, but there's too many scenarios where that doesn't get the job done, and Chilling Grasp ends up being minus card advantage for you.
And usually both players are drawing lands at an equal rate, so it's like delaying the game by 1 turn at the cost of one of the spells that you've drawn that's a huge downside.
That's really bad, yeah. This next one is called Contingency Plan. It's got some really creepy artwork, too. It's 1 and a blue for a sorcery. This one's common. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest back on top of your library in any order. I feel like there's 3 special words missing from this card.
Draw a card.
Yeah. Yeah. These are the type of cards that, when I'm halfway through reading them, I think, I'm interested. You've got me interested. And then I get to the end and I'm like, nope, don't want this at all.
Yeah, this card stinks. I give it an F.
I think it's
actually
an F too.
It's actually a functional reprint of that card, Tygam Scheming, which I always thought was funny because Nassif is French, and whenever he would pronounce it, he would call it T-Jams Shemming. So whenever I see Tygam Scheming, I think of T-Jam Shemming. But this card, yeah, that card wasn't playable. This card's not going to be playable. I mean, if somehow you had a card in your deck that just read like blue 2 win the game, I would consider playing this card because it digs so deep in your deck, but it's just so rare that any card could even compare to that. And I mean, I can see Delirium, kind of.
Yeah, that's the question.
Wheels turning, you're not going to get Mana Screwed as often when you play this card, but very similarly to Chilling Grasp, if my card doesn't trade for one of my opponent's cards in most games of Limited that I play, I'm not interested because when you have no spells and you're living off the top, you want to get something out of your draws, or when you mulligan, or, you really got to be able to get some mileage out of your cards, and this one doesn't do that.
Yeah, I think the best contingency plan is to just play another card.
Smart.
Give it an F. Convolute is next. It's 2 and a blue for an instant. It's common. It says counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. So, fans of Mana Leak will see that we've got a little bit of a bigger version here. So, I think in most scenarios, it's pretty safe to say that Convolute is a 3-mana counterspell. A lot of the time 4 is a heck of a lot of extra mana to have to pay for a card. That said, I've never really been too hot on the 3-mana counterspells, and I'm talking about the ones that are hard counters. This one does have an expiration date on it where if the game ends up going super long, it loses more and more value. Are you a fan of counterspells in Limited like this?
Oddly, I am, but not. I don't think that this is like a C+, or I'd probably give this card like a D or a D-. It is clearly bad in that it's below the average of the cards that you would normally put in your deck. But I think if you're hard up for a playable, it's acceptable. It's not embarrassing to play with this card because often you can trade it for a card on turn 3. You can just trade it for a card, and have it not be all that difficult for that situation to come up. And in Battle for Zendikar, Spell Shrivel was like, you always played as many Spell Shrivels as you could get. Now that's a unique exception because that was an Eldrazi format, and when someone pays 8 mana for a card and you convolute it, you're turning a really good profit there. I don't know. I think that if you were desperate for a playable, this would be a fine card to put in your deck. And also, it's the kind of card that when you draft, I would just snag it as long as I wasn't sacrificing anything too real, just because sometimes you play a match of Magic and your opponent has a bomb rare that you can never beat. And just having a counterspell says, like, some amount of games that I play, I'm going to trade this 11th pick throwaway card for my opponent's best card. That at least gives you some chance to win.
Yeah, I would give Convolute a D as well. I do find these cards to be playable. It's just I'm not happy with it. I find myself in a situation pretty often that you described where, turn 3, I'll pass the turn, and if my opponent starts tapping their mana, I'm just casting Convolute on almost anything, right? Like, I'm quite happy just to get something out of it, and when I play cards like that, when you're relieved to get to just cast it, you got to wonder if you could do a little better.
Well, those situations are interesting because unless you're already far behind, which is hard to have happen on the 3rd turn, it's like when they don't play a card, then next turn you get an even better card. And when they play a 3-mana card, it's like, sometimes, a 3-mana card, you might have had to spend a card later in the game with it, or maybe it's a creature that they're not going to be using to block with later. You get in a little extra damage. It's like, just trading for a play that they're making on curve is usually good. And
the thing I do like is that the fact that it's 4 additional mana means that you could almost show it to them. Like, they can be very aware that you could have a Convolute, and you're like, look, what are you going to do? Wait?
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be a really, really long time before you get, 4 mana above your 4-drop or whatever, so.
Also, one thing is, like, when people deduce that you have a counterspell, the natural thing to do is to play around it by either playing a worse card or waiting. But when that counterspell is a card like Convolute, which is, like, unusual and doesn't often get played in a deck, people just don't play around it.
Yeah, totally.
When they know the card is bad, they're going to expect you to not have it if you have a good deck or if you're a good player. It's like they're just going to play their best card.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, so I gave Convolute a D. What did you end up giving it?
D-, just because there are other cards that are Ds that you're more willing to play.
Okay. Like a creature. Next is Curious Homunculus. This is actually a double-faced card. So it's 1 and a blue. This is a front side. It's an uncommon. It's a 1/1 homunculus that taps to add a colorless mana to your mana pool, but you can only spend it to cast instant or sorcery spells. And it says at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, you transform it. It becomes Luis Scott Vargas's card here, Voracious Reader. It's Eldrazi Homunculus, just ripping through the library, and it's a 3/4 with prowess, and it says instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I've actually, I got to do the pre-release last weekend for this set, so I've actually got a chance to play against this card a couple of times. I was very unimpressed by it. The big question mark around a card like Curious Homunculus is the spells deck still alive, right? We saw coming into Shadows over Innistrad we saw quite a few cards that paid you off for playing a bunch of instants and sorceries, but that's normally very hard to do in Limited. Usually you only end up playing like 3 to 5 of them or something. Well, there was the red-blue deck, in Shadows. You could actually play 10, 12, some crazy number of instant and sorceries, and you could get paid off for it. But here we've got 2 packs of Eldritch Moon and 1 of Shadows, so it's much murkier about whether this deck has survived or what it looks like now, if it is still around. Now, I could see playing Curious Homunculus in a build like that, just because if you have that many, then it can actually tap for mana to do it. And the creature it becomes, the Voracious Reader's, pretty powerful. It's a 3/4 prowess, and it could have some additional effect on the game. In a normal Limited deck, I can't see Curious Homunculus being very good, though. It might help you play, 1 card on average per game, maybe 2. And even if it does, it's only helping you do it a turn early. And getting it transformed seems like a pretty tall order as well, as you got to get 3 of those cards in your graveyard. So, I'm not really sure what to expect because the format is going to dictate how good this card is, but at least on its surface, I'm pretty unimpressed.
Yeah, I'm going to give this card a C. I would be really unhappy to first pick a card like this just because there's so much variance in the way that a booster draft can go. If you just took every playable instant and sorcery you saw in the 2 colors you were playing, you could just end up with 5 or you could end up with 12, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. It's just what gets opened in the packs and what people take around you. So certain kinds of decks, this is going to be a good card. In certain kinds of draws, you're going to have it early and it's going to do busted stuff. But in general, it's going to be pretty average, and so I give it a C. It has super high upside. It has pretty noticeable real downside.
I'm lower on it than you are. I'm giving Curious Homunculus a D. I think it's kind of crappy. Like if this deck ends up being a thing again, then I could see it popping up sometimes. But even then, I'm just like, whatever. And plus, it really doesn't hold its own as a creature, right? Just a 1/1 for 2 mana isn't going to get the job done. It's kind of a blank in that way.
Yeah, it's fair.
All right. Let's move on to Displace, which is 2 and a blue for an instant. Exile up to 2 target creatures you control, then return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. So you get to blink, as we call it, 2 creatures with Displace. So 3 mana instant, and you can only blink your own creatures, but they come back right away. They're untapped and all that. Kind of a tricky little card here, but it's hard to figure out how good these type of cards are. They're generally not good.
Yeah, this card doesn't really excite me. I'm going to also give it a D-. I could see it as a sideboard card if my opponent had a ton of removal, or maybe if I had a bunch of creatures. The thing is, you could use this with creatures that have enters the battlefield abilities, but those enter the battlefield abilities have to be worth about a card. You have to get a card out of it. Like I see another card down the list here that says enters the battlefield, tap a creature, doesn't untap during their next untap step. Displace looks like a card that it's made to be used with creatures with enter the battlefield abilities, but even if you pair it with a card like that, you're still not getting a card's worth of value out of it. So
right.
You really got to have a lot go right to put this card in your main deck. And there's even worse than that. There's not that many matchups where I would be happy to sideboard it in. So I would really be avoiding this card.
I would too. I agree with you on D- for Displace. The term that we use on the show to describe this type of card is it has a high setup cost, right? It's a situation where you really need to have a lot of things come together to make this card great. I mean, even keeping in mind that you can like save your creatures from removal. You know, you can cast a displace in response. You can set up some type of scenario where you can displace 2 of your creatures and then block. Like there's some creative things you can do with a displace since it's an instant. But even then, you know, even if you add up all of those, like Owen said, it's not like if you trigger 2 enters the battlefield effects, that's automatically good. They could be mediocre and you wouldn't, you know, want to spend an entire card on it.
Let's say one of your enter the battlefield abilities says you get a 3/2 creature, and another one says draw a card. You've just drawn this in the best possible scenario that you can concoct, and you made a byway courier. You got a 3/2 and you drew a card. It's like my 3-card combo that only happens when I draw all my lands and all the cards that works with it, and I made a card that I get 5th pick.
That's great.
It doesn't easily decide games.
That's awesome. Let's move on to Drag Under, which is 2 and a blue for a sorcery. This one's common. It says, return target creature to its owner's hand, draw a card. Interesting. We've seen, you know, a resurgence of unsummoned type effects over the last few years as the traditional removal spells have gotten nerfed further and further at common. And Drag Under, you know, is kind of a twist on one of those. Normally they're instant speed. They usually cost 1 or 2 mana, and they're cheap ways to interact with your opponent's board, which can be pretty important these days. Again, since you're not getting actual removal spells that only cost 1 or 2 mana anymore. I love the fact that this gives you the card back, right? You know, getting a card back off of an unsummoned effect is a big deal because that's the knock on them is that, you know, we call it just a pure tempo play, right? You're returning a creature to their hand, but you're not actually getting up cards. In fact, you're down a card in that transaction a lot of the time. And Drag Under kind of solves that problem, but unfortunately it takes away the ability to interact in the middle of combat, which is where you really can kind of leverage those unsummoned effects to get a card out of it anyway, where they try to use a combat trick and you bounce the creature, or they try to go for an aura and you bounce the creature in response or you know, during combat or whatever. And, you know, so we're kind of, it's kind of a give and a take here with Drag Under. Also, it does cost 3 mana, you know, which is another step up from what we normally see. What do you make of this card?
Drag Under is just awesome. If I was blue, almost no matter what blue deck I was playing, I would play as many Drag Unders as I could get.
Love it.
It's just, it's a low floor. It's a high ceiling. I mean, it's really hard for you to blow somebody because it's a sorcery. You can't blow someone out with a combat trick, but if you don't have any cheap plays, you can just fire this off. It slows down the game. I like it a lot against creature auras. I like it a lot. Like if your opponent puts a sleep paralysis on your creature, that might be one of their better cards, and you just spend 3 mana and kill it. You lose a card, but you get a card. It's just in the middle of a game, you tap 3 of your lands, and you neutralize one of their better cards.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I love this card.
The way that this card can be bad is if most of the creatures in your opponent's deck cost 2 or 3 mana. If they spend 2 mana on a card and you spend 3 to bounce it, you're not getting a whole lot of traction there. But there's certainly going to be games where creature auras come up, or when they play an 8 mana creature or a 7 mana creature, or maybe they spend 6 mana to transform a creature and then you Drag Under. It's like these are really favorable exchanges for you that come at a low cost.
Also tokens.
Oh yeah,
you just get to kill tokens, and you're getting the card back. I mean, not that pops up super often, but how great is that, right? 3 mana sorcery, destroy target creature, draw a card. It's like, you know, you feel great when you pull that off. Now, the question becomes then, where are we grading Drag Under? Because that's the interesting part for me. Is this the type of card that you feel like you're going to need to take early, you know, in the, say, 3, 4, 5 pick range in a booster draft? Or are these the ones that are going to come a little later in the 5, 6, 7, 8 type range?
I would be looking to say that Drag Under is a C++.
Okay.
Just because...
Not quite B level, but bumping up against it.
If I saw this card, it wouldn't make me want to switch into blue unless I was already on the fence about what colors I was drafting and it was like 7th pick. It's like now this is like a serious signal that this color is not being drafted.
Right.
But it's if I'm blue, I'm going to pick it over what looks to be any other common, and I'm going to take as many as I see in the draft. I'm going to play them all, and they're going to be impressive for me in the games.
Yeah, I agree. Heavy C+ on Drag Under. Next is Enlightened Maniac. This is an interesting one. It's 3 and a blue for a human. At common, it says, when an Enlightened Maniac enters the battlefield, you get a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token as well. It's an O2. So the interesting part about Enlightened Maniac, you know, obviously a 4 mana O2 is not really what you want, but you do get a 3/2 and an O2, so that's pretty cool. And you do get 2 separate bodies, which is relevant more often than you'd think. You just get like a chump block with the Enlightened Maniac or whatever. It can even pick up an equipment or an aura if you really want. But the really neat thing about this card is that it costs 4 mana. You get a 3/2, but then you've got this 4 mana creature sitting there. And, as we'll see later on, there's the mechanic Emerge, which lets you sacrifice a creature to make the Emerge creature cost less. And Enlightened Maniac just knocks 4 off of that while still letting you, get your 3/2, which is kind of the bread and butter for this thing. So, I'm not blown away by it, but I think this card's good.
Yeah, I like Enlightened Maniac. I give it a C, but a good C, because it looks comparable to any other kind of Hill Giant. Sure, you spend 4 mana and you're going to get a 3/3. Not the best, not any kind of game-breaking effect, but getting an 0/2 is pretty serious value. You can chump block a 5/5 in a game with it, and now it's a 3/2 for 4 where you gained 5 life. That's an amazing card.
Yeah.
Or maybe you top deck a Drag Under on turn 10 and you bounce your 0/2 and you get another 3/2 token.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Emerge exists. Your opponent might have a card that says your opponent sacrifices a creature. I mean, there's a lot you can do with with a free 0/2 when you're already paying a good amount of mana for what you're getting out of it. I think it's a good card.
I think so too. Exultant Cultist is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard at common. It says when it dies, draw a card.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a C. I wanted to give it a C-, but I just can't because...
Again, the floor again, right? It's just like the worst case scenario is just not that bad with this guy.
Yeah, there's enough going on here where, I mean, you really never want to just spend 3 mana on a 2/2 because there's so many cards that do such similar things that it's just bad rate. I mean, it's not going to be normal for you to play this on turn 3 and for your opponent to play a 2/2 for 3 and for them to just trade, which would be like exactly what you would hope for.
Right.
So the ceiling is pretty low, but it's just a fine cost and you're getting some out of it. So
yeah, we mentioned Emerge as well. This is another card that's fine to emerge away. At least you're getting the card back, especially if you need to draw something. You can emerge away your Exultant Cultist and find a card. I gave it a C as well. I just think it's solid. It's fine.
Yeah, playable card, but not a high pick by any means.
Fogwalker is 1 in the blue for a 1/3 spirit. It's common. It's got Skulk. And when Fogwalker enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls doesn't untap during his controller's next untap step. Now, of note here is that it doesn't tap the creature down. And I saw people doing this already at the pre-release, and I'm sure you'll see them at the pre-release as well. Fogwalker is going to want to target something that is already tapped, which is kind of interesting on a 2-drop, just because playing it on curve means that it's almost never going to actually get to use its ability if you get to play it later than it will. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's funny because like looking back to Shadows, we've got what is it called? Seagraph Scob? Whatever, the 1 in a blue 1/3 with just like no text. And this one has, some form of evasion plus like a sometimes relevant enters the battlefield ability. Certainly better than that. But Fogwalker to me is pretty unexciting.
What a bizarre card.
It's weird, right?
It's like a mix between Farbog Revenant and Lumen Grid Warden and Skyline Cascade, all just kind of thrown in the pot and just stirred together. And
and I don't think I like this soup. It needs a little salt. I would say Fogwalker's probably in the D to D plus range. Look, it's not unplayable. It's okay, but I just don't think it really does any of the things that it wants to do that well. Like it's an okay blocker. It's not a very good attacker. The enters a battlefield ability is kind of contradictory. Like if you lock down one of their creatures, that's nice. But then what? Like you're supposed to be able to punish that type of thing, with flyers or whatever. And Fogwalker, again, not a great blocker on the ground and not a great attacker. So I don't really see where it fits in. So I gave Fogwalker a D plus.
I think I'm going to give it a C minus. It's not a super impressive card, but it's doing a lot. I mean,
it does have a lot of text on it for 2 mana at common.
I like the combination of high toughness, low power with Skulk. It means that it almost can't be killed in combat because something that would have 1 power and be able to block it doesn't kill it. So it's effectively unblockable unless your opponent was to go block it and play a pump spell. So you've got it's good, cheap defensive play. If you're attacking, it's going to do a little bit, and you can gain some life by not getting attacked by something. I think it's playable, but not special.
Fair enough. Fortune's Favor is an uncommon. It's 3 and a blue for an instant. This is kind of a weird one. It says, target opponent looks at the top 4 cards of your library and separates them into a face down pile and a face up pile. Put one pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard.
I love the design.
That is cool. That is really cool.
So interesting and exciting. I just don't think it's that good.
So walk us. So how does this go? Like, let's say I'm playing against you, and you go, and I say Fortune's Favor. So you're going to peel the top 4 cards of my library and look at them. Mm-hmm. I don't get to see them, and then you're going to arrange them into 2 piles. Is this almost always going to be 2 piles of the piles are going to be 2 and 2, or do you see a lot of scenarios where it's like 3 and 1?
I mean, unless I felt like I was gonna badly outsmart my opponent and put a land face down and 3 good cards face up, make them think that they're bomb rares under there.
So sweet.
I wouldn't recommend it, but possibility.
Oh man. Okay. So for the most part, though, then we're going to expect to see 2 piles, and one of them I get to know what's in there, and then the other 2 I just have to guess. I mean, how often do you think you're going to be taking the face down pile out of that?
I have no idea.
It's so weird, right?
Depends on what's in your hand, depends on what's going on the board. Do you think this card is better or worse than Inspiration?
Than just draw 2?
Yeah. Because some of the time you're not getting the best card in your top 2. Inspiration, you're just getting 2, and some of the time you have to take I mean, it's
close. I really don't know how much to grade the fact that my opponents could screw up a lot more often, where with Inspiration it's just, hey, what are the 2 cards? Here, there's some scenarios where your opponents outthink themselves, and all of a sudden they do that thing where you get 3 cards, or they do the thing where you get the best possible card and it's face up or whatever. I don't know. This card is very, very difficult to grade for me. And also I have not had any experience with it yet.
It's probably better than Inspiration, but not by much.
Okay.
Paying 4 mana to get 2 cards in limited is really just acceptable but unimpressive.
Yeah.
And although this card's really fun, I think it's not all that powerful. I'm going to give it a C-.
Yeah, I gave it a C. Fortune's Favor gets a C. I can't wait to play it, though. This next one is called Geist of the Archives. It's 2 and a blue for an 0/4 Defender, Spirit, and Uncommon. It says at the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. And also, and I will note here that it has the special ability Not Flying.
Ha!
It looks like a flyer, I think, to a lot of people. There's another card in the set we'll cover here.
And look at him. He's chained to all those books.
Yeah. It makes sense when you kind of like look at the artwork a little closer. But you see Spirit, you see blue, and it's just like, it's flying. I'm sure it's flying. But it's not. It's an 0/4 Defender on the ground. But at the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. That just happens. It's a triggered ability when your upkeep goes. And theoretically, this thing blocks, a 2-drop or a 3-drop kind of indefinitely. How good is that? How good is at the beginning of your upkeep scry 1? Because that's what's going to make or break the card.
Oh, I love this card. When I saw it, I was like, did you guys see this? I'm like, have you seen this card? It was like I was looking at like a jet for the first time. I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing. I mean,
did you think it had flying?
No, that didn't change how I evaluated the card. But in reality, it's just a really good limited card. If you want to think about it like Sigiled Starfish, that was just 2 mana scry 1. This is 3 mana scry 1. I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility in being able to tap it, but not much. With this one, you get to scry and you get to block. Where with Sigiled Starfish, there's a little bit of tension there. I think this is going to be about as good as Sigiled Starfish.
Oh wow, that's super good.
That's a great card.
Yeah, Sigiled Starfish in the set it was printed in was in the B- range, I would say, maybe even just a straight up B.
Yeah,
do you have Geist of the Archives in that same range?
It's hard for me to want to switch colors for it, but if I'm in the first 3 picks of the draft, I probably am going to take this over any common, and I may take it over some of the good uncommons. So
that's B range for sure.
B-.
Yeah, I'll go B- on Geist of the Archives. You've convinced me. Now I'm excited to play it too. Grizzled Angler is 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human. It's uncommon, and you can tap it to mill yourself for 2. Then, if there's a colorless creature card in your graveyard, namely an Eldrazi, you can transform it, and it transforms into Grizzly Anglerfish, which is a 4/5 Eldrazi fish, and it's got an activated ability. You can pay 6 mana to have creatures your opponents control attack this turn at able. Kind of the come at me, bro, fish here. So, so we've got, at its base, it's a 2/3 for 3 mana. Which is pretty unexciting, but serviceable. And then you tap it to mill yourself. So this is where things get interesting because, how much value are you getting out of tap mill myself for 2. I don't know. It depends. We've already seen one card. In fact, our first card from earlier, the Advanced Stitchwing, that's, you mentioned, hey, sometimes you're going to end up with it in your graveyard, and that's all fine and dandy. Maybe there's other cards like that. And then, what it becomes is quite powerful. The Grizzly Anglerfish, the 4/5 that you can pay 6 mana to have all your creatures attack into you can be a game winner for sure. Provided that you have some colorless creatures in your deck to actually transform it. I don't know. Where are you at on Grizzled Angler?
This card looks just great to me. I mean, This is a card that if your opponent is a beatdown deck, you're going to be happy to have a 2/3 for 3. And if your opponent is a control deck, you've got a 3-drop that has serious power in the late game. Yeah. And it doesn't even specify that the colorless creature in your graveyard has to be an Eldrazi. In this set, there's just a 2-mana 2/1 artifact creature. If you play that and trade off and play this, it's like some of the time you're just going to pay 3 mana and get a 4/5. That's just awesome. Yeah, and not even accounting for the fact that you can fuel delirium, you can do all sorts of stuff with this card. This card is really powerful, and sure, you could just be paying 3 mana for a 4/5, which is well above the average rate.
Yeah,
it
that
just
crushes
has this
the vanilla
ability.
test.
This ability, creatures your opponents control attack this turn if able. That's going to totally blow open any kind of board stall. And the most likely game that you're going to get into when you play a 2/3 on turn 3 and sit around is you're going to get into a board stall. So this card is just awesome.
Yeah, I like this card a lot too.
I have it at a C+ only because I wouldn't just immediately, switch colors to take it. Like I would just take similarly powerful cheap cards over it.
Yeah, that's what I have it at too. Grizzled Angler C+. Next is Ingenious Scob. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/3, so similar to the Grizzled Angler. This one's a common though. It's a zombie horror, and it's got prowess. So it's a 2/3 with prowess, and you can pay a blue to give it +1/-1 until end of turn. So you can make it into a 4/1 just straight up, and then if you can prowess it, and have extra blue mana, it could get pretty big. This seems to me to be like a pretty classic C to C+ range card. It's acceptable, like you mentioned before about the Grizzled Angler, as a 2/3 for 3, and then it has a decent upside of being able to attack pretty well with prowess and its ability to pump.
Yeah, this card looks nice. 3 mana, 2/3. Yeah. It's just Water Courser, but with prowess, which means you can get even more damage out of it.
And I liked Water Courser.
Yeah, I like Water Courser, and I like prowess. It makes your card difficult to block, even when you have a handful of lands.
Yeah, I like Ingenious Scob. I have it at C+.
Yeah, very good card. When you're blue, you're going to play as many as you get.
Indeed. Laboratory Brute. I called this one the Mill Giant in my article. Are you down? It's 3 and a blue for a 3/3 zombie horror, a common, and when it enters the battlefield, you put the top 4 cards of your library into your graveyard. Oof. If you're running the graveyard deck, whether it's zombies trying to come back from the dead or, maybe some delirium or whatever, I mean, 4 cards is 10% of your total library that you're milling with this Laboratory Brew. That's a lot.
I like it. Yeah, it's a good card. Reasonable rate for a creature, and there's some serious upside there. It just depends on how much you're using the graveyard. Yeah. But if you're interested in using the graveyard, then this is going to be a card that you should prioritize.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I just gave it a C. I think it's fine, but I'm really have my eye open now, because we went to the Grizzled Angler. We've seen the Laboratory Brute now, and I want to know, what are my payoff cards, right? Like, what am I getting for dumping all these cards in the graveyard? And that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on as we kind of move through the review here.
Yeah, I have it at C as well for all those reasons.
Lunar Force is 2 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon. It says, when an opponent casts a spell, sacrifice Lunar Force and counter that spell. Ugh, that seems really bad to me.
Yeah, this card is just really weak. The thing is,
terrible.
You have to spend 3 mana on it before your opponent plays a card that hurts you, and they just have all of the influence over how powerful it is because they decide what card gets countered by it, and it can slow them down, but not in a way that is favorable for you like a bounce spell would be, because you're the one dictating the terms of how your cards get used. And yeah, this is just unexciting. I mean, obviously you can concoct scenarios where you're playing a game of sealed deck and you're a little bit ahead on board, they have no cards in hand, and you play this and they're kind of screwed. Yes. But I would say low power, inconsistent, avoid it.
I agree. The main thing was your first point, right? Anytime that we can give access to our opponent to have a lot of agency over how good our cards are. That is a major hit hit on a Magic card. And we've seen this time and time again where R&D has tried to push that boundary further and further and further, with these browbeat type cards that give your opponents choices. And it seems like all the choices are bad. And no matter what, those cards end up slipping down the ranks further and further, just because if you give your opponents choices about how they're going to influence the game and what they can do, it just makes the card so much worse. And that's all this card does. I mean, yeah, you can make the argument that it's going to counter something. It's a 1-for-1 basically every time. So that's decent, but it's really not. It really does. Like you said, I can imagine some scenarios where it's okay, but for the most part, you just can't give your opponent this much agency over how the game goes. I am not looking to play Lunar Force, though. If I got like 5 of them, I might just to troll my opponent. That'd be pretty funny.
They're not great when you put 2 of those in play.
Why? Is it bad? Do they both go?
It looks like it's me.
Oh no, yeah, that's terrible. What are we going to give Lunar Force? Is it an F? Is it a D minus? Do you ever see yourself putting this in a deck?
D minus. I mean, you play it and it does trade for one of your opponent's cards, so it's not that bad. I would need to have some serious delirium stuff going on to want to just put this enchantment in my deck. And when I did that, I would hope to just mill it and not draw it.
I'll tell you what, it's really good against me because I only draft good cards. Let's see, what is this? Nabelgast Herald is 2 and a blue for a creature spirit. It's a 2/1 with flash and flying. It's an uncommon. It says, whenever Nabelgast Herald or another spirit enters a battlefield under your control, tap target creature an opponent controls. There's a lot going on with this thing. So this is a 3-mana 2/1 flash flyer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then it taps down a creature when it enters a battlefield. That's all contained within this card. Like, that's before it's done anything else. So you can flash this in on your opponent's beginning of combat step and tap down whatever big beater they were going to hit you with. And now you've got a 2/1 flyer to either block or attack with on your own. And then if you have additional spirits in your deck, they're going to also tap down creatures as sort of a mini tempo hit as well. There's a lot of good things going on with this Herald.
Yeah, this card is just great. I looked at it and I was going to go like, this is a C+. It's really strong. It does all the stuff that Pestermite does. Doesn't tap land, but whatever. I mean, it's a good rate, flying, exactly what you want. And then I read that bit that says, or another spirit enters the battlefield, and it's just much better.
Yeah.
Because it's already a good card, and you're giving it more functionality. I mean, I'm near the B minus C plus territory on this. Very good card.
Yeah, I'd give Nabelgast Herald a B minus. I just think that those type of tempo plays that you can make where you tap, your opponent's trying to beat you with big green creatures and you're trying to beat them in the sky. And the turn that you cast Nabelgast Herald, tap down their 4/4, their 5-power creature, and they just don't have a meaningful attack that turn, and you get to attack them back with the 2/1 plus whatever else you had, is really a breaker. It's really, really tough to recover, if you've got yourself a good, blue-white or whatever color skies type deck. So I like the Herald quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really strong.
Scour the Laboratory. Oh, baby. This is just basically Ancestral Recall. So it's 4 blue, and it says draw 3 cards. That's all I really needed. The rest of it is, though, it's an instant, it's uncommon, and it's also got Delirium. It costs 2 less to cast if you've got, 4 different types in your yard. So you can pay 3 mana and get 3 cards, or 4 mana and get 3 cards, or you can pay the full 6, depending on if you got Delirium. This
is a good card. Do you remember that card, Thassa's Bounty?
Yeah, totally.
That was just 6 mana, draw 3, and that was
sorcery. Yeah,
that was a passable card to put in your deck. You know, that was not embarrassing. And when you played games where you went turn 3, 4, 5, trade 1 card for 1 card, and then played that, it's like you got a pretty reasonable advantage.
Yeah.
So this card is definitely better than that card. It's not so much better where I'm gonna start to think about it like it's a premium uncommon, but it's better. It's good. I'd probably give it a C+.
Yeah, I think it's a C+ as well. And I want to note that I do think of it as a premium uncommon. While recognizing, that it isn't. But my God, I mean, I don't plan on passing too many of those. It's just like hard to give up that much value. So yeah, Scour the Laboratory, C+. Next is Spontaneous Mutation. It's the blue Swords to Plowshares. Again, it's blue enchantment aura with flash. It enchants a creature. It's common, and it says the creature gets -X -0, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. All right, so here's a payoff card for some of these mill effects that we've seen. This thing, instant speed, blue mana, and it just sort of neuters any of the creatures. They just, they don't get to hit you for any amount of power.
I've always been a fan of cards that are similar to this, like Tightening Coils and Pin to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like this is just a little bit worse because it can hope to be the same, but it's worse in your opening hand against like a 2-drop for 2.
Right.
There's a little bit of bonus here because it has flash, and you can, if they attack, you can block and throw it on their creature, and you can actually kill the creature instead of leaving behind like a 0/4.
Yeah.
There's some chance that this is a card that becomes really surprisingly effective, just given the way that the games play out and the commons interact. But for me right now, I have it at a C.
Yeah, I think it's in that range. I think that it really is going to depend on what type of deck you end up putting it in, right? If you're sitting there with some type of control deck and you're wanting to just not die for a really long time, this card's probably going to do its job. It doesn't, if they've got a 5-power creature, even if you've only got 2 cards in your graveyard or 3, shrinking it down from 5 power to 3 or 2 power is usually going to get the job done and enable some blocks for you. And then later in the game, it'll probably be able to shrink down pretty much anything. And I like that a lot. I think Spontaneous Mutation isn't amazing. It does leave a blocker behind in almost all scenarios, which can be bad. But if you're trying to fly over, if you're trying to go super long and just go over the top, I think you're going to want these in your deck. I give it a C.
Yeah, I'm at about a C, but there's some chance that it's either a lot worse or a lot better.
Yeah, agree. Take Inventory is next. It's 1 and a blue for a sorcery. It says draw a card, then draw cards equal to the number of cards named Take Inventory in your graveyard. This one has, of course, drawn a lot of comparisons to accumulated knowledge from the past, but it is not that. And since we're doing the limited review here, why don't you walk us through, how does Take Inventory actually play out in a game of limited?
This is a card that I would generally stay away from. It looks pretty poor to me. I'm going to give it a D. Obviously, there are situations where it can be a lot better than that, but the thing is there's a serious cost to when you're drafting. And let's say you get one of these last pick, or you get them second to last and last pick. Now you have 2. When you get that third one, do you take it over a card that is going to be a C+? Because often in the games, you're only going to draw one of them, or when you draw both, you've invested 4 mana to turn a profit of 1 card. It's like, if I just stumbled upon getting 5 of these, I would play them, but I wouldn't pick them that highly. And even when I was going to see the 5th one, I wouldn't take it over a card that I knew was going to be an important card on my mana curve.
Yeah, and we only get 2 packs of Eldritch Moon, so...
even worse. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, so it's not like we're going to get a chance to see a ton of them. It is common, so we'll see... as many as are opened. And I love cards like this for the dream that they give you. But, here on LR, we're not really much about dreaming. We're more about winning games. And cards like Take Inventory they make it tough. Like you said, the problem is it's not really until the third one that you cast with 2 in the graveyard that you're really smiling. And there is a real cost to playing a Take Inventory, even just to draw a card. I think a lot of people underestimate that a little bit. They say, well, what's the worst case? I spend 2 mana and I draw a card. It's not that big of a deal. And I mean, they're not too far off. It's not at the end of the world, but it is a cost. It is not free to put, just to put, let's say, 1 Take Inventory in your deck is not free by any stretch. And, keep that in mind. I don't think too many people would consider putting just 1 in, but I think that a lot of people do think that that's, very low impact on their deck. And while it is low impact, it is not free. It does matter. And so if you're going to try to run this whole Take Inventory mini game, remember that you are taking a bit of a hit for that.
Yep. Completely agree.
Is it like a D?
I have it at a D.
It's just a D, right? It's like a card that occasionally the stars will align and you'll have enough of them to actually play, but all those other times you're just not playing it.
It's like, I don't want this card, but if I were to get, I think if you have 2, you should definitely not play them. And if you have 3, it's extremely close whether or not you should even put them in your deck.
Right. And now we're talking about getting all the way up to 4 copies of the thing before you're kind of like, all right, thumbs up, let's do this. And that's just
if you have 4, it's good. But
it's just hard to do that.
It's not that good because you could still just get run over, or you could, draw 3 of your 4 in your top 20 cards, which not many games of limited are you going to get past your top 20 cards. Now you have to draw 3 of the 4 in that window for you to play it early enough for the cards that you draw to have an influence on the outcome of the game. It's just unlikely, inconsistent, unreliable.
Yeah.
Not my style.
It's a D. Yeah, we talked about setup cost earlier. C setup cost. Tattered Haunter is next. It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1 flying spirit at common, and it can block only creatures with flying. Our old friend Welkenturn has returned.
Oh, yeah. I have this card at a D.
Really?
I feel
the no blocks is a big deal for Owen.
It is a big deal. I feel very similarly to this card as I do to Chilling Grasp. It's better because it is a creature, but if I were to draft a dedicated control deck, I don't want to put this card in my deck. And if I have a no-theme mid-range limited deck, which is what I'm going to have an overwhelming percentage of the time, this card's unexciting. It's only good when I'm beating down, and if I'm getting beaten down, it's as if I'm mulliganed when I draw this card.
Yes.
So I like my cards, like I was saying before, it's extremely important to me in limited Magic to ensure that almost no matter what type of game I'm playing, the cards that I draw at least trade for my opponent's card, and this card just doesn't do that. I mean, it's a good efficient rate. 2 mana, 2/1 flyers is strong, and there are games where it's going to be an important card for you. But I think in general, across the history of Magic, 2/1 flying for 2 that can't block has just been overrated. And I think that it hurts you to draw this card unless you have a really strong draw and you're winning quickly.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. We call it the quadrant theory here on the show, which is to imagine the card in the different stages of a game, which is the developing stages, when you're ahead, when you're behind, and when you're at parity with your opponent. These are the things that happen most often in games of limited. And, in the developing stages, the card's decent. When you're ahead, it's good. When you're behind, it's absolutely god-awful. And when you're at parity, it's kind of a coin flip. And that does not equal a great card, because the most important of those 4 quadrants is the one where you're behind, right? That's the one where if you just write that off, you're really doing yourself a disservice, and you don't get very many slots in your deck that can just say, well, if I'm behind, it does nothing, but otherwise it's great. You put a few too many of those in, and anybody who's played a reasonable number of limited matches will tell you that there's going to be times when you are behind. No matter how you designed your deck, no matter how you thought your deck was going to play out, you are going to find yourself in a situation where you're behind. And cards like this it can block flyers, but like even then, it's best case scenario as a trade. It's not that great. I think Tattered Haunter is probably going to be in the D range. That said, you'll know it if you want it. If there is a hyper aggressive sort of tempo flyers deck, you're probably going to run some Tattered Haunters and just try to get there. But yeah, your average limited deck, it's just not going to perform that well.
Yeah, I have it at a D, but this is the kind of card where its value can fluctuate wildly, because if you're a really strong blue-white flyers deck, like this is going to be a card that you want, and you're going to want multiple. But for me, and maybe this is even a poor way to think about it, but I feel like there's 3 kinds of games of limited. It's like my opponent gets mana screwed, or my opponent doesn't draw a good distribution of lands and spells. This is a good card. I don't draw a good distribution of lands and spells. This is a bad card. And then middle of the road games where sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And it's like I just try to make sure that my cards can do the most for me in all kinds of games.
Right, and this can't. Next is Turn Aside, which is blue for an instant. It's common. It says counter target spell that targets a permanent you control.
Good.
You like this type of card? I'm surprised.
Well, I like it not in the traditional way that I would like a card. It's not like I would pick this high or move into blue just to play it. It's just a card that I would seriously be paying attention to once you get to the later stages in a draft. And unless there was a card that I knew I was going to put in my main deck, I would take this instead, because it is just such a powerful sideboard card.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for it too, that it's a sideboard card.
Yeah, you only sideboard it, but you're going to play a good number of sideboard games, and when you have a card that costs 1 and it's instant and trades for a card that's going to cost more than 1 and is going to be played in combat, it's like if you attack with a 3/3 and I block with a 4/4 and you give my guy -2 and I cast Turn Aside, like now I've created a 2-for-1 and I didn't even have to sacrifice much to do it, because this card only costs 1. I can play on the curve, and there's actually some cards in the set that cost a lot more than that this card counters that I'm excited about.
Okay, so Turn Aside gets sideboard, and you'll know when you want to bring it in. Expensive removal spells. Unsubstantiate is our last card in blue. It's 1 and a blue for an instant and uncommon, and it says return target spell or creature to its owner's hand, which is a little bit weird if you haven't been playing Magic that long. Yes, you can return spells to their owner's hand. The way it works is a spell goes on the stack, and while it's on the stack, you can actually target it with Unsubstantiate, and it just goes back to their hand. It doesn't resolve. It doesn't go to the graveyard. It just goes back to their hand, and of course, you can use it on creatures as well. I mentioned earlier about how these unsummon effects have really kind of grown, and we see them very consistently now in these sets. And Unsubstantiate's one of the better ones. It's 2 mana to return any creature, which is kind of its base level. But then you also just get to randomly return spells, which can do quite a bit of work. I don't know. I actually think that cards like Unsubstantiate are a little bit underrated now, just because of their ability to interact with opposing creatures for cheap.
Yeah, I have this card at a D, only because I feel like this, in almost any draft scenario, you should just pretend that this card is Disperse and value it as such.
Yes.
It has upside beyond that, but the game context is going to dictate how powerful this card is, and it's like, if your opponent plays a 5 mana creature and you unsubstantiate it from the stack to their hand, it's unclear whether or not that's a favorable exchange.
It's probably not.
It's probably
it's borderline,
not.
But it's probably not. I mean, long term, you're still going to lose to the 5/5.
Yeah, it's not good to, like, if you play out a game where if you play out a game where you lose and you're going to look at the cards in your graveyard and what they did for you, this card was just 2 mana, gain 5 life in that scenario.
Right.
So the way I like to look at bounce spells is, if I use a bounce spell on my opponent's creature and the game ends before that creature gets recast, that bounce spell was effectively a terminate. Because I spent 2 mana to get that creature off the board and it never came back. I just killed that creature. So bounce spells are good when your deck is fast and you can close out the game before your opponent can take advantage of the fact that they're able to get their creature back down. But most of the time, games aren't really played like that. I mean, if you're playing a game where your opponent's at a low life total and you can bounce a creature and end the game, that's really strong. But in general, in the early game, bouncing creatures just doesn't do all that much.
No, it's funny. As big of a fan as I am of these cheap interactive spells, I view it as a failure if all I do is simply bounce my opponent's creature to force them to replay it.
Yeah.
I think that is not enough value from these cards. And I think that if you're going to put these type of cards in your deck, you have to have the mindset of trying to maneuver to a situation where you do get a card worth of value out of it. And there's certain situations that pop up. Combat tricks on your opponent's creatures is a good way to get a card out of it. Same thing with auras. You can bounce your own creature that has had an aura put on it, or a removal spell pointed at it, which is a little slow because you have to recast it, but you are actually trading your Unsubstantiate for a card in those scenarios, which can be worth it. Also, double block scenarios from your opponent can be pretty nice. They can, try to throw 2 creatures in front of your attacker, and you can unsubstantiate one of them and then just eat the other one with your attacker. And that's another way that you can generate a card out of it. And I'm only looking for these outside of dire scenarios. And so, for me, it's like, I think that these, again, 2 mana interact with my opponent's creature can be really strong in the sense that we don't get that. An instant speed, it's just, we'll look over the removal as we go through, and it's just so uncommon. And especially because cards like this just don't care about the size of the opposing creature as well. Like sometimes you'll get cheap spells that'll do 1 or 2 damage effectively, and Unsubstantiate doesn't care. So that's how I approach these. I'm giving it a C-. I think it's a card that I'm going to put the first one in my deck and probably not the second one that often. But again, I'm maneuvering. I'm looking to try to get that card back out of it as often as I humanly can. It's rarely a blowout, but if I can get the card back out of it, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you just said. I feel strongly that all of that was true and great. You should try to work to get a card out of this card. And I just want to stress to the viewers that if your opponent casts a 5 mana spell and you unsubstantiate it back to your hand, that's not a favorable exchange for you.
You have failed. Okay, so that's going to do it for blue. Any thoughts on blue overall before we move to black? Seems okay, right? There's some fun stuff in there.
There wasn't all that was impressive. Geist of the Archives was cool.
Yeah, that's the card I'm definitely looking forward to. The card that I want the most, though, is Scour the Laboratory. I mean, I don't want to be searching underneath books. I want to find as many cards as I can.
Yeah, looks a bit weak, honestly. Not that many good commons.
Yeah,
What was the best? What was the best common?
What was the best common?
The flash enchantment -X/-O.
Yeah, probably. There was one we liked earlier too. Not convolute. Oh, Drag Under.
Oh yeah, that card's awesome.
Yeah, we both like that one a lot. So.
Best common looks like Drag Under. Best uncommon looks like Geist of the Archives to me.
Probably. Okay, let's move on to black. Our first card is called Boon of Emrakul. It's 2 and a black for an enchantment aura. It's common. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +3, -3.
This is great.
Yeah.
3 mana black removal. Awesome. And it has it's an enchantment too, so you're going to get a little bit of delirium value. +3 to power means if somehow you wanted to deal 3 extra damage and your creature had enough toughness, you could do it. Unlikely, but keep your eye on it.
Yeah, that's how I view it too. But this is a type of card that if you're in black, you're never cutting from your deck. It kills basically all 1, 2, and 3 drops, and occasionally will kill a 4-drop for you, or even a 5-er occasionally. And, for 3 mana, even if it is sorcery speed, good enough. So yeah, I like Boon of Emrakul quite a bit. I think it's just going to be, this solid removal spell that you're going to play basically all the time.
Oh, it's excellent. It's going to be one of the best black commons for sure.
B- for it? Like, does it get you into that range where, this is the type of card that you're happy first picking or moving into black for?
Yeah, I'm heavily in the C+ B- range. It's just a super strong card.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not like going to be like totally game breaking, and it's not going to turn a bad deck from a good deck just adding this. But if you're black, you're almost always going to take it, and you're going to play as many as you can get, and it's powerful.
Yeah. Borrowed Malevolence is next. It's black for an instant. It's common, and it's our first Escalate card. So if you want to listen to the new mechanics, we talked about them last week on the show, so we're not going to go over it here, though I will read Escalate for this first one. So again, it's an instant. It says Escalate 2. So that's 2 mana. It says pay this cost for each mode chosen beyond the first. So we've got a modal card. It says choose one or both. So for black, you can have a creature get +1/+1 until end of turn, and a creature get -1/-1 until end of turn. And if you want to play Escalate, you can pay 3 mana total to have a creature get +1/+1 and presumably another creature get -1/-1 until end of turn at instant speed. Messes with combat pretty good.
I like this card.
Yeah.
I've always been a fan of putting exactly one card in my deck that costs 1 mana and can kill a creature with 1 toughness.
Okay.
But whether it's like red, deal 1 damage, or black, target creature gets -1/-1, it's like, I'm always happy to put one of those cards in my deck. It makes it so you're less likely to just get destroyed by like your opponent's good mana curve. It's going to kill a creature that costs 1 or 2 mana, and sometimes even the 3 mana, like 3/1s, those are good.
Yeah, your Nettle Drones, yeah.
It's just insurance against getting totally run over, and this has serious upside. You can use it with 2 3/3s bash in combat, and it even has the possibility of a 2-for-1.
Yes, totally.
It's not a card that you want like 5 of in your deck, but I would usually always play 1 in my black decks, and it would be reasonable to play 2. So this card looks nice. I give it a C.
Yeah, I gave it a C as well. I just think the upside on a heavy combat situation is pretty nice, and the downside's like not too bad. Even just on 2 creatures clashing, if you make their creature shrink and your creature get bigger, there's not too many combos where you don't minimum trade and usually end up winning that fight. So I like Borrowed Malevolence at C.
It's a low power level,
yes,
but it's versatile, so it's going to be dead less often, and it has high upside, which I like.
Yeah, and of course, limited is so often about creature combat, and this really does mess with it. Cemetery Recruitment is next. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. It says return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If it's a zombie card, draw a card.
This is a good card.
That's interesting.
I have it at probably about a C. If you're a dedicated zombie deck, it's a bit better than a C. It's probably at a C+ there, just because it's going to produce card advantage for you a lot of the time.
Right.
And Raise Dead is an effect that's usually passable in limited.
Yeah, it's like medium. Those type of cards usually get Ds.
Yeah, they're bad, but they're always okay. This is a significant bonus on those cards.
I mean, would you play this if you didn't have zombies in your deck? I would give this a very medium. I give it I think it's bad, right? If you don't have zombies, I'm just not playing Cemetery Recruitment.
It is bad, but I do think in general, cards that return creatures from your graveyard to your hand have been underrated over the course of limited history.
Interesting.
I think that Macabre Waltz is a card that you should almost always put in your deck.
Yeah.
And because it helps you turn lands into spells, it makes it so that when one of your bottom rares is a creature, you have insurance against the only way that you can lose when you draw it is
right.
that it gets killed, then you get it back.
Mm-hmm.
This is even better. It's not even better, but it is strong because of the cards that we've seen that self-mill.
Yes.
They seem like they are mostly zombies, and
they are.
If you're going to have a deck like that, it's like this, you don't need to have one of your creatures die in combat if you can just mill yourself and then grab one of them.
Right.
And draw a card.
Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, I'm giving Cemetery Recruitment a D. I'm just assuming that you're not going to have the opportunity. Like, it does take a card slot in your deck. The opportunity cost is there. If you've got a bunch of zombies and some self-mill, I think you're going to want this card. Otherwise, I think you're probably going to end up leaving it on the bench.
Yeah, I end up about there, too, actually. I think D+ is good.
Certain Death is next. It's sort of in this class of new removal that we've got. It's 5 and a black, a full 6 mana for a sorcery. It's common. It says, destroy target creature. So just no condition, just unconditional removal, destroy any creature. Its controller loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So you get a nice little rider there. You get, drain them for 2 as well. 6 mana sorcery speed removal. Where are we at on that?
I like it.
You like the unconditional nature of it. Just kill something.
I like it because it allows, like, one of the worst, like, ignoring situations where either player draws too many or not enough lands, where both people are having like a close interactive game. I think the most likely way that one of the players wins is they just play a card that is so good and the other person can't deal with it. 6 mana destroy a creature means that you have something that's good against that. And unless you're just totally getting run over, you're going to be able to cast this before you die. And when you cast it, it's going to have a direct impact on the board, and you're going to gain some life, which means that since you have had a 6 mana card in your hand, you've had one less card to work with, so you're usually going to be a little bit behind. So changing what the board looks like and giving yourself 2 life is good. And the fact that your opponent loses 2 life is not inconsequential.
This is a nice curve topper on a beatdown strategy here. Yeah, for sure.
If I'm black, I'm almost always going to play 1, and I don't think it's that bad to play 2.
Yeah, I have had a chance to play with Certain Death already, and it played out exactly how you described. It's a solid insurance plan, and even though it is clunky and expensive, it gets the job done. Destroy target creature, period. That's it. That's nice.
I like it.
Yeah, where do you have it, though? Is it just like a C+ range?
It's around C+, yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean...
It's not, like, going to be an attractive... Like, I'm not going to first pick this card. I'm not going to go black when I see this card. But when I am black, I'm going to hope to always have one in my deck.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good way to put that.
Yeah, I like it.
There's some rare... Ooh, Pack Rat in there. We'll talk about that next week. Dusk Feaster is our next... It's an uncommon. It's a 5 black for a 4/5 vampire. And it's got Delirium. It costs 2 less to cast if you've got Delirium. And it's a flyer.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this card.
So let's just break it down into 2 scenarios, right? Scenario A, 7 mana 4/5 flyer. No, right? We're just not interested in that particularly.
Playable, but really poor.
Right, but poor, right? So now we knock 2 mana off of that. We've got a 4/5 flyer for 5 mana. That's business. That's a solid card. That's a B range card that we would play. It's an upgraded air elemental. How often are you going to be able to get Delirium by the time you hit your 5th land drop, which is somewhere around turn 7 or 8?
I mean, I don't know what to think of this card. If it was just 5 mana for a 4/5 flying, that would probably be the best or one of the best black commons, right. And maybe even better than a lot of the rares. Uncommon. Sorry.
Yeah.
But obviously, Delirium is not free.
No, and it's hard to get early in the game.
Yeah, I think that I have this card at a B. I don't want to say B+ because it obviously has its drawbacks, and I don't really want to say B- either because there's some serious upside here.
Like in the scenarios where you actually do manage to get Delirium on curve and you just slam a 5 mana 4/5 flyer?
You don't even need to get Delirium by turn 5. You just need to get Delirium before you have... you just need to get Delirium before you run out of cards to play. I just look at it like, look, if I get up to 7 mana and that's the same turn I get Delirium, I mean, am I really going to be able to utilize that 2 mana savings? Maybe a little bit, but it's not exciting, right? The reason this card would be exciting is because on turn 5 or turn 6 or turn 7, I can be like, boom,
Dusk Feaster 4/5 flyer go, and it's the best creature on the board by a mile if it only costs 5 mana. I'm much lower on this card than you are. I have it in the C to C minus range. I'm really not excited by it. Like,
the thing is, it's not impossible to get Delirium by turn 4.
Yeah, I wonder what that looks like.
A 4 mana guy that mills you 4 cards, like, you could just get it. Or
okay, that's true.
If you ever draw like a Vessel of Nascency, you could get it.
Also, Boon of Emrakul we talked about. That's a good way to get, kind of an awkward card like an enchantment into your graveyard.
Yeah, that one and Deadweight is still around. I mean...
Maybe I'm being a little too pessimistic on Dusk Feaster.
Well, like, for me, a 4/5 for 5 flying is just a bomb.
Yeah,
like,
that's great. I agree.
Super powerful card. So, given that you have to work a little bit for it, it's not that bad. I mean, it has a pretty legitimate drawback, but I think that it's not crazy that you can make it work.
Okay, I'm going to give Dusk Feaster a C, and I'm hoping to be proven wrong, because I think this card is quite... I agree with you about the 4/5 flyer. I think that's just a great card. Great blocker, great attacker, etc. Gavany Unhallowed is next. It's 3 and a black for a 2/4 zombie, and it says whenever another creature you control dies, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
I don't like it.
Why? What's wrong with it? What don't you like about it?
I mean, a 2/4 for 4 is
pretty
inefficient.
Excited. Yeah,
it's inefficient. And if Unruly Mob has taught me anything, having to spend mana on a creature and then wait for my other creatures to die for it to get a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's just like, this is definitely better because the ceiling is low, or the floor is lower. 2/4 for 4 is...
The floor is higher. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a better card.
Yeah.
But it's not that much better. And I would need to have like sacrifice synergies for me to consider putting it in my deck. If I'm just hoping that my other creatures die once this is out.
How about, can I sell you on a merge with this?
Sacrifice
something else. This thing gets a little bigger. I mean, by the time it's a 3/5, you're pretty happy with it. And if it gets anything bigger than that, it's just massive.
Yeah, this is... I think it's playable, but bad. Unless it could work in the right deck, but I would...
Okay, I have Gavany Unhallowed at C-. Where do you have it?
D+, C-. Okay. About that. Probably D+.
All right. Graph Harvest is next. It's black for an enchantment, and it says, it's uncommon. It says, zombies you control have menace, so they can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. And you can pay 3 and a black to exile a creature card from your graveyard, and you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token.
I have this card at about a D.
I think it's a D as well. It doesn't do... It's so slow, right? Like, I love the fact that it only costs 1 mana, because... you can fit that into your curve somewhere where it's not really going to slow you down.
Yeah.
But my God, the 4 mana, and you have to have a creatures in your graveyard to do anything. I mean, you're 5 mana before you make your first 2/2 zombie.
Yeah, this is just like you hope to have no... Like, if you have no other late game mana sinks and you have a little bit of self-mill going on, then this could be all right. I could see, like, matchups where it's like black-red removal against black-red removal. This could be a total game changer, because those color combinations have a lot of removal.
Is
not
Graph
many ways
Harvest
to
a
kill an enchantment.
sideboard card somehow?
Looks like it to me.
Okay, because that's...
Unless I was like Zombie Beatdown, I had a huge incentive to give my guys menace.
Right.
But then almost every creature I had would need to be a zombie.
Right, exactly. And I don't think that's happening that often. We'll have to see. The fact that it costs 4 mana and exiling a creature card, I just find that to be too slow. You can realistically make 1 zombie a turn once you get it going. Let's just say, you played a card that milled half your library, so you had as many creatures as you want. For the rest of the game, you're basically making 1/2/2 on the ground per turn. And while that zombie horde will eventually win you the game, given that they all have menace, if you are behind, that is really not impressive. It's just not. Even if they're not costing you cards out of your hand to do it, it's so slow. 2/2s just don't keep up by the time you're paying this cost. They're just smaller than what you're up against.
Yeah, this card reminds me of Shadows of the Past, but in a way that is not nearly as exciting.
Yeah, agreed.
It's like that card was strong because its passive ability actually helped you get to the late game,
right?
Where you would win the late game because of what it does. This card doesn't really have that. And that card had a mana sink ability where every turn you could use all your mana on it. And with this card, you can't just use all your mana every turn because you're limited by however many cards are in your graveyard, creature cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of off on Graph Harvest. I think the times to look out for it are sideboarded against heavy removal matchups and the times when you do somehow have just the all zombie deck, you could probably throw one of these in. And even then, I would only play one. I never want a second Graph Harvest, I don't think.
Yeah, I think sideboard it best for me.
Yeah. Graph Rats is next. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 rat. That's all it does as far as creatures and stuff go, as far as, combat and that kind of thing. This is, though, the first of our, in fact, I believe, this will be the only of our meld cards here. But this one says at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you both own and control Graph Rats and a creature named Midnight Scavengers, which we'll cover in a minute or two here, you exile them, then meld them into Chittering Host. I'll cover that when we get to the Scavengers. But Graph Rats is half of a meld combo. Otherwise, it's pretty unimpressive. Like, it doesn't have Death Touch or anything. It's just a rat. It's not even a zombie. So it's just 1 and a black, 2/1 on its own. Pretty unimpressive.
Yeah, I mean, 2/1 for 2, playable.
Shrug, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be ashamed to put a 2/1 for 2 in my deck, and I would play a lot of them if I was beat down. And obviously, I don't know what the other half of this card does to make the meld card, but it's a 2/1 for 2 with upside, which means in a late game it's going to have some kind of utility for me. So I mean, the scary part about putting a 2/1 for 2 with no abilities in your deck is you don't want to draw it on turn 10.
Right.
And this card you might want to draw on turn 10.
You might actually.
So
yeah.
I like it. I think I'm in the C range.
Yeah, I gave Graph Rats a C as well, just for the upside, because when you do get to meld it, it's pretty gross.
Yeah.
Haunted Dead is 3 and a black for a 2/2 zombie. So we've got a 2/2 for 4. Not great. It's an uncommon, though, so we know there's some business coming here. So first, it says when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. So now we're paying 4 mana for a 2/2 and a 1/1 flyer. I like that. And you can pay 1 and a black and discard 2 cards to return Haunted Dead from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, which is a little bit annoying. But remember, whenever it enters the battlefield, you're getting that 1/1 spirit. So, for the 1 and a black and the discard, you're going to get this thing back tapped, but also another 1/1 flyer.
Yeah, this card looks just awesome to me.
Yeah, it's dope. I like it.
This card is really, really strong. It's good because at almost any stage of the game, it's going to change what your position is. If you're losing, then it's very hard to still be losing when you have this card come into play.
Yeah.
And if you're winning, it's going to apply pressure really well. And it's resilient to removal because it's 2 creatures when you cast it, and it has the bonus of heavily mitigating mana flood. So this card is really, really strong.
Yeah, I like that. I like your last point a lot, too, for being able to just sort of keep bringing it back and generating an army off of it. Haunted Dead seems quite powerful to me. Now, I can't quite tell until I've played with the card or against it whether it creeps up into the B range. My gut says it would be in the C plus range, but I could see this being a B minus if it's really good.
Yeah, I have it at about a B or a B minus. I mean, this looks like a premium uncommon.
Okay.
This looks really strong
B minus.
to me.
You've convinced me. Liliana's Elite is next. It's 2 and a black for a 1/1 zombie. Ugh. It gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. It's an uncommon.
Yeah, this card looks really strong to me, too.
Here's the payoffs. I mean, now we're seeing these payoffs for the mill deck. It really is a blue-black zombies deck that wants to put cards in the graveyard here.
Yeah, this reminds me of that card, White of Precinct 6. And that
I
card
remember
was
that.
really strong.
Yes.
So this card, I suspect, is going to be really strong, too. There's even a bit more self-mill going on.
Would you put this card in a deck that didn't have self-mill? Like, would you assume, like, well, end up being like a 2/2 enough of the time that's fine, and then occasionally it'll be a 5/5 or whatever? Or are you really only looking to slot this into the zombie self-mill style deck?
I would almost always play this card. I mean, unless I was like blue-black control with only 10 creatures. As long as I had like a reasonable amount of creatures, I would always play this card because the downside is not even that low. If you play a creature on turn 3 and they kill it and you play it, it's a 2/2, that's passable. And if you draw it on turn 15, it's going to be like a 7/7.
Right.
For 3. Like that's really strong. This is just a good card. You should almost always play it if you're black, unless you have a very strong reason not to.
Yeah, I think that like I have a hard time grading these because there are times when it's your 3-drop and it's a 1/1 and it looks pretty bad. It's susceptible to removal and to cheap or bad removal, and also just need something to get going where your opponent can kind of try to craft a game plan that doesn't let you maximize on it. But man, the times when they kill your first two creatures, you like trade off your first two creatures and you play this as a 3/3 for 3 on turn 4, turn 5. And it's already quite strong there. And it's not getting any worse from that scenario. And like you said, the extreme upside in that late game. Where do you grade it?
C+.
Yeah, I agree. Markov Crusader is next. It's 4 and a black for a Vampire Knight. It's a 4/3 lifelink, and it has haste as long as you control another vampire.
This card's really strong.
Yeah, it's solid, right? That's a good uncommon right there.
Yeah, I like it. Haste and lifelink are both really, I don't want to say underrated abilities, because it's not like people are going around saying that they're bad, but lifelink is like really good.
Yeah, it really is great.
Like, imagine you have a vampire out so that this creature has haste. You play at turn 5 and you attack. If they can't trade with it, I mean, it has 3 toughness, so they're going to be able to trade with it some of the time. But because of the fact that it has haste, it's unlikely that they'll be able to trade with it the turn you play it.
Yeah.
So you play it for 5. You're going to drain life for 4, and then on the next turn when they trade, you're going to gain 4. So you paid 5 mana, you killed a creature, you dealt 4 damage, and you gained 8 life. That's just
I'm in.
That's really efficient.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, you're getting a lot out of this card when you have a vampire, and that's not even accounting for the fact that some of the games they're not going to be able to trade with it, and you're just going to drain them for 4 every turn.
Yeah, it goes great with black removal in that way as well, and it's impossible to race. It's a good blocker even if it needs to be. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Markov Crusader. I think it's really good. I gave it a B-.
Yeah, I like it at that too.
All right, here's Midnight Scavenger. So this is the other half of the Graph Rats that we talked about earlier, and Midnight Scavengers is 4 and a black for a 3/3. It's a human rogue. It's common. These are both common, by the way, so you are going to be able to see these in Booster Draft and maybe even open a couple in Sealed. When it enters a battlefield, you may return target creature card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so we've got a 5 mana 3/3, which is really not exciting, but it does get you a card back a good chunk of the time. I mean, getting back a 2-drop or a 3-drop when you cast it's pretty decent. So that's a nice little card advantage hit. And of course, it can get back its little friend, the Graph Rats, which only cost 2 mana, which is kind of the, I see what you did there mechanic. And then again, if you've got Graph Rats and Midnight Scavengers on the battlefield at the beginning of combat on your turn, they exile and then they come back melded as Chittering Host, which is an Eldrazi horror. It's a 5/6 with haste, menace, and when it enters the battlefield, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain menace until end of turn as well. So it can be an absolute game ender if you can get the whole meld thing going on.
What happens if the Chittering Host gets bounced? Do both halves go to your hand?
That's correct. Yeah. Any time the Chittering Host would change zones, it gets turned back over into the other 2 cards, and both of those cards go to wherever Chittering Host was going.
Okay. Yeah, Midnight Scavengers is pretty nice. It's not amazing.
No. Here's the dividing line. Would you play it without Graph Rats in your deck?
I think I would, as long as I had 4 or more cards, creatures with converted mana cost 3 or less.
Okay.
I think I would need about 4 or 5, because it's clearly just bad unless you have a creature that has traded for another creature.
Right. 3/3 for 5 does not pass the vanilla test. We're not happy with that. Right.
But a Gravedigger is good. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's conditional, so you can't be Gravediggering your rares all that often, which is annoying. It has the upside of the thing it does with the Graph Rats, which is a little tricksy, but somewhat real. I mean, there's value there.
Yeah.
I think if I had 1 Graph Rats, I would always play one of these, but I wouldn't want to play 2 or 3 of them.
I agree. I think Midnight Scavengers is fine, and if you get to go off and make a Chittering Host, it's pretty great. I mean, it's a little awkward, but it's not a May. And there are times when you would actually rather just have 2 creatures to block rather than making the host, and you don't really get a choice because the host is very aggressive, 5/6 haste, menace, that whole thing. It also can just win the game on the spot, though, because it does give all your creatures a pump and menace until end of turn. So sometimes you just count up the math, and your opponent's just like, well, I'm going to lose my board or die. And, that's usually good for you. I give Midnight Scavengers a C. It's like, just enough upside with regrowing a card, a creature, and also with the synergy with the rats to put it into that C range. Any of those other things missing, and I would be bumping it down, but I do think it hits C range for me.
Yeah, I have it at a C as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of cool if you just mill the Graph Rats turn 4 with the 3/3 and then play turn 5 this. And
oh yeah, that's really nice. Yeah. This next one is not a C. It is Murder. It's 1 black for an instant. It's uncommon because they don't print these type of cards common anymore. And it says destroy target creature.
Yeah, this is very likely to just be the best uncommon in the set.
Yeah. Murder to me is the type of card that I actually give an A. I put these hyper efficient removal spells, and this one's, 3 mana is not the same as 2, but still this is a first pick quality card. This is a card that makes me want to play black. This has all the earmarks of everything that I want in a Magic card, and it's probably going to be one of the best cards in the set. It's going to be better than a lot of the rares. And for me, that puts it into the A range. So I gave Murder an A.
Yeah. Unconditional instant speed removal is almost always the best uncommon in the set.
Right.
Which might not seem intuitively correct because you're only trading 1 card for 1 card. But the thing is, it just always does what you want it to do. It's going to trade for their bomb rare, or it's going to stop you from getting run over when you have a slow hand, or it's going to kill a creature that they melded together or used monstrosity to invest multiple cards or a ton of mana into, or you're going to get card advantage when they play a pump spell in combat, or you're going to get card advantage when they play an aura on their creature. It's just going to always even the playing field or help you press an advantage. I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I love cards like this. I'm pretty glad that they're at uncommon now, but Murder for me got an A.
Yeah.
Olivia's Dragoon is 1 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Berserker. It's common. It says it has the activated ability, discard a card, and it gets flying until end of turn. So we've got a little Madness Enabler here, kind of a throwback to the Shadows over Innistrad days, which, remember, we do get 1 booster pack of Shadows over Innistrad in the draft format and 2 packs of it in sealed. So, there will be a few relevant vampire cards that we get to play with from Shadows, and there's some in this set as well. And there's Madness in both Shadows and a few instances of Madness in this set, though it's not nearly as prevalent as it once was. So you've got a discard card, a discard ability here, and it's a 2/2 for 2, that's a vampire as well.
Yeah, this is a good card. 2/2 for 2 is great. It's funny that we see this ability, and it's not an ability that is going to give your creature evasion. It's more of a madness outlet.
Right.
Because discarding a card is just a super big cost for something that is not going to be all that impactful on the game. It's not like you hit your opponent down to 10, and then for the next 5 cards, you just discard 1 card to attack for 2, and then they die.
Right.
Like that doesn't really happen.
No, if this was 3 power, you could imagine scenarios where you could start to craft lines around that. But being 2 power just means that it doesn't pack enough of a punch for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good card. It's going to be really strong on your mana curve. It's going to be a Madness Enabler, and if push comes to shove and your opponent's low, you can use it to close out the game.
Agree. Yeah, I think Olivia's Dragoon is rock solid. I give it a C+.
Yeah, I'm C+ as well.
Prying Questions is next. It's 2 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says target opponent loses 3 life and puts a card from his or her hand on top of his or her library. So how do you read this? Like when, the loses 3 life part is what it is. But when you read that they're putting the card on top of their library, are you thinking like effectively they're discarding a card? Are you thinking like, they just get it back again? How do you approach that?
What?
Well, I mean, they're down a card, right?
Yeah. It's just hard to evaluate because you never know exactly which you would prefer. Some of the time when they put a card from their hand back on top of their deck, it's going to be worse than them discarding because they get to keep that good card that they have. And some of the time it's a land, and it's going to be better than them discarding because you're just afraid of them top decking a good card. This card is inefficient because you have to spend 3 mana and you're not really getting 3 mana's worth of value out of your card.
Right.
Because if your opponent were to tap all their lands and play a card every turn, they're going to be impacting the board. And when you spend 3 mana on this, you're not impacting the board. So it's a card that you don't really want to play on turn 3. and it's not going to help you if you're getting beat down. I think this is like pretty close to unplayable. I mean, there's enough there where like maybe I think it's unplayable.
I think it's unplayable as well. I mean, look, I think that people want to kind of lean back on the loses 3 life thing, but almost any creature is going to put in more work than this at 3 mana. Any 3-powered creature, any 2-powered creature is just going to have a net life loss on your opponent of more than 3 life if it's replacing a Prying Questions in most scenarios. So I don't like this card at all. I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to an F.
Yeah, just give it an F. Rise from the Grave. This is a reprint, right? 4 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It becomes a black zombie in addition to its other colors and types. The key, of course, being that you can get a creature from your graveyard or your opponent's graveyard, and you're getting it right onto the battlefield. It's not going into your hand.
Yeah, this is a pretty good card. This has very serious upside when you can either counter or kill your opponent's bomb, and then it can act as a bomb. I mean, it's going to sound a bit foolish to say, but this card's value is directly relative to the value of the creature that you bring back into play.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, if you get back, like, let's say a common 3-drop with it, you're not really going off, right? It's not too great. Yeah,
it's definitely not worth 5 mana.
Right, and as we work our way up the chain into the 5 and 4 mana area, you're starting to feel a little more comfortable with it. But there is that spike upside that you mentioned, where you get their mythic rare bomb that was going to win the game for them, and now all of a sudden it's winning it for you.
It's a pretty good card. I would usually play 1 in my black decks unless I had a lot of playables and I didn't have a lot going on with this. If you have a lot of removal, it's better. If you don't have much removal at all, it's a bit worse.
Okay.
And if you're a beatdown deck and you just want to curve out, this is not a card you're interested in. If you're like a slow controlling deck, then it's a little bit better. And also, if you have a bomb rare creature yourself, you should almost always play this card.
Gotcha. I gave it a D+, and I know that sounds a little low, but I don't like cards like this that require setup cost to be good, have a really high range of how good they are. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and get back that 2-drop or that 3-drop. Sometimes you can't get anything back. That does happen a percentage of the time, even though it's not particularly common. And yes, I also recognize that sometimes you get back a bomb or whatever, and it can win you the game. So, for me, it's a type of card that's borderline, but I tend to lean on playing, actual 5-drop creatures rather than Rise from the Grave, unless I see some other factors that make me want it, like some of the ones that you described. So I go D+ on Rise from the Grave. I assume you have it a little higher than that.
Yeah, I have it at about a C.
Okay.
It's hard for it to be terrible because you can always just cast it on something, and situations.
That's not true, though, right?
Well, that would not be true if both players had not had a creature die, and that wouldn't happen unless one person had like all flying creatures.
Yeah,
it's like usually something has traded, and you only are going to be stuck where you're forced to cast this when you feel like you're behind on the board.
Yeah,
which that can't happen without creature combat.
Right, for sure.
So maybe if you've only drawn 3 spells in the game, this is going to be a lot worse. But I feel like it's reasonable, and it has pretty good upside, so I have it at about a C. I play it like probably 75% of the time if I'm black.
Okay. Ruthless Disposal is next. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery. It says, as an additional cost to cast Ruthless Disposal, discard a card and sacrifice a creature. Ouch. 5 mana sorcery that we have to pitch a card and sack a creature, but they do reward us. 2 target creatures each get -13/-13 until end of turn.
I love this card.
That's nasty.
I really, really like this card. And I know that the cost is extremely high, but as long as my opponent doesn't cast a counterspell on it, this card is going to be busted because I'm the one who dictates the terms of which creature I sacrifice. And maybe it's that 0-2 blue guy where I got a 3-2 token.
That's what came to my mind too.
I don't even care like what I sacrifice. Or maybe I sacrifice my Graph Rats because whatever, I'll just get it back later anyways, and it's not impacting the board much. This card is going to kill bomb rare creatures. This card is going to, just destroy 2 target creatures some of the time. And okay, I have to discard a card. It's going to be a land or a lot or a card I don't, Basically, you're spending 5 mana, and if you're going to kill like a 5 mana creature and a 4 mana creature, you're getting a huge bonus on mana there.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it just kills basically anything.
One thing that is
Ruthless
nice about
Disposal is sweet.
Yeah, it's just great. One thing that people forget about a lot is I remember Bone Splinters in Battle for Zendikar sealed deck, and yeah, everyone wanted to get a spawn for free with one of their cards and sack it. But the reality of the situation is sometimes you just sacrifice a creature that you paid full price for, and that's just what you need to do. Sometimes your opponent has a creature that you just have to kill it, and if you don't kill it, you're going to lose. And having a card that just says kill a creature, even though it costs you 2 cards to do it, that's just worth it in some games.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since this one kills basically everything.
Yeah, it kills everything in that it kills every creature your opponent could have, and it kills everything in that it kills all of the creatures that they have.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Ruthless Disposal a lot. Yes, the cost is high. Yes, it's not free. It's sorcery speed. It's 5 mana, and you're asked to do quite a bit. But just like you said, the fact that you get to dictate all of the stuff on your end and then pick off their 2 biggest, best creatures is just insane. The swing that this type of card can give you is worth the cost.
Yeah, I love this card. I have it at a B+. I just think it's great. I think that when I see this card in a draft, I'm going to want to take it and go black, or I'm going to take it and I'm just going to splash it.
Yeah, I have it at B. Ruthless Disposal gets a B. Next is Skurstag Supplicant. It's 2 and a black for a 2/3 human cleric at common. You can pay black, tap it, and discard a card. Each player loses 2 life. And I will note that is both players. You both lose 2 life in that scenario.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I have it at about a C. It's a passable rate, and it can mitigate mana flood. I mean, it's not like if you've drawn too many lands, you always want to use this ability, but it's going to be the kind of card that it's a bit innocuous when you play it, and in some games, it's like, here's my 3-drop that I got 8th pick, you must kill this or you die. Or maybe you play against a blue-white deck and they just can't kill it.
Yeah, that does happen too, right? I mean, how many times do you get off to a good start, but your opponent stabilizes,
Yeah.
And you've got them down to 6 or 8 life, and you're kind of staring at each other, and you're thinking about your deck that's a little more slanted towards the aggressive end of the spectrum, and you're like, well, they're playing 5 mana spells. I've got a bunch of kind of 2-drops and 3-drops in my deck. Hey, your Skurstag Supplicant all of a sudden looks pretty good in that scenario where it's like a must kill. They just cannot ignore it anymore, especially if you can get them down to the 6 or 4 range where, if they've got 6 life, you just go end step, discard a card, draw my card, go, discard a card, and now they're just like, well, I have to kill that immediately or I'm dead. And
yeah, deal with it,
right? And I like that because a lot of times after you've gotten a quick start, they've spent their cards dealing with your quick start, and now they don't have anything left over to kill your stupid supplicant, which is, like you said, it's not a high pick. This isn't the kind of card that you're going to have to dump a high pick on. It's just going to be the card that you got 10th or whatever, and now it's going to win you the game sometimes. And as a 2/3 for 3, hey, could do worse.
Yeah, I like it. It's a C. It can have moments of being excellent, but in general, it's going to be average, and I like it.
I like it too. Strange Augmentation is black for an aura. It's common and enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+1, and if you have Delirium, it gets +2/+2 as well, additionally.
I give this card an F.
I think it's an F.
Solid F.
I'm sorry, Strange
F-.
Augmentation. Yeah, it's got dreams of being a mediocre card. I'm off of Strange Augmentation. Let's move on to Succumb to Temptation. I like this one. It's 1 black for an instant. It's common. It says you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
Why did they need to give Divination a drawback? Was Divination too good?
It's black. You can't have Divination in black.
Man, this is an insult to Read the Bones lovers everywhere.
But you're still going to play it.
Maybe. I mean,
I'm playing it.
It's inefficient. It's not what you want to. On turn 3, you'd rather play a creature. And
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is a type of card that you'd like to play on, like when you have 6 mana and you can play this and then play another card as well.
Yeah, somehow it's just so much worse than Sign in Blood.
Yeah, which is weird, right? Yeah, that is really weird.
I don't know.
But it is.
I don't like this card. I give it a D. I think that it's not a good rate for what you're getting, and it comes with a drawback.
Yes.
And why is it double black?
I don't know why it's double black. I guess because they bumped it to instant speed and they wanted to compensate for that. I think Succumb to Temptation is a C in my mind. Like, it's a card I will most likely play one of in most of my black decks. And then beyond that, it does get a lot worse. I think an opening hand with 2 Succumb to Temptations is very bad and not the type of thing that you want to be doing. Like you said, limited's all about affecting the board, and this doesn't do that. And also, if you're behind, you're falling further behind by playing this potentially. So, but I do like it. I think it's a C. I think I'm going to play this card. Then again, it says draw 2 cards, and that's kind of had me at that. Thraben Foulbloods is 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie hound. It's common. It's got Delirium. It gets +1/+1 and Menace as long as you've got Delirium. Little beatdown card here.
This is playable.
Yeah, it's also a zombie. Interestingly, if some of these fringe zombie things matter, that could be a possibility. But you've got a 3/2 for 3, which is okay, and then it can become a 4/3 with Menace if you get Delirium going. It probably goes right into that self-mill deck.
Yeah, I have it at a C. It
doesn't seem much better than a C. I agree.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking that I'm probably misevaluating it because a 4/3 Menace is really strong.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that card, Kozilek Shrieker.
Right.
Which was like,
by the way, I also misevaluated it first.
Yeah, which is like middling kind of 3-drop. It's a 3/2, it doesn't do much. But then if you work hard, it'll be like Menace and do more damage, which actually turned out to be really kind of problematic in combat.
It did.
Delirium seems a bit harder to come by than Colorless Mana, but maybe it's good.
Yeah, the thing that occurs to me about Thraben Foulbloods is that what is this deck trying to do? Right? What is this zombie mill deck, Delirium deck, whatever, trying to actually do? Is it trying to cast cards that mill itself to get value and to get bonuses, or is it trying to beat down? Because Thraben Foulbloods is very much an aggressive card, and it looks like it wants to turn sideways and get in the red zone from the get-go. And it's hard to imagine, or it's easy to imagine a scenario where you play a Thraben Foulbloods, but then you have to play some card that helps you get Delirium that doesn't help you beat down or doesn't really facilitate an attacking strategy. Now, look, if you get a 4/3 with Menace, you can still just turn it sideways. I'm not saying that it makes the card blank. I'm just saying, does this card really jive with what we're trying to do in this Delirium / self-mill zombie deck? And that's the question that I want to answer about it before, I really know what's up. As it stands, I'd say it's like a C. Maybe it's a C+, maybe it's a B-, maybe it's a D. I'm not exactly sure. It really depends on how it fits in the deck.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see. Next is Vampire Cutthroat. It's black for a 1/1 vampire rogue at uncommon, and it's got Skulk and Lifelink.
I am on this card.
Oh, you like this card?
I am on this card. Somehow...
I don't like it. What do you like about it?
Somehow I was just getting... I was getting teased so bad for my love of Farbog Revenant.
Yeah.
Because at the Pro Tour, I just remember on Sunday walking around going I stake my reputation on Farbog Revenant, third best black common. I was like, anyone who thinks otherwise, I defy you to challenge me.
And now you've got a 1-mana Farbog Revenant?
Yeah, it's cheap. It's a little bit worse. The thing about Farbog Revenant was it had that 3 toughness and that 1 power Skulk, which meant you couldn't beat it in combat, so your opponent just had to kill it, or they were going to get drained for 1 every turn. And so 1 mana drain your opponent for 1 every turn is pretty exciting. Maybe this falls short because they can just block it with a 1/1, and maybe there's enough 1/1s and 1/3s and 1/2s out there where this is not going to be that good of a card. But I have a feeling that this is a card that I want to play with, and I might end up getting disappointed, but I don't know.
It's weird. When I look at this card, I'm already disappointed because it's a horrific blocker, right? So just off the bat, I don't like that. So even if it is, if it was 1/1 unblockable lifelink for 1, I'm still kind of okay, sure. If I need a little more incentive though. Isn't that just pretty low power level? It's something that's nice, but not, game changing.
The thing is, if it was actually 1/1 unblockable lifelink, it would be way better and just a strong card. I would just give that.
It would be solid in that scenario.
Because when you draw it in your opening hand and you play it on turn 1, games don't end on turn 5 in limited.
No.
So if you play it turn 1, once you get to that point in the game, your opponent's at 15 and you're at 25. It's just so much hard. You've already gotten 10 points of life out of this card.
Right.
And it's not 1 mana gain 10, which would be okay, but not great. And it's not 1 mana, your opponent loses 10 life, which would obviously be stupid broken. So it's a little bit in between those 2 cards. And
now, what about this other scenarios, though? What about when you draw it late in the game?
Well,
you have to account for that, right? It really doesn't do much in that scenario.
It's not an amazing top deck late game, but as long as you're not directly under pressure, it's going to have an effect on the outcome of the game. It's if the game's a board stall, or if you're ahead, then it's going to be an okay draw. It's low power, but it's going to help you do what you're doing.
All right, so where do you rate Vampire Cutthroat? And even if you are a bit optimistic about it, like, where do you put it?
C plus, C.
Okay. I'm going to give it a D.
Yeah, I accept.
I hope you're right, because I like what you're saying, but I think that the ceiling on this card is so low. It's just...
What's going to get me is the 1 toughness.
Yeah, that is totally going to... You just can't block with it.
Yeah.
Wailing Ghoul. Sweet artwork. It's not bad, right? 1 and a black for a 1/3 zombie. It's common. It says, when Wailing Ghoul enters a battlefield, mill yourself for 2.
It's interesting. Not all that powerful, but okay. I guess I have it at about a D plus.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, look, this is the card, right? This is the common 2-drop zombie that mills us. So this is a card that's going to get us to Delirium for the Delirium cards. That's going to get creatures in the graveyard for our, buyback and recursion type cards out of the yard. This is the card that's going to make that blue spell good, that we can cast this on turn 2, and even as early as turn 3, we can turn one of their creatures into, a neutral threat. So, I mean, I think that this card, while overall not that powerful, just sort of a 1/3 zombie for 2, I think that this is the type of card that you're going to need to make this deck that we've seen these pieces of, and it's unclear exactly how it'll come together. This, I think, is going to be a staple in it. I think this is just the card that makes that kind of deck go.
The thing is, self-mill is only as powerful as how much of yourself is being milled, and if you're not getting Delirium or fueling, whatever cards, if you're not putting creatures in your graveyard for the guy that gets +X for each creature you have, if you're not flipping over the stuff you need to flip over, it almost has no effect on the game at all.
Right.
So only milling 2 cards, it's not much. I think that this card is reserved only for matchups in which you're happy to have a 1/3 for 2. So either you're a dedicated control deck and you don't want to get run over, or you have a high mana curve and you're paired against an aggro deck and you want to board this in. But I think if you're perfect Delirium-based self-mill graveyard stuff, maybe one of these, probably 0.
Okay. Sad. So we'll see. We'll take a look at Wailing Ghoul as we go on. I guess you have it in the D range then?
Yeah, D plus.
I'm going to give it a C minus just out of pure hope that deck is real.
Yeah.
It just seems like such a cool deck. Like the ability to get all this graveyard interaction going, and that could be a piece of it. God, you're right though. Like if it was mill yourself for 4 or mill yourself for 3, it just gets so much better, but it's not.
Yeah.
Weirded Vampire is 3 and a black for a 3/3 vampire horror at common, and it's got Madness for 2 and a black.
This is very good.
Bread and butter.
This is very strong.
Agree.
This is like, I was, every single time I saw one of these cards that said 2 mana, you may discard a card, like the 2/2 for 2. I think of the Twins of Mara Estate.
Yeah, same.
And I wanted to mention it, but there's only one pack of that set, so but I wasn't aware that this was a card, which is going to help, take that place.
I think so too. I mean, yeah, just being able to make a 3/3 off of a Madness ability is real for 3 mana. That's just a real thing.
I have it at a C.
I think it's a C too. It's not amazing.
Yeah, if you're spending 4 mana for a 3/3, you're not getting a good deal. And if you're madnessing a lot, then you are getting a good deal. So some of your draws, it's going to be a super efficient card, and some of your draws, it's going to be unexciting.
I like Weirded Vampire at a C. Last black card is Whispers of Emrakul. Shh. So it's 1 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says target opponent discards a card at random. Well, that's fun. And if you've got Delirium, 2 cards at random instead.
I hate this card.
Why do you hate it?
I think it's bad. I think it's too bad.
Okay, so why is it bad? There's scenarios where you can get 2 cards, and sometimes it's and its baseline is always a 1/1, or often a 1/1.
Everyone's going to look at this card and they're going to think about Hymn to Turok.
Yes,
because
that is
when
the
you
thing
get
that comes to
Delirium,
mind.
Your opponent, this is a Hymn to Turok when you have Delirium. But almost all of the value of Hymn to Turok is casting it on turn 2 and hoping that you make them discard lands. But you can't do that with this card. You can't make them discard 2 cards on turn 2. So the thing is, for this card to even match a Mind Rot, you need to have Delirium. And some games, you're never going to get Delirium.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you can get Delirium on turn 3, this card is very good. But that's not easy to do.
That's not a thing, yeah.
It's almost impossible.
Right.
And so,
how bad is the non-Delirium side of this spell?
It's unplayable. To play 2 mana, your opponent discards a card at random, it's unplayable.
Why?
It's just...
Like, it's a 1-for-1, right?
There are cards that do something similar to this that aren't random, like Duress and like Ostracize. Mm-hmm. Those cards are already borderline playable.
Yeah, they're already not very good.
Because they can, quote, miss. And sure, with this card, you're not going to miss, but you're going to pay mana for an effect that isn't... It's just low power. It's
very low impact.
Remember that card Black Cat?
Yeah.
This is much worse than Black Cat.
Oh, that's so
because
sad.
Black Cat doesn't... This card doesn't block and prevent damage, and it doesn't stop 2/1s from attacking you before you get the actual discard part of it.
Right. Yeah, Whispers of Emrakul's bad.
Yeah, this is bad, but it is a sideboard card. Like, if I was going to board in a Duress, or I was going to board in a Mind Rot, I may well board this card in, because those cards are good against late-game bomb rares and opponents who have situational spells. Like if they have removal or if they have counter spells.
Yep.
You're gonna be able to get Delirium and have this card have an effect on the game before your opponent has no cards in hand. But some of the time when you put this card in your deck, you're not going to be able to cast it until after your opponent's played all their cards.
Yeah, there's a thread, of course. I mean, we talk about this on the show all the time, but you and I have talked about it a lot today, which is affecting the board, right? I mean, that's what Limited revolves around, is the board itself. And Whispers of Emrakul does not affect the board and doesn't have a high enough upside to justify including it in your deck, while its downside is actually quite low.
Yeah, you just want to give yourself the best chance of win in all possible games of Limited. And when you have a fast draw, this is a bad card. And when your opponent has a fast draw, this is a bad card. And so it's only good in that middle kind of game where both people have average hands. And it's only good some of the time. Right. Some of the time you're going to pay 2 mana and they're just going to discard a land. Yeah. And you're like, who cares? That was really bad.
Yeah.
I would much rather have had just 4 mana for a 2/2, no words.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Whispers of Emrakul, we're out on that one. How low are we going with it? Is it a D-?
I think that you should
just
not
sideboard?
put it in your main deck.
All right, so we'll call it a sideboard card then. Yeah, black seemed pretty powerful. A lot of question marks out of black. There's definitely a lot of graveyard stuff and that kind of thing. Delirium, there's a few instances of that. We'll have to see how often you actually get it.
Most?
What was that?
The black uncommons.
Yeah, Murder.
The Dusk Feaster had potential to be a premium uncommon. Haunted Dead was great.
Yep.
Liliana's Elite is super strong. Markov Crusader was a strong card.
You're right. Ruthless Disposal, we both love that one.
There's Murder, there's Ruthless Disposal, and lest we forget the Vampire Cutthroat.
Wow. There is a lot. That's nice.
He's just a little cherry on top of the sundae, but the rest of the cards are really powerful.
All right, let's move on to red. Our first card is called Abandon Reason, which is something we never do on Limited Resources unless Luis is here. It's 2 and a red for an instant. It's uncommon. It says up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain first strike until end of turn. And it's got Madness. You can Madness it out for 1 and a red.
Yeah, this is a pretty good card.
A little combat trick here.
Yeah, it's not going to be a card you want to first pick, and it's going to be a card you only put in your aggressive decks. But it's one of these cards that once you get burned by it, you're going to need to remember it for the rest of the time you play this limited format.
Agreed. I can just picture somebody getting 2-for-1 with it, and then realizing that if they had known about this card, they maybe could have single blocked or set up a double block or some type of other scenario to mitigate the risk of getting blown out by Abandon Reason. And if you don't, you could. I mean, it does take a particular set of circumstances. Your opponent has to be attacking into you. In order to get the full blowout, they're really going to need to have 2 creatures that are looking to trade up. Keep that in mind, right? I mean, if your opponent has 2 2/2s and you're sitting there with 2 2/3s and they're just like attack with both, it's like, really, like that is a red flag, right? Like when you see that happen, you should be thinking about, specific type of cards that'll be, make you wonder why this attack would happen. Because if your opponent has one combat trick, that attack doesn't make much sense, because you're supposed to go block, and they go, okay, well, I'll pump up one of my guys, and you go, sure, and then the other one just dies, and you're like, all right, I'll take that. And with the Ban and Reason, that wouldn't be the case. And so, this is one that I do feel like if you're paying a lot of attention, you're going to be able to sniff out at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good card. Not great, just because 3 mana for a combat trick is a bit dubious, but and I don't want to say I'm going to completely ignore Madness, but it's only a very small upside.
It doesn't come up that often. It really doesn't.
And even when it does come up, it's not like there aren't cards where it's like discard a card and you get a 2/2 token or a 3. It's like you're not going to get something for discarding it and get the bonus of paying less. Yes. I mean, there's a couple cards, but not many, and a couple of them are rares, I think.
Yeah, and plus this one's only a mana cheaper. Some of the cards that we've talked about, that we've seen in the past, were cards that were like sorceries or enchantments that at instant speed are much better than they would normally be. And this one is already an instant, so you're not really getting anything on that either. So
yeah, playable. I have it at C minus.
I have it at C minus. It's a little conditional, a little clunky, but the upside's nice.
Yeah, playable combat trick.
Yeah. Alchemist's Greeting is next. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery. It's common, and it does 4 damage to a creature, and you can Madness it for 1 and a red. Now, that's a serious discount there.
This is really good.
Yeah, that card's good, right?
This is really good. This is just Boulder Salvo.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I see when I see it as well. 5 mana to deal 4 damage to a creature is certainly acceptable. That's not the kind of card that you get excited about, right? It's still just sort of your blah 5 mana red removal spell. But whatever, it's going to kill the majority of creatures costing between 1 and 5 mana. And, that's the kind of card that you need to play in Limited. And then you also have this ability to Madness it, which not only makes it from 5 mana to 2, but also makes it into potentially an instant. And that's a big upside.
Yeah, I want to first pick this card. This card's really good.
Oh, you really like it. How high are you grading it?
Well, it might just be 2 mana instant, deal 4 damage.
Which is completely insane.
Yeah, which is well above the rate of any other commons or any other cards you're going to run across. So I have this at C plus or B minus.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was thinking too. I was going to give it a C plus, but it may be a B minus if there's no other substitutions on that removal.
If you're black-red Madness and you have 4 creatures at 2 mana that say discard get something, then this card is like one of your best cards.
It's probably a B or a B plus in that deck. Yeah, it's really, really good. Alchemist Greeting, C plus range. Yep. Blood Mist is next. It's 3 and a red for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Yeah,
I have this at a B. Or, sorry, my D.
Okay, that's much better. I was like, whoa, especially coming from you, because of what we've talked about where, you've told us about your approach to Limited, and it certainly has applications to how we approach it here on the podcast, which is, look, put it on the quadrant theory, right? What's the most important quadrant when you're behind? What does this do when you're behind? Zippo.
This is horrible when you're behind and can be bad when you're at even board state.
Yes, and it's 4 mana. Like the only saving grace that I think it does have is that you can play it on your first main phase and then go to combat and get the effect that turn.
Yeah, that's good.
So at least you've got that going for you.
If they're like the 3 mana 3/3 wolf from the first set, you curve those two, it's like, 6 power double strike. What are you going to do about it? Even if you can kill my creature, I'm still going to give creature double strike in the future. Maybe it's better than it looks, but to me, it looks like a card that I'm not going to play very often.
No, I mean, it rings a little bit of like Stensia Masquerade, which in the right scenario could be quite powerful, but overall is a card I tended to bag on a bit. I didn't like it that much, and I think Blood Mist is going to be similar. Also, it's an early nominee for card I'm going to be most annoyed to lose to. Just because somebody's going to play it and just, wreck me with their little double strikers that I can't block effectively or whatever.
Yep.
Really don't like this card very much.
Yeah, I have it at a D.
I'm going to give it a D as well.
Unimpressive, but I could see a beatdown deck where I would play it.
I could too. Yeah, I could too. Bold Impaler is next. It's red for a Vampire Knight. It's common. It's a 1/2. Not much of a knight. It's 2 and a black, for 2 and a red, you can give it +2/+0 until end of turn.
Lava Step Raiders.
Yeah. Ugh, I do not like cards like this, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 1 mana, 1/2 is nothing special, and having to pay mana to get it up to almost something
which is a lot of mana. That's 3 mana.
Yep.
And if your opponent wants, they can block with almost any creature that they would put in their deck and trade it off anyway.
Yeah, this card is bad.
Yeah, I think it's really bad.
D-?
Yeah, D-. I mean, look, if you can pump it twice and it actually becomes a threat later on, it's 5 power, then at that point, okay, it's a vampire that might matter. So I guess I'll keep it out of F range for those reasons, but I don't plan on playing Bold Impaler. And I think when my opponent does, I'll feel more relieved than anything else.
Yep.
Borrowed Hostility, same mana cost, just 1 red mana. It's an instant. It's common, and it's got Escalate 3. So you're going to pay 3 mana for each mode beyond the first. There's only 2, though. So target creature gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Or target creature gains first strike until end of turn, and then for a total of 4 mana, you can give, it can be the same creature or separate creatures, +3/+0 and first strike.
Boy, that Escalate cost is high.
That's steep, right? 4 mana.
Yeah.
To get both.
I don't like this card much. I mean, it's possible that you spend 4 mana and you...
God, you're just not getting a 2-for-1 out of this ever.
Yeah, it sounds hard. You'd need to have like a 2/3 being blocked by a 2/3, and then a 3/3 being blocked by a 3/3.
Yes, you did it.
Kill and first. I mean, it's this unreliable. It's not good. One thing that I look for in my combat tricks is if they can help my creature get protected from a removal spell, then they're a lot better than when they don't.
God, I agree.
If you're only going off combat interactions to play your card, then you're taking on a huge amount of risk when your opponent has a bunch of untapped mana. And so if your opponent spends 5 mana to try to kill your creature with a sorcery, if you can save it with the card you have, that's a combat trick, it's way better. And this card just can't do that.
Yeah, if this thing was gets +2/+1, and then the first strike thing, I think we'd be in business. But yeah, I'm kind of off it as it sits. I think the normal case scenario is going to be that you're going to wait until you have the 4 mana and trade up, right? You're gonna cast this on a smaller creature that's going to get +3/+0 on first strike and eat something bigger. But I got to tell you, Owen, casting borrowed Hostility on my blocker for 4 mana is just not where I want to be. That is not a scenario I'm super happy about. It just opens you up to all types of bad things happening.
Yeah, I would give this card a D-. Maybe even an F.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem that good. I'll go D- on it as well. I mean, it's not the worst.
If you're like a 2-color red beatdown deck, I could see playing it, and it would be passable some of the time, but never exciting.
I mean, remember Spiteful Motives?
Yeah,
this is like the worst Spiteful Motives ever. Brazen Wolves is next. I like this card. It's 2 and a red for a 2/3 wolf. It's common, and when it attacks, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
Yeah, this card is just awesome.
I think this card's really good.
It's just great. I mean, in any red deck you want it. Even when you're controlling, you want it. And if you're aggro, it's like they have to block it, or
they do.
They're take four. It's like, how long is that going to last?
Yeah, 3 mana attacks for 4 with 3 toughness is legit. I mean, if you're the beatdown at any point, it's a 3 mana 4/3. What the? We don't get that. Yeah, that's a common as well. And like you said, if you do want to block, it's still a 2/3.
Yeah, this is one of the better commons.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. I actually had a chance to play with this in the pre-release, and it definitely performed. I have 2 of them in my deck, in fact. Yeah. C+, it still doesn't feel quite like a B range card.
No, C+ is good.
Okay. Conduit of Storms is our next one. And Conduit of Storms is a double-face card, so it's 2 and a red for a 2/3 werewolf horror. It's uncommon. And when it attacks, you add red to your mana pool at the beginning of your next main phase this turn. Weird. And you can pay 3 red to transform it. By the way, that's how the werewolves work in this set. You just pay mana to transform them. You can do that anytime.
They basically have monstrosity.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. It's a lot more boring way to look at it. Although the other sides are kind of cool. It's Conduit of Emrakul. It becomes an Eldrazi werewolf because that's what we need in our life. And it's a 5/4. And whenever it attacks, you add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool at the beginning of your next main phase this turn. What a weird card.
Yeah, I have a serious question.
What's up?
I'm not sure if this is a rules question, but What is an Eldrazi werewolf?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Tell me what that is.
I don't know.
No, you do know.
Well,
I know that you know the higher ups at Wizards. They make the cards. You know what an Eldrazi werewolf is. Just tell me.
I don't know. You're looking at it. What am I supposed to say?
What the heck is this? I don't like it. It's unnatural.
Yeah, it's very unnatural.
I'll take the man turning into a wolf. That makes sense.
You're comfortable with that.
But this, like, alien half...
I don't know. It has tentacles coming out of its back. It's definitely scary.
I hate it so much, I'm not going to transform this card. When I'm not going to do it. No, but this card is really strong.
It's a good card, right?
Yeah, this card is really strong. 2 mana for a 2/3 is fine. When it attacks, it's going to be hard for your opponent to block and kill it reliably without... Well, they're going to have to play a 3-power 3-drop. And when they don't kill it, you can either transform it, or you can just use it as mana ramp.
Yes.
You can just go turn 3, play this, attack, and then play a 5-mana creature. I mean, there's some risk involved in paying 5 mana to turn a card that's already in play into a different card, because if they bounce it, or if they kill it, you've invested a lot of mana and gotten nothing. But if you flip it and they don't kill it, a 5/4 that gives you 2 mana... That means on turn 5, you can play a 7-drop.
That's insane.
And you're attacking for 5. This is a really strong card.
Yeah, I like this from a threat of activation perspective, where you can attack with Conduit of Storms. It's 2/3. And, your opponent has a 3/3. And, if you've played your 5th land with the double red up before then, what are they supposed to do? Right?
They actually can't block because it says... They can block because it says add red to your mana pool at the beginning of your next main phase.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no, I'm just saying, like, if you have 5 mana, like, not even the next turn, I'm just, you've got 3 red up, and you're like, attack with my Conduit of Storms. They're just like, crap, I guess I won't block it. And you're like, okay, take 2, spend my mana on, my 6 mana now on something.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah, and if they say no blocks, and you're like, you know what, you're tapped out, whatever, I'll spend it, and whack them for 5. You still get the red mana from the attack trigger, and you've hit them for 5, and you've got a 5/4. I find that flexibility really powerful.
Yeah, this card is significantly above average for a 3-mana play.
Yeah, I actually would give Conduit of Storms a B-. I just think this thing's a house.
Yeah, I'm on C+. Just the only thing I don't like is that you have to invest a lot of mana before it becomes much better.
That is true. It is only a 2/3 for 3 on the front.
And it's like you play it, they play a 3/2 if you just trade. You do get the extra mana, which is nice, but it's just going to be too similar to like a hardened Berserker. Where good, a little bit of mana, you're getting more out of it than you would a normal 3-drop, but the flipped bonus is strong for sure. Yeah,
I'm now I think that my rating is going to hinge on how important getting that mana is, and I don't actually know. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Deranged Whelp is next. It's 1 and a red for a 2/1 wolf. It's uncommon, and it's got menace. This card's good.
This card's really good.
Yeah.
This card is really good.
It's responsible for, 4 to 6 damage pretty consistently if you can play it on turn 2. It works really well with combat tricks and removal spells. And, assuming you're the beatdown, and, even if you're not, you could still play it. But if you're the beatdown, this is definitely a card that you want in your deck, and you want as many as you can get.
Yeah, the worst part about a 2/1 for 2 is that your opponent, if they play a 2/3, it's almost as if your card has been destroyed because you can't attack with it and it's such a bad blocker.
Uh-huh.
But with this card, you're going to play it, you're going to get through for the next 2 turns, and then for it to be a bad card, your opponent has to have multiple 3 toughness creatures in play. Because if they play a 2/3, you're going to still attack, and then they have to. If they play a 2/2, you can still attack because they're going to have to double block, and you can kill one of them.
Totally. Yeah.
So,
and I had scenarios, I had one of these in pre-release as well, where I had Deranged Whelp into Brazen Wolves. And the next turn, you play a land, you attack with both, and they're just looking at it like, okay, I could double block the Deranged Whelp to trade and take 4, or I can try to block the Brazen Wolves. And if you're looking down at a combat trick of almost any sort, they're just screwed. I mean, your opponent's just like very, very, very far behind. So I like Deranged Whelp a lot. I think it's a C+. I think it's a card you're going to want as many as you can get in most beatdown red decks.
Yeah, if you're red and aggressive in any way, you're just not going to pass it.
Distemper of the Blood is next. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn, and it's got madness for just red.
Oh, this card is
that's business.
Awful.
Oh, you don't like it?
It's a sorcery.
Oh,
2 mana sorcery.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot it was a sorcery.
So the only way that this card can be passable is if you have a Madness Enabler, and then when you have a Madness Enabler, it's just a combat trick.
It's not even that good. Yeah. No, Distemper of Blood. I had pegged it in my head as an instant, but being a sorcery just ruins it.
Yeah, what is going on there? Why would they do that?
That's so bad.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing Distemper of Blood. I give it the lowest grade I can. I'm going to give it an F. I'm just not playing that card. Sorcery speed, combat checks, even if they give trample, just aren't good enough.
It's like, yeah, it's an F for me.
This next one, get to take a card off here. It's all flavor text. It's Falconwrath Reaver. 1 and a red for a 2/2 vampire. It's common.
Good card, I guess. I don't know.
It's like whatever. Like, we have to of course bring up the vanilla test here, which Falconwrath Reaver does pass, though not excitingly. Our 2/2s tend to have upside these days. It's pretty rare that you're going to play straight up grizzly bears. The upside here, it's a vampire, so that's the kind of thing that I would be looking for. Look, I don't mind having cards like this in my deck, right? Mana curve is important, and sometimes you just need a 2-drop, and even though this one's not exciting, it'll make the cut some of the time. But, this to me is actually lower than what we'd expect now. It really is. I think Falconwrath Reaver's a D+. I don't think it's a C. I think a lot of people would say, it's a 2/2 for 2. It's probably a C. I actually don't think it is. The 2/2s for 2 that we play these days, they often have significant upside. They really do. They'll have, there'll be late game mana sinks that you can dump a bunch of mana into, or they'll have some relevant activated ability. And this one doesn't have any of that. And I don't think that being a vampire is enough to bring it up into the, okay, sure, you're always going to play this range. So I gave it a D.
I'm at C.
You still think it's a C?
Yeah, there's really not much to say. I like a 2-mana 2/2 when I'm trying to be aggressive, and it looks like every red card we've seen so far is like leaning towards going to an aggressive deck. Mm-hmm. There's some vampire synergy, not a lot, but you're gonna want up to like 7 2-drops when you're playing a red beatdown deck, and it seems like by not taking these when you see them in a draft, you're not going to get to that. So
yeah, at face value, I give it a D. The way that I could see it certainly moving up into that C range for me is A, if vampire is really important, and B, if this is sort of the bread and butter common 2-drop vampire, because there's also a world where there just aren't. Not vampire, just 2-drop red card. There's a world where there's just not a good common 2-drop. Right? It just doesn't exist. And if that's the case, then this becomes the default 2-drop for the deck, and that would move it up for me. But as it sits, I'm going to go D. I think it just needs a little more something going on. Mm-hmm. Fury Blade Vampires next. This is an uncommon, but it's 1 and a red for a Vampire Berserker. It's 1/2, which is pretty disappointing. And then things get weird. It's got Trample. So we've got a 1-powered Trample creature, but the plot thickens. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may discard a card. If you do, it gets +3/+0 until end of turn.
Yeah.
This is the type of card that if you're a very optimistic person, you see this as awesome, because you're like, okay, I play this, then turn 3, I play my land, I go to combat, I pitch a madness card, this thing gets big, I whack my opponent for 4 damage, and then, things start progressing from there. And I could see those scenarios coming about. Just on its own, pretty unimpressive.
I don't know how to evaluate this card. It's tough. When you're going to have the madness stuff to make it work, it's going to be really strong.
Yeah, it's going to have those draws that don't feel beatable, right?
Your opponent doesn't have a 2-drop, and you have the twins, or you have the new 33 black vampire. It's like attack for 4, play a card that's cheaper than it should be. Next turn, discard a land, attack for 4 again. They trade with, something.
Yeah, take a couple of points. Yep.
In like a red madness deck, I mean, this seems equal to me in power to Ravenous Bloodseeker.
Yes, which, by the way, always disappointed me. Thought it was fine.
Not a great card, but
no.
It's pretty good. If you're red,
I think this might be better. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. This is a card that I'm going to keep my eye on. I have it at C.
Yeah.
It could certainly be worse. It's just going to only be a powerful card for you when you're a black-red Madness Vampires deck.
Yeah, agreed. I like it at C. Galvanic Bombardment is next. This is a nice one. It's red for an instant. It's common, and it says it does X damage to target creature, where X is 2, plus the number of cards named Galvanic Bombardment in your graveyard. This one's much, much different than the blue one that we saw earlier. This one I'm quite happy to play as many of, including just one. If I only ended up with one, I would play it for sure.
Yeah, this card's awesome. I would never cut it. If I was red, I would always take it. And I have it at a C+, and once you have one in your deck, it becomes a B. Every single time you see one of these, you should just take it over almost anything. I mean, you wouldn't take it over a bomb rare, but if you ever got 4 of these, it would be so
it's
good.
insane. Yeah, that's
so
insane.
And even one of them is just quite good.
especially with how things are shaping up with this red. I mean, red seems slanted very hard towards the aggro end of the spectrum. And, you know, when you've got your Fury Blade Vampire and, you know, you pump it up and then you attack and they block and you bombardment, or you just bombardment away a blocker to get in with your whatever, you know, the Brazen Wolves and your 2-drop or whatever. Like, you know, these cheap removal spells can do real work when your opponent's trying to assemble blocking. You know, again, look at the cards that we've looked at, right? Like Deranged Whelp, Brazen Wolves, even the Falconwrath Reaver, just the 2/2, you know, and the Fury Blade Vampire. I mean, Galvanic Bombardment to kill their early blockers can put them so far behind so early in the game that you can just win. And it even gets better in the late game if you've got multiple copies of it in your deck. So I'm a big fan of Bombardment.
Yeah, this card's awesome. It's like, just paying 1 mana to trade for a card that your opponent spent 3 mana on. It's just super powerful.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B-. I think it's just going to be one of those cards that you want a lot of and are going to be sought after. Incendiary Flow is next. This one's really good too. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon and it does 3 damage to target creature or player. And if a creature dealt damage this way would die, this turn exile it instead. Yeah,
this card's just great. I have awesome. It at I want to say B, but I also want to say B- because it is. This is a B.
It's a B. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good card.
It's just pretty good. Textbook B, I would say. I mean, it hits players too. Like this card,
which is not irrelevant. That is really powerful.
Yes, it really is. Incendiary Flow B. I would take that card highly. Play as many as I could get.
Yeah, I like it a lot actually.
Insatiable Gorgers. Another Luis Scott-Vargas themed card. It's 2 red for a 5/3 Vampire Berserker. It's uncommon, and it attacks each combat if able. So you've got a 5/3 for 4 mana here that must attack. And it's also got a reasonable upside in that it's got madness. Its madness cost is 3 and a red. So same converted mana cost, but they give you a little break on the red mana there.
Juggernaut's madness.
Yeah, if you can madness it out. So what do you think? I mean, you know, the number I'm looking at is at 3, right? Like is a 4 mana in either scenario. Remember, you know, it's not coming down sooner than that, even if you madness it. You know, 3 toughness. Is that good? Like, are they just going to be able to trade? Is that bad for you? Are they not going to be able to trade? Like, what do you see with the Insatiable Gorgers here?
I like it. This is a good card. I have it at about a C+. 5 power for 4 is above the curve for what you're going to get out of almost any other card for that cost. Yeah, and either they trade for it or they're just going to get steamrolled. So you've got a card that demands your opponent do something, and when they fail to do that, it is very difficult for them to win.
Yeah, and the really cool part is that this also fits in quite nicely with all of these things that we're looking for, the combat tricks, the cheap removal spells. Oh, yeah. You know, your opponent goes for the double block and you use your Galvanic Bombardment to kill the smaller of the blockers, and the game might end right there. Like, that is very difficult for your opponent to come back from. It also works well with, you know, again, the cheap removal like Incendiary Flow that we just looked at. You know, I think this card's good. Like, and I love the fact that it has madness as just sort of a tacked on, like, hey, sometimes you just get to madness this, but that's not really what this card's all about. But
it's upside. It's small, but it's there.
Yeah. I like Insatiable Gorgers a lot. Red has looked beat down from the very get-go here. We get 2 packs of this. We know that the black and red cards out of Shadows can be very aggressive as well. And I think Insatiable Gorgers is just going to be kind of the, oh no, like when they play, we know when your opponent plays this on turn 4 and you're looking at your hand and you're like, crap. Like, you know, I think it's going to be the hold your breath and double block card of the set. You know, you're just like, I hope this works. Because if it doesn't, the game's pretty much over. So yeah,
it's a good card for sure.
I like it a lot. I'm actually going to go pretty high on it. I'm going to give it a B-. I think it's going to fit well into the aggressive theme of these red-black vampire decks. And I think it's a card that asks a very poignant question of your opponent.
Yeah, reasonable.
Make Mischief. 2 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It deals a damage to a creature or player, and you get a 1/1 red devil creature token, and it's like the other devils where when it dies, it gets to ping something.
Looks pretty bad.
It looks pretty bad.
It's really inefficient at all of the things that it's doing.
Exactly.
You don't want to pay 3 mana for a devil. You don't want to pay 3 mana to kill a 1 toughness creature, and it's not like 1 is really going to be a huge saving bonus to the other. It's not like, oh, well, at least I get a devil because I did this, or at least I didn't get a damage because I got a devil. It's like, even all of it together is really not all that impressive.
Yeah, sorcery speed as well, so you don't even get the chance to
much worse.
Try to get something out of it. Yeah, I do not like Make Mischief much at all. I would give it like a D-. I mean, if maybe it's sideboard. Like if my opponent showed me a bunch of 1 toughness creatures, I would probably bring it in. There are some annoying ones that we've already seen, but God, then it's not exactly a great tool for the job.
Yeah, I have it at a D. It's really poor.
Yeah, not a fan. Let's take a look at Otherworldly Outburst. It's red for an instant. It's common, and it says target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Which, as you mentioned earlier, and I agree with, that's not really what you want to see out of your combat trick. Getting even 1 toughness on there really makes a big difference. So this one pumps it marginally on the front end. And it says, when that creature dies this turn, put a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token onto the battlefield. What?
What does that mean?
You're hoping that... So you cast Otherworldly Outburst on a creature.
Well, does it say, like, is it always under your control or under the control of the creature's owner? Because, like, it kind of makes me think of Skin Invasion. Like, that card was whatever, but if you could just play a Skin Invasion on a creature and then dead weight it right away and just get a 3/4, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And you'd be kind of spending 1 mana for a 3/2 or 3/4, but I don't know.
I'm assuming that you get the 3/2 under either circumstance.
Yeah, this card just looks kind of poor.
But it looks bad anyway.
Yeah, it's just really unexciting. I don't want to say it's unplayable, but it's really bad.
God, but it's like your best, maybe not best case, but your average good case is that like your creature was going to die. You pump it up so that it takes down the thing that it's in combat with, and then you end up with a 3/2. I mean, that is decent, but that's just so hard to set up with this.
Yeah, it's rare. Like, I could see maybe if my opponent's deck was just all removal, 1 mana for a 3/2 with flash is like, that's pretty good. Ugh. It's kind of like a dispel. You're like, oh, like you killed my guy. Like I'll respond and save it kind of by turning it into a 3/2.
God, but we're just doing all these backflips just to get to that scenario.
It's rare and it's bad.
Yeah, I don't like Otherworldly Outbursts. I'm gonna actually just give it an F. I just don't see myself playing this card in the format. There's good cards in these sets. You don't need to play these type of crappers.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Prophetic Ravings is next. It's red for an aura. It's common. It chants a creature. The creature has haste, and tap it, discard a card, draw a card, so you can rummage with it.
It looks like an F to me, but
it looks just like a straight up F to me. I mean, is the haste the thing? Like, you can also just attack, right? You can just slap it on something and get your opponent dead. Whatever. I'm not playing Prophetic Ravings. No way I'm playing this card.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That is such minimal impact. You just can't throw cards away from your hand like that. You're not going to have anything to discard.
I don't like it.
I don't either. I'm going to give Prophetic Ravings an F. I really don't like that card. I don't see myself casting it a single time.
Yeah.
Savage Alliance is next. It's 2 and a red for an instant. It's uncommon. It's got Escalate 1 mana. So, and it also has 3 different modes. So this gets interesting. So for 2 and a red, you can... creatures target player control gains trample until end of turn. It's not too exciting. Or Savage Alliance deals 2 damage to target creature. Okay, that's business. Or Savage Alliance deals 1 damage to each creature target opponent controls. Wow.
Yeah, this card is really nice.
Wow, that's legit.
This card is just great. I give it, I want to say B-, because I'm not quite at the territory where I'm like, this is a premium uncommon, but it is an uncommon and it is very good. It's doing a lot of things I like. Number 1, it can just be 3 mana, shock, instant speed. Unexciting, but passable.
Yes.
Number 2, when you escalate 1, it's approaching Arc Lightning territory. Where you can deal 3 to one thing, or you can go like, I'll deal 3 and 1 to that. You can get card advantage out of it, and it can peak at a pseudo falter, where you're like, my guys are going to have trample, and all of your creatures are going to be 1 toughness less than they were.
Right.
So when I attack with everything, a lot of it's getting through. It's not quite as good as any one of those things, but when you put it all together, this is a really strong card.
I love this card. Savage Alliance. I'm a big fan. This could be a game ender. It can be devastating against the right type of deck. And like you said, your real worst case, I think, with this card is just to pay 2 in a red and shock a creature, which is fine.
It's inefficient when it does that, but
it is.
4 mana instant to kill a 3 toughness creature, that's not inefficient.
Not at all. And you might just get a token or something as collateral damage in the transaction.
Yeah, too. I'm revising to be a B. Just
B. This is a B. Savage Alliance is definitely a B. That card's great. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. That's a really pushed Escalate card. Shreds of Sanity, 2 and a red with for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says return up to 1 target instant card and up to 1 target sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Then discard a card, exile Shreds of Sanity.
I forget what the rating system is for the build-around cards, but it's
just tagging as a build-around. That's all we do.
That's what this is to me.
Agree.
Because, I mean, okay, so paying 3 mana to put 2 cards in your hand, divination, unexciting. Because some of the time in the late game you draw 2 lands, or some of the time in the early game you want to land and you draw 2 spells. There's the variance in it. This card is just 3 mana, put 2 spells in your hand. And it's 2 spells that you've already cast to have a positive influence on the game.
Why do I have to discard a card, though?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
That's much worse.
It's so much worse because you're going to want to play all your lands out so that when you play Shreds of Sanity, you can play one of those spells right away or whatever.
Yeah, that's much worse.
And it exiles it too, so you don't even get the benefit of cards that say like...
where you can't loop it.
Yeah, you can't loop
Shreds
it.
Of Sanity to get another.
Yeah, and some of them also say like, for each blah, blah, blah in your graveyard, and it's just not one of those. Ugh.
I mean...
I agree it's a build-around for starters, but I think this is a bad build-around.
Yeah, it's bad. It's even worse because it says you have to get 1 instant and 1 sorcery. You can't just go like 2 sorceries or 2 instants.
Yes. Man, they're really making us work for this thing, and it's not even a great payoff.
Yeah, if it was, don't discard a card, and if it was any combination of 2 instants and sorceries, it would be much better, but still a difficult to utilize build around. As it is, I would say you play this card like 5% of the time, and it's pretty good when you play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm off it. I give it a build around and a low one at that.
It's weak.
All right. So our next card is called Smoldering Werewolf. We got another one, buddy. You might want to shield yourself here. It's 2 red for a 3/2 uncommon werewolf horror. So we got a 4 mana 3/2 and a double red as well. So that's definitely below what we'd expect. But it says when Smoldering Werewolf enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures. Now, that does mean you can't put the 2 damage on 1, but still it's going to ping 2 different creatures, which can be very powerful. And then you can pay 4 red to transform it into Erupting Dreadwolf, which is, your favorite, an Eldrazi werewolf. It's a 6/4.
What is that? What is that? Nobody knows what that is. I've seen enough movies. I've seen a werewolf. I've never seen an Eldrazi werewolf. What the heck? I don't like it.
It's a 6/4.
I don't like it. You know what's so weird? It's just natural for me that a werewolf is a thing, even though that's just not a thing. A wolf is not real.
Oh,
but
man.
Becoming a wolf, becoming an alien man wolf, that's just too far. It's too far. There's some things you don't do, and this is one of them. Anyway.
I love where you've drawn the line here.
Damage to wolf, you've got me. That's reasonable. I believe it. But
all right. So Erupting Dreadwolf, as it sits, is a 6/4 Eldrazi werewolf, and when it attacks, it deals 2 damage to target creature or player.
This card is really strong.
Yeah, it's powerful. Yeah.
It's not a bomb because it kind of looks like it could be. It's like, 4 mana, come into play, kill a creature, maybe kill 2 creatures. But when you don't kill a creature with that come into play ability, it's going to be a 3/2 for 4, which is kind of middling. Yeah, it's below par for what you usually get out of that.
Yeah. When you transform it, it's business. Yeah.
The transform is nice, and it only costs 6. It doesn't cost 7 or 8. Six mana is not unattainable for games of limited. That comes up where you get
totally.
6. And when you transform it, it's very good.
It's very good. My God.
Kill a creature, 2 damage to a creature or a player. I mean, you can shoot a player too.
Yeah.
And 6/4 is good.
Yeah.
6 mana for a 6/4. Think of it this way: 6 mana for a 6/4 haste, deal 2 damage. That's like nearing bomb rare power.
That is insane. Yes.
It's not quite there because it still has 4 toughness. It can be blocked and killed, but it's really powerful.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting because as aggressive as these cards have looked, Smoldering Werewolf looks to be the type of card that's actually pushing you to get to that 6 mana slot where you pay 4 mana for your 3/2. You kill a creature, hopefully. You know, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You got to try to engineer a situation where you're getting your value from it. But then it's unlikely to be entering combat because at 2 toughness, basically any playable creature can trade with it, and you really don't want to. You really want to wait until you can pay that 6 mana and get into that bomb territory. And you're probably just going to do that. You're going to, use up some mana on the next turn, and then by the time you hit your 6 mana, you're just going to dump the mana into it, turn the thing sideways, kill a creature, and pose pose a very poignant question to your opponent on, do you have something to deal with this? Because if you don't, it hits super hard, especially when you factor in the 2 damage. So you're just dead.
For the record, 4 mana for a 3/2, if it was to come into play and kill a 2/1, that's really strong.
If
it comes into play and kills 2 2/1s, that's just total filth. That is ridiculous.
It is. Yeah, if it kills 2 1/1 flyers, that's great. If it kills like a spirit or the welcome turn card or whatever.
They go turn 2 welcome turn 3 welcome turn. You just go turn 4 and kill them both, and you have a creature, and then it's a creature that's going to end the game when it flips. Like, that's completely busted.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's
it doesn't
really
happen
good.
all the time, but it's like you really need to be careful because when it does, you're going to lose.
Yeah. What you don't want to see on the other side is like some black-green deck with a bunch of like big-ish high-toughness creatures where Smoldering Werewolf doesn't tussle particularly well, and you're putting a lot of pressure on getting it transformed, right?
But it's not even that bad because those decks are usually ground stall-y slow decks where getting to 6 mana is trivial.
Exactly.
Even when you were to play like a 16-land deck.
I love this card. I think it's really good. I actually think Smoldering Werewolf is in the B to B plus range. I'm going to give it a B, though, just to be a little conservative.
I like it, too. I like it at a B. I think it could very well become a B plus.
Yep. It depends on the targets, right? Like how often, if it's if 3 weeks into the format, I message you and I say, look, every time I play Smoldering Werewolf, I get to kill something, then it's in the B plus A minus range. If I say, 50% of the time I get to kill something not amazing, but take something off the board, then it's going to be in that B to B plus range.
Totally agree.
Spreading Flames is 6 and a red. For an instant, it's uncommon. And that's right, instant. 7 mana instant, and it does 6 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures.
Yeah, I have this at a B plus or even maybe an A minus. This card is like totally sick.
Yeah, it's a disgusting card. I actually had a chance to play this in my pool as well, and I killed 4 creatures with it, if I remember correctly. 4 creatures. Ridiculous. I killed 2 1/1s and 2 2/2s, and it was all the creatures my opponent had.
This is the kind of card that it's so good that if you see your opponent play it, after the game you go to your sideboard and you look for any card that could maybe ever reasonably stop it.
Yes.
I would bring in that Songs of Emrakul card to make the opponent discard 1 at random if I saw my opponent had this card, because I would just hope to get to Delirium before they cast it. Or I would just play it, hope they had 1 card in hand, or take my 50% chance that they discard it. Because this card is just so powerful that when they play it, they almost always win.
Yeah.
And when I saw this card, and then I later saw Turn-Aside, I'm like, yep, I always want the Turn-Aside, because if my opponent has this card, I want to have something I can do.
So how does that work? If you play Turn-Aside, since this is targeting...
Oh, is Turn-Aside only 1?
Well, that's what I was asking. I don't actually know the answer. We'll double check on that. But I think it says counter target spell that targets a permanent you control, which this does. So I think it would counter it. Unless it says counter multiple or unless it says a single target or whatever. But anyway, I'm on board with Spreading Flames being fantastic. It does cost 7, so there's going to be games where you don't get to cast it. It's kind of interesting because it's in such an aggressive color that, putting 7 mana spells in your aggressive red-black vampires deck isn't usually the order of the day, but whatever. The ceiling on this card is so high and the power level is so high. Heck, sometimes you just use it to kill something that has 5 or 6 toughness. I mean, it's a little inefficient at that, but it's an instant. I mean, the card's stupid.
If you have 2 or more mountains in your deck, you should never cut this card, and you should almost never pass it. There might be like 3 rares in the set you should take over it, but there's not much. This card
I like Spreading Flames at B+.
Yeah, it's just great.
Stensia Banquet is 2 and a red for a sorcery. It's common, and it says Stensia Banquet deals damage to target opponent equal to the number of vampires you control. Draw a card. All right. Well, we found one of our payoff cards here that we were wondering as we went through about how important being a vampire could be. And Stensia Banquet is the card that only the vampire deck wants. You can get it super late. And gosh, I mean, if your deck is basically all vampire, Stensia Banquet looks pretty darn good. You're drawing a card off of it, and it's really tough to interact with.
Yeah, I have this card at about a D.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a terrible card at face value. And I think we should probably put the build around me on this just because
of course.
You're just never putting it in a deck that's not vampire-centric. But let's put it into that context. How good is Stensia Banquet in the vampires deck? We've seen a lot of vampires this set. We know there's a bunch in shadows as well.
The thing is, let's say this card ignored all vampire synergy and only said 3 mana, deal 3 damage to target opponent, draw a card. That would be like kind of bad.
Pretty bad. I don't think I'd want to play that.
You'd avoid it. Maybe if you were hard up for playables, you would play 1 in your black-red beatdown deck. And so this card is going to be about that on average in your dream black-red
even in a good
deck.
Vampires deck.
So let's say you're black-red, you have 17 lands, you have 17 vampires. You're going to need to go like 2, 3, 4, and the nature of your beatdown strategy is that you want to be attacking every turn, and you don't want to sweat the small stuff when you just trade off creatures. Like, you want to just trade off creatures so that the board's clear so you can just keep attacking.
Right.
So it's good for you, and you don't want to have a card that makes it so you don't want to get involved in combat because you're like, oh, well, I don't want to have
So the scenario would be that you would play it like when you have the 3 creatures out, get your card, get the damages, and then attack anyway.
Yeah, I might be wrong, and I think it's possible that this is a good card that you would play as many as you got in your black-red vampire deck because it's good. Like, if you had 5 vampires out, it would be awesome. And if you drew multiple in a game, it would be even more awesome.
Right.
But in general, I think it's kind of low power. It's 3 mana, and sometimes you're only going to have 2 creatures out. Even in a 17 creature limited deck, sometimes you just don't have 5 creatures out.
Yeah, it's meant to be a finisher in the vampires deck. I mean, it doesn't affect the board at all, and that's what you want in those aggressive decks. It's really time sensitive. If you play this instead of a 3 mana vampire at any point, you're probably doing it wrong. You're just going to want to dump out your whole hand and then finish off with this. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it either. I'd give it probably like a C on the build around. Like, it's a type of card that, like, if you are the all vampires deck, I think you'll probably run 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, I don't like it much. I think if I had my perfect black-red vampire deck, I'd play 1, 2, or 0.
Or 0, yeah. It definitely seems expendable. Stensia Innkeeper is next. Hey, look, it's a vampire. 3 and a red for a common. And when it enters the battlefield, tap target land an opponent controls. That land doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. God, that's annoying.
Yeah, that's a bizarre ability, but I like this card.
I like it too.
Yeah, it's just good. I mean,
yeah, you're curving out in these aggressive red decks, and even though this is just a 3/3 for 3, a hill giant, as we say, that turn can be huge.
This is going to be one of those weird cards that changes the way you play your lands. Where, like, when you have a hand where you're like, oh, I have 2 white and 2 green, like, who cares? But if you play your lands in an order where your opponent can tap one of them, and you would be in better shape if you could have held one of those lands.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's small, but it's like now when you're playing a game of Limited, you need to pay attention to even the smallest of details because a card like this can make it so you don't get to play your card on the next turn. And I don't have this card particularly highly rated. I would say it's a C or a C minus, but still, I like it. I think it's solid, especially in the vampire deck. Yeah, C looks good. If I'm red, I'll almost always play 1. It looks cool.
I like the card too. It's just neat. Thermo Alchemist is next. It's 1 and a red for a 0/3 human shaman at common. So it looks like the beatdown plan has evaded us here. It says it also has Defender. But you can tap it to have it do 1 damage to each opponent, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you untap it.
I like this card. It looks good to me.
So do you like it? Like, what context do you like it in? Do you like it in the sorcery? I mean, it looks like it would be good in the sorceries and instants deck. I still don't know if that's a real thing here. Do you like it outside of it?
It's unexciting to me in a black-red vampire deck. I probably wouldn't play it, but any deck that's interested in having a cheap blocker, this is a really good, nice card. It's 2 mana for a 1 power unblockable is like fine. It's like a 4 out of 10. It's like a little bit below average, but this has the upside of blocking, and it has the upside of dealing more damage when you play an instant or sorcery. So it's I have it at about a C.
What was the O for? The Goblin?
Lobber Crew.
Lobber Crew, yeah, it reminds me of that.
Yeah, it does remind me of that too. Which that card ended up being quite good.
It did, and that was a 4 toughness. But, interesting question here that we have to know and that we'll learn as we go through the format in regards to Thermo Alchemist here is just, does that blue-red spells deck still exist? It did end up being a real thing that you could try for. Maybe not the most consistent deck to go for in Shadows, but it was a deck that people would put together sometimes. Is it still here? Because if it's not, then this card just isn't really going to see a lot of play, I wouldn't think. But if it is, then yeah, it does a lot of work. So
it seems like it would be like very good in that deck. And there are other decks where it could just be regular good. Like if you're black-red and you have like 7 removal spells, this is a nice card. It means that you don't have to use every removal spell you draw on random 2/2s early in the game. And it means that you have some kind of inevitability and you're getting more out of your mana than any normal 2-drop would get for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Thermal Alchemist at D+. I'm not super impressed by it, but if you can put the deck around it, it's going to be amazing. Vildenpack Outcast. We get used to seeing these kind of, it's a red 5-drop for the set at common, and then that's what this one is, but it's not bad. It's a 4/4 trample for 4 and a red, and it's a werewolf for earmuffs. And it's a common, and you can pay a red mana to give it +1/-1 until end of turn, which is pretty impressive on a 4 toughness creature, just because, you can pump that thing 3 times if it gets through and whack them for 7.
Yeah, that's nice.
Which is a lot. And then if you want to transform it, you have to pay 5 red. So not cheap, but remember, this is a 5-mana spell already, so you're not too far off. You're probably somewhere in the 3 to 5 turns away from being able to transform it if you don't have any lands in your hand when you play it. Not bad. And it becomes Dronepack Kindred, which is an Eldrazi werewolf with trample, and it's a 5/7. And you can pay 1 mana and to give it +1/+0 until end of turn.
Which is really nice.
Which is absurd on a 7 toughness trampler.
Yeah, the thing is, if you get to flip this card, it is 5 power, but you can pump it, and you already had 7 mana to flip it. So it's basically 12 power trample.
It's a 12/7 trampler, effectively. That's just absurd.
It's pretty crazy.
I actually think this card's really solid. It's weird. These 5-drop red cards tend to be pretty dismissible and interchangeable, where it's like, oh, it's a 4/4, it has some upside, whatever. We've seen it with Gatstaff, Arsonist, and a bunch of cards like that are ultimately forgettable. It's not that you don't play them; they do pop up in your list, but they end up being in that D+, C- range with this just kind of shrug worthy. And I think this is a little bit above that. This card is decent on the front with the 4/4 and trample and the ability to pump in case it doesn't get blocked. And then it's not too far off from becoming Dronepack Kindred, which is just kind of a game ender.
Yeah, this looks better to me than Gatstaff Arsonist, but it's a lot better, but it can't be so much better. It's hard for me to verbalize what I'm trying to say here, but just because it's a 5-mana creature that doesn't really affect the board, it doesn't have lifelink and it doesn't have haste. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't help you come back from a losing position in any capacity, similar to the Gatstaff Arsonist. But when it's living up to its potential, I think it's a lot stronger.
Yeah.
In a way that makes it noticeably better, but not like it doesn't turn it from a C into like an A-. It turns it from like a C into a C+, which is where I have it.
Yeah, I actually have it as C+ as well. Vildenpack Outcast C+. I just think that's a very solid 5-ball at common.
Yeah.
Weaver of Lightning is next. It's 2 and a red for a 1/4 human shaman with reach.
It's weird.
That is really weird. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Weaver of Lightning deals 1 damage to target creature an opponent controls.
Oh, this card is great.
That is just one of the weirdest cards I've ever seen out of red.
It's bizarre, but it's a pinger.
Yes.
It's a kind of pinger.
It is. It's not the, infinitely repeatable type, but, a lot of the times when it comes to your pingers, your creatures that have an activated ability that does a damage to a creature, the first 2 pings are the really important ones because they mess with combat or they kill a creature. And then the rest are like nice to have as you're sort of hitting your opponent for 1 or preventing, a creature from entering combat that wouldn't or whatever. And I mean, Weaver of Lightning, I'm assuming that you're going to be able to get that first ping or two, most of the time if you're putting it in your deck.
The dynamic with pingers is like almost all of the creatures with 1 toughness cost 3 mana or less. So those come into play. And then you would play your pinger. And then there's this really short window where it's like, you kill this now, or I'm going to play a card that means that your card dies and I don't lose anything.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, This is going to be a card. And 1/4 means that all those creatures that have 1 toughness that cost less than 3, they're going to have almost no effect on the game because they can't get through a 1/4. So it's just going to be like, you kill this now, or I'll eventually find something that I'm going to play that's going to kill your creature at almost no cost to me. So I like this card. It's interesting. It's cheap. It's efficient, and it can create card advantage. So what's not to like?
Yeah, and of course you can cast 2 instants or sorceries in a turn.
Of course,
kill
it's not even that difficult to imagine.
No. Yeah, I like Weaver of Lightning quite a bit. Obviously excels in this hypothetical spells deck that we've been talking about. But honestly, I would play this in even not that. If I only had 4 or 5 instants or sorceries, I'd still run a Weaver of Lightning.
I would definitely play it.
Yeah.
3 mana for a 1/4 reach is good.
God, why does it have reach?
I don't know. It's red, so it's like not going to be the best to have a 1/4 for 3. But like in a red-black deck with slow cards, red-blue, it's clearly great. Red-white, it's not really, But if you got big green fatties, it's like, this is nice.
Yeah. Where do we rate it, though? Where does Weaver of Lightning come in on the rating scale? It's kind of a tricky one to rate.
Yeah, it's totally dependent on the rest of your deck, how many instants and sorceries you have, but I can go from like between C- to C+.
Yeah. I'm going to give it a C+. I think there's potential with Weaver. Yeah. Man, red is aggro.
Red is nice.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like it has some powerful stuff. The only thing that I'm just like super bummed about is that Distemper of the Blood being a sorcery. Like that's the combat trick that this color needed to be just fantastic. I think a solid 2 mana +2/+2 with like a side ability would be amazing.
Alchemist's Greeting was extremely strong. Brazen Wolves is efficient. Galvanic Bombardment's really nice. Incendiary Flow is great. There's a lot of removal here.
There's some really good stuff.
Savage Alliance.
Yeah, we both love the Smoldering Werewolf.
Yeah, he's great too.
Wow. All right, yeah, red looked really solid. Let's move on to green. Our first card is Backwoods Survivalist. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 human warrior. And it has Delirium. So if you've got Delirium met, it gets +1/+1 and Trample.
This is a good card. 4/3 for
right?
3 in green has been like a staple of almost like half the limited formats I've ever played. There's been a creature with that power and toughness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost always been top 5 green commons.
Mm-hmm.
So I suspect that this will be on par with that.
It has upside? That's nice.
Yeah, the upside is low and it's hard to get, so it's not something that is going to be the focus of my attention when I try to evaluate a card like this, but it's not totally irrelevant, and Trample is like one of the better abilities you can give to a creature like this, so
is it +1/+1 pretty good?
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
5/4 Trampler this thing becomes if you Delirium.
It's nice.
Yeah. I like it. The card just seems very solid to me. This seems like a pretty classic C to C+ range card.
Yeah, I'm at an even C.
Yeah, I like it. Bloodbriar is kind of interesting, though not quite as straightforward. It's 2 and a green for a 2/3 plant elemental at common. And it says, whenever you sacrifice another permanent, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, what a weird card.
What a weird card. The first thing that jumps to mind is Emerge, because you do sacrifice the creature as part of paying the Emerge cost. So that's one way you can sacrifice permanents. Other ways, I don't really know.
Vessel of whatever. Any vessel you could sacrifice.
That works, yes.
There's not that much else. This is not a card that I'm going to want to pick high. It's not a card I'm going to prioritize in almost any kind of deck. But if I had one in my deck with 4 or 5 ways to sacrifice, it would not be a bad card to play with.
No, and again, we've got the 2/3 for 3, right? It's not a heartbreaker at 2/3 for 3. It's also not exactly, winning any fights. But whatever. I think that if you identify such a scenario where you've got enough upside to make this card, because once you get even one +1/+1 counter on it, a 3 mana 3/4 is starting to do business.
I agree.
And the second one, hey, that's nice.
Doesn't it seem like so many of the cards we've seen have been 2/3s for 3?
Yes, so many.
Like almost
weird, right?
Any creature that I haven't seen before, or like isn't resembling a different card, has just been a 2/3 instead of a 2/2. I looked at this card and I thought it was a 2/2.
It's weird. I wonder if we're gonna have a lot of standoffs of 2/3 for 3 staring each other down.
Seems that way.
Yeah. But Bloodbriar, to me, is probably a D. It's a type of card that'll occasionally make the cut, but that you're not really trying to put into your deck.
Yeah, I was going to say C-, but might as well just be a D.
Yeah. Clear Shot is 2 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon, and it says target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Wow.
Yeah. It looks a lot like Rabid Bite, but it's better.
But it's an instant and it pumps your creature? Wow.
Yeah, it's an instant and you don't have to have a bigger creature all the time.
Wow, Clear Shot looks great to me.
It's really good because it's not fight. It's just damage. So let's just say I attack with a 3/3 and you block with a 3/3. I can just Clear Shot your other creature and my guy's going to win the combat fight.
Wow.
And that's going to happen no matter how you block. Even if you double block, it's like Clear Shot can be like very, very good.
Huh. Wow. Yeah, that seems well worth the 3 mana investment for sure. I'm not surprised to see this as an uncommon. That card's really good.
It's point removal. It's instant speed. It's flexible. Just a great card.
God, and it feels so bad to be on the wrong end of these things. Like when they, when they main phase it, they're just like Clear Shot, pump my thing, kill your guy, attack with everything, and you're just like, oh my God, right? It felt like that way even with Rabid Bite, but Clear Shot has some upside. I like it a lot. I'm actually going to go pretty high on this. I'm going to give it a B-.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a B.
Okay, good.
It's not often that it's going to be all that different from Murder, and it has the possibility of being better.
Yeah. With a notable downside, but still, yeah.
Yes, you're exposing yourself to instant speed removal, but often people are just tapping out, or they don't have any cards in hand.
Yes.
They don't have, they'd have to have a card that also interacts with creatures at instant speed, of which there's not very many. And so I like the fact that also your opponent could just go like, oh, I'll burn your creature for 3, and you're like, okay, well, I'll save it and kill your creature. It's like there's crazy 2-for-1 applications, and it's gonna be an instant speed point removal in a color that doesn't have removal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like doing something very unique, very powerful. I mean, this is going to be one of the best uncommons in the set
for sure. All right, so I'm upgrading to B from B-.
Yeah, I have it at about a B.
Crop Sigil is next. It's green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says at the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill 1 card from your library. So put the top card of your library into your graveyard. Okay, so that's pretty low impact, but let's see what it does. Delirium. 2 and a green and sacrifice it. Return up to 1 target creature card and 1 target land card from your graveyard to your hand, but you can only activate that ability if you've got Delirium.
I don't like this card. If you're going to put it in your deck as a Delirium enabler, you're going to need it on turn 1.
Yes.
So if you top deck it in the late game, for it to have an effect, you already need Delirium. So I don't want to draw this card on turn 5, not have Delirium, have to play it, wait to get Delirium, and effectively just build a Raise Dead. Sure, I get a land with my creature, but at the point where you have Delirium and you're activating this, you don't even need a land.
Wow. Yeah, when you put it that way, God, this looks like the worst Vessel of Nascency ever.
Yeah, the thing is,
Vessel gets you something every time, no matter what.
Yeah, Vessel's much better than this card.
Dumps a bunch of, you can insta-get you to Delirium sometimes, and it usually gets you 3/4 of the way at the minimum.
The Vessel just puts an enchantment in your graveyard for Delirium. You have to have Delirium before you put this enchantment in your graveyard.
Ugh. I want to like this card, I really do, but you have to look at it under all the different scenarios. And like you said, on turn 1, Crop Sigil looks pretty decent. But if you're a Delirium deck, you can get some value later, and you can probably fuel your Delirium reasonably well. But at any other point in the game, it doesn't look nearly as good.
Yeah, this card does not really interest me all that much. I would give it a D.
Yeah, I think it's a D. Crossroads Consecrator is green for a 1/2 human cleric. It's common, and you can pay a green and tap it to give target attacking human creature. Target human gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
This would be great if it was just a tap ability instead of a pay and tap.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
But the fact that you have to pay mana and it's conditional to humans is pretty steep cost.
Yeah, what was that card? Anointer?
Anointer of Champions. It's actually a reprint of Infantry Veteran, and they were both quite good cards.
Very good cards, yes.
Yeah, they were cards that were worth the 1 mana you would pay in them because they would give you damage in the early game, and they would actually create spots where you would get to do damage in spots where you wouldn't be able to normally deal damage. So,
and this has that ability. It's just much more restricted in the sense that it costs mana and only hits humans. So Crossroads Consecrator looks a lot worse than that card. Not that that makes it bad, but I do think this card is kind of not great.
If I had a good version of a 2-color beatdown human deck, I would play 1 or 2, but it's not going to be a card I pick high, and it's not going to be a card I want to put in decks that aren't dedicated aggro human-based.
God, it's almost a build around, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not playing it unless it's in a human deck, so I'm going to give it build around.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, this next card's really sweet. Emrakul's Influence. 2 green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, whenever you cast an Eldrazi creature spell with converted mana cost 7 or greater, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, this card is horrible.
It's so bad.
Yeah, this card is just totally unplayable.
I know.
If you never put this card in your deck, if every time you saw it, you just never took it, if you never played it, you'd only be making a mistake like a 10% of the time.
Yeah.
Or like one in 10,000 drafts that you did, you should play this card. And even then, it's going to be bad for you in some of the games. Like, you have to spend 4 mana, and once you've played a card that costs 7, you get 1 extra card. If this had just been a different card that you could have had earlier in the game, it's totally unacceptable.
I know, it's so bad. And of course, one of the big issues is that you're playing 7 drops. Like, what are you losing at this point? You need more cards. Like,
yeah, wouldn't you rather just have a land to help you play your 7 drop?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
maybe Emrakul's Influence should help us cast these 7s. Anyway, it doesn't. So yeah, it's an F. Emrakul's Influence is really bad. Also, I will note that at some point late in the format, I will draft this card. I will play it.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a prime boredom card.
If you just play it turn 4 and then turn 5 you emerge and draw 2, and then turn 6 you emerge and draw 2, and turn 7 you play a 7 drop and draw 2, it's like, woo!
It's just not going to happen. Yeah, this has a lot of screenshot equity though, so we'll probably play them. But yeah, it's an F. Emrakul's Influence really bad.
Be sure to screenshot it when you deck yourself with this card.
It is not a May.
You're like, I just need to play my 7 drop or else I can't win, and then you just keep drawing and die.
Oh man, I love it. It's a good way to go out anyway. Speaking of emerging, this next one's all about it. It's Foul Emissary. It's 2 and a green for a 1/1 human horror. It's uncommon, and I got to tell you that the block of text on this card makes me think that it didn't quite get the templating that they wanted to give it. But here we go. When Foul Emissary enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in any order. Fine. It's a mouthful, but it's fine. Then it says, when you sacrifice Foul Emissary while casting a spell with Emerge, put a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token onto the battlefield. So look, this card is cool. Like, it's a little weird because there's so much rules text on it, but the idea is you play it. It's a stupid 1/1, but it's going to replace itself almost all the time in most limited decks where you're playing, 15, 16 creatures, whatever. So you get a creature out of it. Maybe it's even an Emerge card. That would be kind of sweet. Then hopefully the next turn you play a land and you Emerge Foul Emissary away because it's just a 1/1 for 3 anyway. You get something big, you get a cast trigger, you get a 3/2 off of this thing, and you're kind of going off at that point. So look, the line makes sense, right? It seems pretty clean. Like I said, it'll, assuming that you're playing enough creatures, you'll probably hit with this most of the time, seeing 4 cards. I think it's okay. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm going to play this thing if I have some Emerge cards in my deck, I guess.
I think if you have 2 Emerge cards, it becomes like a pretty reasonable card. It becomes like a C. I wish that usually when cards like this come about, I just ask someone who isn't me who's good at math, and then they tell me what the fail rate is. But I think looking at your top 4 and hitting a creature, the fail rate is pretty real. I think if you have 16 creatures in your deck, you probably fail like 15% of the time. which maybe you only fail 12% of the time. I don't know the answer. But when the fail rate is 10% or more, that's like a very real portion of the time where this card hurts you. You just pay 3 mana for a 1/1. That's really bad. And the fail rate is probably real. I'm not saying that, it's difficult to have this conversation without knowing what the numbers are, but when you miss on this card, it's really bad. So 3 mana for a 1/1, really bad. I feel like if you've got the emerge for it, you're going to play it, and it's going to be a pretty good card. Or if you have a rare in your deck that's a creature that you want to dig to, it's also pretty good. But if I had 0 emerge cards, I would just not play this card.
Okay. So, yeah, I can look that up later, by the way, using the hypergeometric calculator as well.
I would say usually with cards like this, the fail rate surprises you. It's higher than you would think.
Okay. Yeah. No, yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually. Because, like, if you think about it, you're playing this, you've probably got about 30 cards left in your library at that point, right? Like,
yeah,
you've drawn 3, and then how many creatures have you drawn if you started with 16? Well, you've drawn 10% of them, so 4, so you've got 12 left.
Well,
right?
it's random. Basically, the way you do the math is you just go, I have 39 cards in my deck. The only known card is the Foul Emissary. Obviously, it's going to be better when you don't draw creatures, and it's going to be worse when you do draw creatures, but you don't know that when you put it in your deck.
Okay.
But yeah. Just the fact that it could miss is like, should give you some pause.
Right. Oh, yeah, for sure. Totally.
And it's like, you don't want to go like, oh, I have 14 creatures, like, I'm not going to play it this time, or I'm going to put some extra creatures in my deck, but they're not very good, just so this happens. It's basically, with this card, if you're already going to play 1 emerge card, you probably play it. And if you have 2 emerge cards, it's a pretty good card.
Yeah, because when you do get to do it, you're kind of going off.
But if you're like a red-green werewolf beatdown deck with no emerge, this is just a bad card.
Yeah, you're not playing it. Okay.
So I've got it at C-.
Yeah, I'm with you. Foul Emissary gets a C-. Next is, I like this card. It's Gnarlwood Dryad. It's green for a 1/1 Death Touch Dryad Horror at uncommon. And with Delirium, it gets +2/+2.
I love this card.
I do too.
It's not going to be a premium uncommon, but it's a card that you can put in your deck almost all of the time. It's never going to be embarrassing. And it's got serious upside. Like in Theros block, I would always play my Sedge Scorpions. And in M whatever limited, I always play my Typhoid Rats. Like, those are just nice cards. They make it so that you have cheap plays earlier in the game, you don't get run over, and it's a card that can't be ignored. So when you play it, you just go attack, and attack, and then they have to block with something, and it's like, oh, I got to deal 4 damage and kill a creature, 3 damage, kill a creature. That's a good exchange. That's a favorable exchange. Okay. And so this is a good card that I want in my deck. Not too many, because it is low power. And it has a bonus where it can be a 3/3. It's like, what more do you want?
Nothing. I like it. Like you said, though, the ultimately it's not, like you look at it as potentially a powerful uncommon. And it's good, but like, I think it's similar range to Rats, Typhoid Rats, that kind of thing as well.
Yeah, it's almost identical to that.
Right, which is like a C-. This one might be a little higher because it has the upside of the Delirium.
Yeah, I'm on C or C+. If I'm green, I'm almost never going to cut this card.
Yeah, I like Gnarlwood Dryad at C. Grapple with the Past is 1 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. It's an instant too, so.
Yeah, this is a pretty good card.
It's cheap.
It's not amazing because you're spending 2 mana and you're not affecting the board or generating card advantage. You're generating some advantage through potentially getting Delirium. It's kind of like Corpse Churn. I know earlier I said that it's an underrated effect is cards that return creatures from your graveyard to your hand. And this does that at a much lower cost than the other cards because you can just throw it out there on turn 3, or you can use it to return a land, or you can do all sorts of stuff with it. So I imagine that this is a card you probably play all of the ones that you get, and it ranges from passable to a good card based on how much you want Delirium. And how
it seems sweet.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's never going to be a card where, one of the tests of a Magic card is when your opponent casts it, you're like, oh crap.
It's definitely it doesn't have
those
that.
Cards are usually rares or powerful uncommons. Like, you're never going to oh crap when your opponent plays this card, but it's a passable, reasonable card.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, we call that the groan test.
Yeah.
When you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, it's a good card, but,
Okay, but that being said, yeah, this looks like a C- to me.
Yeah, I'm in on it. I like it at a C or a C-.
Ooh, this next one, reprint, Captain Hammy. Hamlet Captain, 1 and a green for a 2/2 human warrior at uncommon. Whenever Hamlet Captain attacks or blocks, other humans you control get +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, the power of this card is directly proportional to how many humans you have in your deck.
Indeed.
So the more humans, the better a card it is. It's going to work really nicely with the Crossroads Consecrator.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
You can curve those out and make this one harder to block so it pumps your other humans, or attack with both and deal more damage quicker. And if there's a human beatdown deck, this is going to be an important card and a high pick, and it's going to be a high pick anyways.
Yeah, I like Hamlet Captain a lot in that type of deck. Look, you don't always get to have the all humans deck, so its ceiling usually is limited by how many you have in the deck. So I think it's not a card I'm willing to give like a super high rating to, but it's good. I would say it's a C+.
Yeah, C+. It's a 2-drop with upside, which is exactly what you want.
All right, here's a little werewolf. It's called Kessig Prowler, and it's green for a 2/1 werewolf horror at uncommon. If you want to transform it, you can pay 4 and a green to make it a sinuous predator, which is disgusting. And it's an Eldrazi werewolf. It's a 4/4. And so for 5 mana, it becomes a 4/4 that can't be blocked by more than one creature. So It's got kind of anti-menace.
Well, the worst thing about a 2/1 for 1 is that it loses its effectiveness in the game when your opponent starts playing 2/3s.
Yeah.
But this doesn't suffer from that. So this is going to be a good card. This is going to be a high pick. You're always going to play it. It's going to be pretty strong. I like it. I mean, you're going to get in a couple of points of damage, and then it flips into a charging rhino, which seems like it's good based on the other creatures that we've seen. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of 4/2s or bigger a lot of random 2/3s, a lot of random middling ground guys where this isn't going to be a creature that's easily dealt with.
Right. Yeah,
so
card
I like
seems
to look
solid.
at this card.
Yeah, I like C+ on Kessig Prowler.
Same, yeah, I'm exactly there.
Ooh, this next card's pretty exciting. Maybe. It's News Constrictor. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 snake at uncommon with reach, and it has the ability discard a card, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
This card is really strong.
These type of cards they're better than they look even, right?
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm at a B because it's not busted, and there are multiple cards that kill this. If I was to burn this for 2, of course my opponent could just discard a card and then save it, and then nothing would happen. But there's Deadweight and there's the Black New enchantment. So there are cards that just trade 1 for 1 with it at common.
Murder still kills it, yeah. Oh, at common, gotcha. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so, but what this card does is it has reach, which is very good in limited, and you can discard for Madness or you can discard for Delirium. And on top of that, it's just hard to block. You don't want to block this with a 2/2 when your opponent can just discard a land and then just keep attacking you with it. You'd rather just try to double block or triple block or make it so that this card, when it comes down, is usually going to it's going to go unblocked for multiple turns, and it has the bonus of, okay, I discard 4 cards to deal 4 damage. If I have lands that aren't doing anything, you're going to get burned.
Yeah. These kind of cards definitely are higher on the groan test than these other cards we've seen. They're so hard to deal with. They're so hard to enter combat with, especially if they played on turn 2. I mean, this is some really serious upside for, a Grizzly Bears. This is a 2/2 for 2 that has not only a relevant ability with reach, but that discard, remember, you can do that multiple times. That's the thing, right? It's so common for them, for R&D these days, to say you can only activate this once per turn, but News Constrictor is not restricted. It is just go. You can dump your whole hand to the thing if you want.
There's some good Madness Red cards in the other set. Incorrigible Youths, Fiery Temper, and what's the enchantment that gives +2/+2?
Something Rage.
Yeah, that card.
Yeah.
It's those are all just huge bonuses for just discarding a card.
Yeah.
And if you're red-green beatdown, 2-drop that's hard to block. Yes, Senseless Rage was the card I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
I mean,
News
you just
Constrictor
go
is a
turn
real
2
deal.
this, And turn 3, you Senseless Rage, you just got hit for 5, and it's not even like I discarded a card because I just made my guy a 4/4.
Right. And you also mentioned it before, but instant speed delirium is the real deal. You can set up scenarios where you can really punish somebody by getting to delirium in the middle of combat or something like that. Now, that doesn't matter for the Noose Constrictor specifically, but for other delirium cards, it certainly can.
Yeah, this is a great card.
I like Noose Constrictor. I am going to go up into the B range. I'm just going to give it a B. I just think this card's great.
Yeah, I have it at B as well.
Next is another reprint from the good old days of Innistrad. It's called Prey Upon. It's green for a sorcery. It's common, and it says target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. It's kind of the original fight card, right?
Yeah, I like Prey Upon.
I do too. Mainly because of its cost, right? Like, the fact that it's green, is good, meaning that you're going to have some beefy green creatures often on your side of the table that may be bigger than your opponent's. But, there's really great turns that you can put together by Prey Uponing and casting something else in the same turn. I like it. I think Prey Upon, it used to be fantastic. I'm assuming it's even better now, as the removal, specifically the instant speed removal, has kind of vacated the common slot. Cards like Prey Upon go up even higher. These fight cards or these cards that target your own creature to do damage to the other have just gotten better because the risk is lower with casting them.
Yeah, I'm solidly at a C+ here.
Yeah.
The one interesting thing about Prey Upon is it's not, clearly it's removal and it's cheap and it's good, but it's not always all of those things for you.
No.
Because it is conditional, and so when you draft it, you need to be very careful about drafting big creatures or creatures with a high power and toughness. They don't even need to be, you don't even need like a 6/6 for 6. Just anything that has high toughness. Like if you see like a 2/4, maybe you're going to put that card in your deck if you get 2 Prey Upons. Yeah. It's like you just want to be able to play this card when the game dictates that playing this card helps you. So it's like being able to kill a creature for 1 mana, that's good, and you're going to want to do it when they're tapped out so that you're removing all the risk.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I like C+ on Prey Upon. You're going to play a lot of those over the course of the format.
Good card, but you're going to need to pay attention to how you're drafting, so it's going to be dead less often.
This next card's really interesting design space here. It's called Primal Druid. It's 1 and a green for an 0/3 human druid at common, and when it dies, you can search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library. I had a scenario where I was playing against an opponent who was playing like a red-black vampire-style deck, beatdown deck. And I had an opening hand that had this card in it and 2 lands, including a forest. And I'm thinking to myself, like, 2-lander, probably going to keep it. I got a couple other things to do. And I'm like, wait a minute, I got a Primal Druid, like, easy keep, because now you just play this thing and just say go. And it's like, it's going to block a 2-power creature for a while, and if they ever attack with anything bigger, you just block, and you're kind of alleviating your mana situation, maybe even fixing your mana, maybe ramping you out if you have other land drops to hit. That said, it has a relatively low impact on the game if you're trying to beat down. If your opponent has flyers, it doesn't do anything. So I don't think that it's unconditionally awesome, but I did find a couple of niches where I thought it is quite good.
Yeah, this for me is like a dedicated control card. If you're like a green-red beatdown deck, you can look at this like, oh, it's a good cheap play, or oh, it's mana fixing, or it's ramp, but it's just never doing that unless your opponent allows you to be doing that. If there was emerge cards that would be cast on turn 3 off this, I could see it. Or if there was like a Fleshbag Marauder type card or a Bone Splinters, this card would be much better.
Yeah.
But as is, I think that it's just should be only reserved for control decks. And it kind of does what a lot of the other cards we've been talking about does, where it says your opponent allows you to mana fix, or they allow you to mana ramp. And if you play this card and miss a land drop, they're just going to keep developing their board until they can run you over.
Right, and just attack you with everything in a big hit. Yep,
it might look like mana fixing, but it really isn't. So
no, it's really not. I like the design space. The power level isn't super high though. So, I have this at the D+ category. Like, I don't think that this is a card that you're just always running in your green decks, but I do expect to see it on the battlefield a decent percentage of the time.
I like it. Yeah, D+.
Shrill Howler's a nice one. It's 2 and a green for a 3/1 werewolf horror at uncommon, and creatures with power less than Shrill Howler's power cannot block it. So anything that's 1 power, 2 power, 0 power just can't block this card at all. And then you can pay 5 and a green, to transform it. So 6 mana transforms into Howling Chorus, which is a 3/5, which feels kind of weird, right? 3/1, super aggressive, can't be blocked. Now it's a 3/5. It says creatures with power less than Howling Chorus's power can't block it. So it carries that same ability over. But it says when it deals combat damage to a player, you get a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token.
What a wild card.
It's a weird one, right? 3/1
like
to
it.
3/5, and then it just starts spewing out these tokens if they don't have anything. It's good. I mean, the Shrill Howler on its own is decent. The ability to just not be like, you look at the 1 toughness and you're like, oh well, it's just going to get trade down for something, but it doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, they can't block it. So as long as you're, looking to beat down, it's just going to be able to attack past basically all of the 2-drops and a lot of the 3-drops in this set.
Yeah, this card looks good to me. It looks powerful on turn 3. It's hard to block. It does a lot of damage. It's really strong in an aggressive deck, and it mitigates mana flood by having the transform, which I keep wanting to call monstrosity, but
yes. and I've noticed that you put a high value on this, and I do as well, Owen, about that mitigating, that mana sink late in the game, right? That thing where you just hit too many land drops and you still have things to do. Morph comes to mind when I think about that, monstrosity. I love mechanics like that, and I think that they're routinely underrated. I feel like that's the kind of thing that I really look for in a lot of my cards, just because,
of course,
it just makes a game that you would lose into a game that you could potentially win if you can flip your Shrill Howler, where if you just had a powerful 3-drop in that slot without this ability to become something big later in the game, you just lose that, just straight up lose that.
There's nothing you can do when you draw too few lands, but if there's something you can do when you draw too many lands, that's going to seriously impact games where you have a low chance to win.
Totally. Yeah,
so
I love that.
Why wouldn't you take it?
Yeah, it's fun. I remember back to the Khans of Tarkir days with the morph creatures, and I would be like, this card is awesome. And they're like, yeah, it's a fine morph. And I'm just like, no, it's so awesome. Like, anything that said morph on it to me was just fantastic, because it had like 3 different modes I could cast it in. And I just find that so useful and so much better than cards that don't, and this Shrill Howler, it's got two different modes, and all these ones do. I really like these cards. I think Shrill Howler is really strong. I want to give it a B+. I'm going to give it a B+. Hell with it. I give Shrill Howler a B+.
I was on C+, but I could see B, only because it seemed like there was lots of cards we saw that hurt 1 toughness.
Yes.
And it's like,
in red, oh my god.
Ignoring that, I would be on it, but just because it is a really strong card. All of the things that it's doing are really efficient, but the 1 toughness seems like it's going to be pretty.
You're right.
It's pretty real liability.
It shouldn't. It's not. Like the combat thing means that it shouldn't be, but there's also the black -1/-1 card for 1.
Oh, yeah.
Like, all right. I'm still going to go B- on Shrill Howler, but yeah, you raise a strong point. Somberwald Stag. Elmer! He's back, and he's looking good. 3 black for a 4/3 elk. He's uncommon this time, and when he enters a battlefield, you may have it fight target creature you don't control.
Yeah, this card is really nice. This card,
that's legit.
I don't want to say it's busted, but it's very good.
Yeah. You get a free Prey Upon.
Yeah. It needs to only be on a creature with 2 power or less, or 4 toughness or less. So it's a really narrow amount of creatures.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's almost always going to be creatures that cost 4 or less mana. And so it's really convenient that when your opponent taps out for a creature, that you can play this. You're not risking any kind of counterspell or combat trick or removal. So you're going to get the clean fight the way you want it. And it can be a 2-for-1.
Yeah. It's a May ability
for 5 that can kill a creature and then trade for another creature.
Wow, yeah.
It's good.
Elmer's a bit of a bully here in Innistrad. He picks on somebody smaller.
I got him at B.
Yeah, I like it at a B as well. Somberwald Stag just seems very, very solid to me.
The 3 toughness limits the number of creatures it can profitably fight against, which doesn't have. If it was a 4/4 or a 4/5, I'd be like, all right, we're going B+A territory.
Yeah, it would be game. Yeah, it'd be
but
game.
3 toughness means that there's not that much stuff that it can eat.
God, but killing their 2-drop is still just so sweet.
It's very good.
I like it. Spring Sage Ritual is next. It's 3 and a green for an instant. It's common, and it says destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 4 life. So sideboard,
Yeah, not
If
minimal
that,
sideboard.
yeah, it's not even that good of a sideboard card. But if you see, like, I think the key here is just, I don't think you'd bring this in if you saw one target for it. If you see 3 good targets for it, then sure, bring it in.
Think if there's one card that your deck is bad against that can influence the outcome of a game, then you should definitely bring this in. But the power level of this card is relative to what you kill with it. So if you're killing something good, it's a good card. Sideboard only.
Yep. Swift Spinner is next. It's a 3 and a green for a common. It's a 2/3 spider with flash and reach.
This card is very good.
Yeah, that's really solid.
It's going to play well with the vampire or werewolves in the other set that want you to just pass turn to flip.
Right.
And it's also going to make it so that this is going to be a defining card of the format. If your opponent has 4 mana up, you can't attack with creatures that are 2/2.
Yes, and we see this happen all the time, especially when these cards cost 4 and not 5. Yep. The 4 is just such a telling. There's a 2/3 flyer that was like this. This is very similar to this with reach and flash.
Yeah, this is a highly playable card, and it plays well with the werewolves, and it's just got a lot going for it. It's a nice card.
I like Swift Spinner at C+. I don't have it in the B category, though.
No, C+ as well. I mean, 4 mana for a 2/3 is not a good rate, but you make up for that with the abilities.
Let's take a look at Tangleclaw Werewolf. Another one. Sorry, Owen. It's 2 green for a werewolf, or it's uncommon, and it's a 2/4. So something weird going on here. It says it can block an additional creature each combat. Okay, so we've got a 2/4 that can block 2 creatures, and you can pay 7 mana to transform it. So not cheap, but attainable. And it becomes Fibrous Entangler, which is crazy. So it's a 4/6 with Vigilance now. And it must be blocked if able. Now, that just means that it has to become blocked. It doesn't mean everything has to block it. Just something has to block it. And it also can block an additional creature each combat, like on the other side.
Yeah, this card, I read it a number of times yesterday, and I just kept almost thinking that it's good, but I think it's just average. I think if on the front side, the ability of may block an additional creature each combat, it might as well not exist.
I know, it's not
a 2/4 just doesn't block 2 creatures. What do you think your opponent's going to attack with a 1/2 and a 2/1? And you're going to be like, gotcha. It just doesn't happen. It might as well not even be text on the card because it's going to come up in so few games that it almost doesn't matter.
Okay.
And if the front side, if it had Vigilance or if it had Reach, it would be, nice. But it's just 4 mana for a 2/4. And the fact that you can't transform until you had 7, it's like maybe if it transformed for 6, I'd be all about it. But it's just too much work. And then when you flip it over, the payoff is kind of small.
I like the Fibrous Entangler a lot. Yeah,
but at 7 mana,
yes,
it's good. It's good. I have it at C. Maybe it should be C+.
Yeah, the 7 mana is a real tough sell. It really is. Yeah. That is such a long way.
If it's on 6, it would be a really strong card.
Yeah, I do think Fibrous Entangler just takes over the board. Like, you attack with it with Vigilance, it eats something guaranteed. If they don't have enough creatures, then it just becomes the Abyss, where it's just literally gobbling up creatures every turn. And it has Vigilance, so they can't. How the heck do they? Now we're talking, right? This whole can block an additional creature on a 4/6 with Vigilance. That's legit. But the problem is, I do agree that getting to 7 mana is definitely hard. Now, a 2/4 will help you get to that point, but God, it's so close. You're right. Reach, and this card would have been amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Reach it makes it a premium uncommon, but as is, I think it's just a good card.
Yeah, I think so too. So Tangleclaw Werewolf, I would give it a C+ as well. Look, Owen and I are both down on the fact that the 7 is a big number to get to. We're talking pretty deep into the game by the time you get there. But hey, we also both really like the fact that it's there, right? And what it becomes is very, very powerful. And remember, these werewolves can be transformed anytime. Like, you can do it in combat and all that kind of stuff too. So it's pretty scary.
Yeah, I just think in games of Limited, the difference between like 5 and 6 mana and 7 and 8 mana is huge.
It's multiple turns.
It's like, how do you even get to 7 mana on turn 7 and not be dead? Like, you have to have played a land every turn, and you have to have ensured that the cards you draw do exactly what they need to do on curve. Like if you draw 7 lands and then like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 mana plays, that's excellent, but that's just a dream world. It's like when you draw too many lands, it's because you don't have enough of other things, and often you don't get to stay alive to see that. It's like a 7 mana transform ability isn't, I'm going to do this on turn 7. It's the game's going to stall out and I'll hit 7 lands eventually and then do it.
Yeah, which is fine. That is still upside. It's just a lot less consistent.
Yeah, but basically, like, if you have a 5 or 6 mana card, that's a card you can reasonably play on turn 5 or 6. But when you get to 7 and 8, either you need to have card draw or you need to have the game be prolonged.
Yep. Yeah, good point. So Tangleclaw Werewolf, C+. I still like the flexibility, but yeah, that front end, what you said was really pointing about the fact that can block an additional creature doesn't come up that often. So let's look at Ulvenwald Captive. This is 1 and a green for a 1/2 werewolf horror. This one is common. It's got Defender. So we've got a 2 mana 1/2 Defender that taps to add green to your mana pool. That's business. Now you can transform this one for 7 mana as well. This one's 5 GG instead of 6 G, though. The difference between the two is minimal. In fact, it's basically 0 since this taps for green and costs green to cast. But if you do, it becomes Ulvenwald Abomination, which is an Eldrazi werewolf. That's a 4/6 that taps to add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool.
This card looks awesome to me.
I dig this card, yeah.
This for my money, this is the best green common. I mean, it's 2 mana for the ability to make mana is like the ramp is awesome.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. Just playing like that 4/3 for 4. You get to play that on turn 3.
Yeah.
And it makes it so you're much less likely to get mana screwed in a game. And the biggest downside of having a mana creature is that you don't want to draw it on turn 10. And this, you don't even care about drawing it on turn 10. And that 7 mana transform price tag is really just 6 mana because this guy makes mana.
Right,
so
totally.
You have a card that's going to ramp you early in the game, and it's going to transform itself into a 4/6, which is just totally serviceable creature. This is a great card.
Defender. Yeah, I like that. I like this card a lot.
It's all upside.
Yeah. Remember also, you can block with your Ulvenwald Captive, then transform it and gobble up a creature. Your opponent, I guarantee people are going to forget that at first, and then they'll learn it quickly. Also, I just love the fact that these werewolf decks and these green decks just seem to have tons of place to put extra mana. So you're actually going to be able to use all of this. I like the Ulvenwald Captive a lot as well. Where do you want to grade it?
I have it at C+. Might as well just be a B.
Okay, I'll go B- on it. I really do think the card's good.
B-.
I've seen it in action. I think it's very strong.
Yeah, it's a super strong card.
Waxing Moon is 1 and a green instant common. It says transform up to 1 target werewolf you control. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. I'm going to say no on this one.
Yeah, I got it at about a D, maybe a D+. If you have a dedicated werewolf deck, I can't recall exactly which werewolves get the biggest bonus out of being transformed. Obviously, if you have the Ulvenwald Captive and you get somehow it rumbles in combat and you get to play this card, it's like turn 2, you get to make it into a 4/6 that taps for 2 mana. Like on turn 3, you can or turn 4, you could just play a 6 mana card.
Yeah.
It's like,
basically any of these that we've seen, the Tangleclaw Werewolf, the one that becomes the fibrous entanglement. I mean, that's just insane. Like that probably just wins you the game. Like if you go turn 4 Tangleclaw Werewolf, turn 5 Waxing Moon, attack with the lure ability on the 4/6, they have to block with something. There's no way they're going to be able to block that early. Look, the upside seems to be there, but the cost is significant here. It's a card, right? Is there a world where we view this, in a werewolf deck as like a really great combat trick of some sort?
Yeah, why not? This is playable, but just super build around. To put this in my deck, yes. I would need, I want to say minimum 8 werewolves, maybe only 7. And they need to be werewolves that when they transform are like quality.
Mm-hmm.
So not even just like a Hinterland Logger. It's like playing this on Hinterland Logger doesn't really do a whole lot. You turn it from a 2/1 to a 4/2. It's basically meaningless. It's not worth a card because the toughness is so low. It's still going to trade with almost all the stuff it trades with. If it said something like prevent all damage, dealt to target creature, you just can't even cast this card unless you have a werewolf.
Right, and it is werewolf. It's not like it transforms non-werewolf cards that happen to have a flip side. So, agreed. So Waxing Moon, build around. Make sure that you're not only putting it in a deck that has werewolves, but that has good werewolves. And you want 3 or 4 of them at least, I would guess.
Yeah, you need a lot.
I mean, maybe
go
5?
like 4 or 5 is like where I'm starting.
Okay,
to
so
it.
4 or 5 good targets, not targets, good targets, and then if you have a couple extras where it's a last resort, fair enough. But look, the liability of having a card in your hand that you simply cannot cast is unbearable. Like
it's too big.
It's too big. So keep that in mind with Waxing Moon on the build around. Wolfkin Bond is an interesting one. It's 4 and a green for an aura and enchants a creature. When it enters a battlefield, you get a 2/2 green wolf token. Just you get one, and the creature gets +2/+2. This is a common. It's funny. I'm not a big fan of auras in general, right? There's a significant risk involved with them, and they have some amount of setup costs, and that you need a creature, and it kind of has to be the right creature, and blah blah blah. But they keep pushing these higher and higher, and I got to say, Wolfkin Bond does hit the limit that I need to make one of these, because that's a big payoff. You're getting your creature is way bigger, and you get the green wolf, assuming that Wolfkin Bond resolves. And the board just completely changes complexion when you resolve a Wolfkin Bond.
Yeah, this is effectively a reprint of Knightly Valor.
Exactly.
And that card was almost always underrated.
Yep.
The fact that you can cast this and attack with a creature that wouldn't otherwise attack means that the turn you play it, you get to deal 5 damage and you get a 2/2. So even in the scenarios where your opponent can punish you for playing an aura, you got a bunch of damage, you got a 2/2, and it's really not that bad. And in the scenarios where your opponent can't remove that creature, you just have a massive creature on the board.
Right.
So this is a really strong card. It's going to be one of the better green commons.
I think so too. The key here, though, is, and this is just a word of warning, is make sure that the way is clear before you cast your Wolfkin Bond. If your creature does get killed from underneath it, meaning that you go Wolfkin Bond my creature and they go kill it in response, you get nothing. You do not get a wolf, and you just spent 5 mana, on nothing. And you're going to have a really hard time winning that game. So be careful with your Wolfkin Bond. Make sure that the way is pretty clear. I mean, look, there's some scenarios where you don't get to pick that, but if you have any flexibility with it, try to wait till your opponent's tapped down, or at least where they're not signaling to you that they have an answer for it. And if you do, you're going to be rewarded. The upside is just worth it on this card. It's that simple.
I agree.
That said, these type of cards aren't the type of cards that I like to give really high grades to, because they do carry that risk, and because they're not good just simply on their own. They do need other things to happen, even if those things are common, having a creature or whatever. So I went C+ on Wolfkin Bond. Do you think that's too low?
No, I like C+ at least. It could be a B.
Yeah, it might end up getting into the B range if the removal and card interaction doesn't line up.
Yeah, this card is good.
Yep. Woodcutter's Grit. So it's 2 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains hexproof until end of turn.
Yeah, I like the hexproof. I like... It's just inefficient.
Mana. Yeah,
it's just inefficient.
Mana. I know. I think it's worth it. I do think it makes the cut, because +3/+3 is a hell of a lot. That basically gets through any combat scenario, any normal combat scenario. And then, you get this hexproof where you're saying, like, okay, occasionally it's going to save my creature from removal. I've got a bomb out. I get to untap. Okay, I've got Woodcutter's Grit. Now I'm going to have a hard time losing. The problem is that neither end of those is what you want to pay 3 mana for, right? And even when you combine them, it still feels like it's a mana off. Like, this card would be excellent at 2 mana, but at 3 mana, like, it'd probably be too good. But at 3, it's like, it's so clunky, right? Like, 3 mana is a lot to leave up, turn after turn if you're trying to save your creature or whatever. That said, I do think it's going to see play. I think it's like a D or a D+. I think people are going to put it in their deck, and it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I have it at about a D. If I'm a green aggressive deck, I could play exactly one of these. I think playing multiple is just asking for trouble.
Agreed.
And I think in general, it's not what you want. It's almost never going to be impressive. It goes up in value if you have a bomb rare that you want to protect, but even then, it's pretty narrow because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
Playable, but pretty bad.
Okay. Woodland Patrol's our last green card. It's 2 and a green for a human scout. It's common. It's a 3/2 with vigilance. That's it.
Yeah, they kind of play with fire with these trample on low power creatures and vigilance on low toughness creatures.
Yeah.
So not exactly what you want, but it wears a Wolfkin Bond pretty well. So if I had multiple of those, I would play at least one of these.
Yeah. Also of note, it's a human. So if you have human synergies, it's going to play nice with those. Look, I mean, this is a kind of card that is kind of a classic C to C plus for me. Woodland Patrol is a card you will play often in your green decks. It doesn't blow you away. It's not the type of card you move into a color for, but hey, there it is, making the cut, attacking, blocking, doing its thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of on a D here with this, just because I would really hope to do better than this. I mean, if I'm green and I'm short on 3 drops, I'll play it, but it's not a card that I want to put in my deck because it's almost never impressive.
So you have it in the, like, play it sometimes type role.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, if I would play this card, like, 40% of the time, maybe 50% if I'm green.
And then the humans thing comes in as like a tiebreaker when when you have human centric stuff going on.
I haven't seen much that really rewards you for playing humans, unless I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, the Hamlet Captain I think was the best example.
Sure. If I had a Hamlet Captain, I would play one of these.
There's also the Crossroads Consecrator, which I think is medium. I like the Hamlet Captain a lot though.
If I've got a bunch of Crossroads guy and then I'm green beatdown human, I'm gonna play a couple of these. But if I'm green red werewolves, it's not a good card. If I'm green black delirium, it's not a good card.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just not.
Actually, it's really good in green black delirium because it dies so easily.
Yeah, all right.
We did it. Green looks good. I really like the werewolves from a design standpoint, just because I love, like you said, monstrosity or whatever you want to call it. Just dumping mana into cards late and turning them into big scary threats is really appealing to me.
Yeah, I've seen some premium comments here. Wolfkin Bond, Ulvenwald Captive, Prey Upon. Those are all really nice.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to white, and then we've got a few gold cards, some colorless, and we're going to call this thing a show. We've got Blessed Alliance as our first white card. It's an uncommon. It's 1 and a white for an instant. It's got Escalate 2 mana. So of these 3 things, you can have target player gain 4 life. It's a lot of life. You can untap up to 2 target creatures, and you can have target opponent sacrifice an attacking creature. So you can either pay 2, 4, or 6 mana, depending on how many of these modes you'd like to employ.
This is a good card, but not great. I have it at about a C+. It doesn't quite do what Sunstrike does, because it's sacrifices.
What's Sunstrike?
Oh, Silverstrike. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Silverstrike.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't quite do what Silverstrike does, because it says they sacrifice an attacking creature, not destroy target.
Yeah.
And there's also this tension between, okay, turn 4, I'm going to escalate it. Maybe you attack with a bunch of creatures. Hopefully I get to untap creatures that have favorable blocks, but you just get to sacrifice one of the creatures that I'd be having a favorable block against. Mm-hmm. So I can't really get like a nice 2-3 for 1 with it. So those kinds of things are at odds, but minimum it's 2 mana. It's like a Celestial Flare, and that was always a good card. It's easier to cast. It's a good cheap play. You get to gain life with it, and maybe you get to do like a mix of like untap, gain 4, like get favorable blocks. It does a lot, but it's not too impressive at what it does. So I think C+ is nice.
Okay,
area.
C+ for Blessed Alliance. And you can do that whole trick with the combat damage step thing here, right?
Oh yeah, you can let's say my opponent attacks with a 2/2 and a 10/10.
Yeah,
I could block the 2/2 with the 2/2, and then at the end of combat make him sacrifice an attacking creature.
Right. Now you take the 10.
I mean, if you've got nothing else,
got rid of it.
It's a good trade.
Yeah, it kills Progenitus.
Oh yeah, you're dang right it does.
We did it. All right. Next card is called Borrowed Grace. It's 2 and a white for an instant at common. It's also an escalate card, but the escalate cost is 1 and a white. So this one's a lot more expensive. You can choose one or both. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn, or creatures you control get, you guessed it, +0/+2 until end of turn. So what we're looking at here is 3 white for all of your creatures get +2/+2 until end of turn if you want to pay the escalate cost, or you can pay 2 and a white to choose one or the other.
Yeah, this is probably pretty good.
That's really powerful, isn't it?
If it didn't have escalate, it would be Fortify, which was like a pretty decent card in blood. You'd be like, if your deck was heavy, good creatures, good curve, you'd want 1 or 2 Fortifies, and this does that with upside. So this is probably a reasonable card. I mean, you don't want to ever play it in a control deck, and it's kind of average in a mid-range deck, so it's going to limit the amount of situations where it's going to be a high pick for you. But I'm going to say it's a build around, because you need to be a low curve base white beatdown deck.
Yeah.
And you need to be attacking a lot. So I think it's a build around, and in the right deck, it's probably a C or a C plus.
Yeah, I mean, it is of note. You can use it on blocks. Like, you can go block, give all my team, +2/+2 until end of turn or whatever. I don't think that'll come up as often, and I think you're right that if you want to maximize this type of card, you're going to want to be attacking. But I like it as a build around as well. Borrowed Grace, it's pretty powerful. That's a lot of damage.
It's not a card I'm going to be casting very often because
Agreed.
I don't like to be drafting those decks, but it's probably going to be a card I'm going to lose to.
I do, and I totally know what you mean. Choking Restraints is next. It's 2 and a white for an aura, enchant creature. It's enchanted creature can't attack or block, and kind of cool. You can pay 3 white and sacrifice the restraints to exile enchanted creature. So if you just have nothing to do with your turn later, or if the creature becomes an issue for some reason or another, you can get rid of it. But the key here is that for 3 mana, you got to pacifism.
Well, you get to pay 5, and you put an enchantment in your graveyard for Delirium.
Good point. Also, it does sacrifice the Choking Restraints, and we have seen a couple of cards that reference sacrificing, so, narrow, but worth noting. Card just seems very good to me.
Yeah, it's very good.
This has to be one of the best white commons, right?
Yeah, it is for sure, no question. Minimum, it's going to be 3 mana, neutralize a creature.
Yes.
And there's a really small amount of upside, but pacifisms are almost always like the cream of the crop for white commons, and this is no different. Yeah,
no, I like this. And at common, you're going to see these Choking Restraints around quite a bit. I will say that, as we work our way towards colorless, we're going to see the merge cards, and those type of cards do make Choking Restraints a bit worse. When people can get value out of the cards that you've put the restraints on, it does make it a little bit worse, but whatever. It's still good.
It's worse, but it's not enough worse where you're not going to play a removal spell in your deck.
You're not going to play all of them. Exactly. Yeah. I like Choking Restraints a lot. I'm going to give it a B-.
Yeah, I like B- too.
Courageous Outrider is next. It's 3 and a white for a 3/4 human scouted uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a human card from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on your bottom in any order.
This is a definite build around, and in a beatdown human deck, this is going to be a super high quality card.
Yeah.
Because 4 mana for a 3/4, a little unimpressive, but not really anything to scoff at, and it's much better than just comes into play, draw a card, because it comes into play, draw a spell.
Yeah.
Which is what you want. And if you're going to have Borrowed Grace in your deck, having a creature that gives you another creature, that's what else could you want? You want to flood the board with creatures, and then you get to play one of these and attack with everything.
I think that 3/4 is also an underrated power and toughness combo. It tends to block very well and attack pretty well. And, I really appreciate when a creature can be right in the middle like that, where if I'm behind and I need a blocker, Courageous Outrider is going to do a decent job of holding the ground. But if I'm ahead and I'm beating down, there's not a ton of creatures that just block a 3/4 cleanly, right? They need to have something that costs 4 or 5 mana to do it at the least. And all of the three drops and below just don't tussle with the Outrider. So I like that guy a lot. I think that's a really solid little card.
An underrated part of having high toughness on a card that is usually in a beatdown deck is, instead of being a good blocker, it's being a creature that works really well with your combat tricks.
Oh, yes, definitely. Also, I like it with all the fight cards. Yeah, fight card, the Prey Upon works well with it. Same thing with the Clear Shot or whatever it was called. So yeah, I like Courageous Outrider a lot. I think it hits well across the middle. It's card advantage in a beatdown deck, and there's not a lot to not like about it. I think we're going to see these a ton. I actually think it's a B-. I just think that getting a card back on an already solid body in a relevant tribe is pushes in the B range for me.
Yeah, I like it. I was going to say C+, but it definitely has a higher upside. Mm-hmm. If you're just going to take it and chuck it in a blue-white flyer deck where you have 15 creatures, it's
but not enough humans. Yeah, it's a lot
But
worse.
If you're green-white human beatdown, it's this is going to be a really impressive card to play on turn 4.
For sure. Dawn Gryph is next. It's a Hippogriff. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 flying, 2/2 flyer at common.
Yeah, pretty good card.
Sure. Looks fine.
I don't recall if there's any reward for having flying, but
no, I
don't know if I'm white beatdown. I want this card. I'm gonna play as many as I get, and
we keep going back to Borrowed Grace, but there you go.
Sure.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, to me, this is like a C.
Yeah, this is exactly a C.
Yep. Desperate Sentry is next. It's 2 and a white for a 1/2 human soldier. When it dies, you get a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature. token, and it's got Delirium. So as long as you've got Delirium, it gets +3/+0. It becomes a 4/2.
That's a serious reward for Delirium.
No kidding. That's big time. Now, what about, like, what do you think about Desperate Sentry just as a, let's just take Delirium off the table. It's a 1/2 for 3, which is obviously terrible. But if you sacrifice it, emerge it, block with it, if it dies to removal some godforsaken way, you just get a 3/2. It just gets upgraded.
Yeah, dies is nice as opposed to that the green uncommon that said you have to sacrifice it to emerge.
Yes.
So dies is
because you can still do that.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of white emerge decks, but whatever. This seems good to me. Like,
yeah, I like it. I think that it's probably not a very good card without the Delirium, but if you get Delirium like a third of the time, then this is a really nice card.
I agree.
Because 4/2 for 3, like the high power, low toughness is a nice combination of block me now or you're going to be in trouble. So not many people are going to sit around taking 4 every turn to deprive their opponent of this. And when you trade a card for a card and get a 3/2, that's
you're up.
Quite good.
Totally. The downside I see to this card is that it's not good at beating. Like, they can ignore it if you're trying to beat down, right? They're like Desperate Sentry, go. They're like attack for 1. They're like, well, I don't want to upgrade it. I'll just take 1. So
some decks can ignore it. I'll tell you that right now. With a card if you play against like a red-green werewolf deck, they can't ignore it. They don't have creatures with flying. They have to get through this card. Or
what I was actually referring to when you're the beatdown and playing it.
Oh, I see.
Right. So like if you're looking to turn this card sideways, your opponent's not interested in attacking you. They're just going to take it. They're just like, sure, I'll take 1, whatever.
Yeah,
right.
It is low power.
Yeah. So it's a little weird that it seems to be stronger in a deck that's looking to be defensive, where, like you said, if your opponent's looking to beat you down on the ground, you're just like, ha. Sitting there with it. Also, all those upsides we talked about with that blue card from the beginning, where it's like they make you sacrifice something, or, they have a 1 toughness attacker, or you need to double block because a creature has menace or whatever. Like, Desperate Sentry just fills in all those blanks too.
Being a human is extremely strong with True Faith Censor.
Oh, yeah. Which is a common, even though it's only in 1 pack, you will see those.
3/3 Vigilance.
3/3 Vigilance that replaces itself? Wow.
You can't just keep taking that all day, and it's not even like a 2-card combo, because when this card dies, you still have the equipment.
Right. Yeah, totally. So is this a C+? I mean, it can't be a B-, right? It's not that good, is it?
I have it at about a C, just because it's very conditional on what you're doing. If you've got good emerge stuff going on, it's going to be nice. If you can get Delirium half the time, it's going to be a great card. But some of the time, it's just going to be a 1/2 for 3.
Okay.
And that's a serious enough drawback for me to say that it's not like going to be great.
Agreed. Yeah, the 1/2 for 3, if your opponent has the option to ignore it, is strong.
They might have flying creatures, or they might,
Totally. Or they might just be a control deck, in which case you just kind of threw away your third turn, at least, immediately. Okay. Drogskull Shieldmate is next. It's 2 and a white for a 2/3 Spirit Soldier at uncommon. It's got flash. And when Drogskull Shieldmate enters the battlefield, other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. And this is, by the way, the other creature with the special ability not flying.
I love this card.
It's good.
Yeah, this card is really good. It's unlikely to be a card that is going to single-handedly decide games, but it does this thing where if your opponent has a 2/2 for 2, what are they going to do? Are you just going to not attack me with your 2-drops anymore? Either you're going to attack and you're just going to run in, I'm going to flash this guy in and block, or you're not going to attack and I'm just going to get tons of value when I don't draw this card.
Yeah, totally.
And it even has the other ability of your other creatures get +0/+1, which means I can just start attacking with 2/2s. You block with your 2/2, I play this, or you attack with like a whatever, like a 3/3, block with 3/3, play this. It's like there's lots of ways where you can just get a card for free out of this.
Yeah.
And I've always been a big fan of flash creatures where you can just get a card for free.
I love that too. And especially because the floor is so high on this card. It's just, I mean, not that it's so high, but it's just not that low, right? You're still talking about a 2/3 for 3 with a relevant enters the battlefield ability as well.
I like it.
Not a human. It is a dead person. It's a Spirit Soldier, and it does not have flying, so be careful with that. I like the card a lot. I don't know how to grade it. It's definitely in the C+ to B- range. A lot of these good commons and uncommons fall into that range. Where do you have it at, Owen?
I have it at about a C+.
Okay, that's fair.
It can never be broken, but it can always be really efficient.
Yeah, totally. Extricator of Sin is our next card. And it looks like that one is a 2 and a white for an 0/3 human cleric at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another permanent. If you do, you get a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token. Another sacrifice thing going on here. And by the way, this, I immediately look back to that guy that we were just talking about, the Desperate Sentry.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that could be a thing for sure. Now, this is a double face card. It says Delirium. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you've got Delirium, transform it. It transforms into Extricator of Flesh, which is an Eldrazi horror. And it says Eldrazi you control have vigilance, which of course counts itself. It's a 3/5. And you can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sacrifice a non-Eldrazi creature to put a 3/2 colorless Eldrazi horror creature token onto the battlefield.
This is a fascinating card.
I just have to think with this much stuff going on that this card's really good.
Yeah, it's definitely playable. The thing is, it's a 3 mana 0/3.
Yes.
So that is poor. If you play it on turn 3, you have to sacrifice another permanent.
Right.
And you're not going to sacrifice one of your first 3 lands.
No, you're never doing that.
You got to have something that you throw into play that you don't care about, that you then sacrifice to get a 3/2 Eldrazi horror. I mean, if you play it on turn 10, you're happy to sack a land because the land's not doing much for you, and it's going to contribute to the Delirium, which is reasonable, but it's not like you get some kind of big reward out of transforming it. It turns into a 3/5 Vigilance, which can pseudo-protect your creatures from removal or make it so that they get Vigilance by becoming Eldrazi.
Yeah, maybe you're upgrading or even downgrading slightly some creatures, but
this card is probably a C, maybe a C-, because it doesn't do a lot in the early game, and when all the wheels are spinning, it's not a card that has... It's not a card that can single-handedly change the game. It can just do a lot of unique stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting just because I think that the mana cost lies a little, right? It looks like a 3-drop, but it's going to be rare that you're happy to cast it on turn 3. So the mana cost is, sort of deceptive. I'm going to give it a C+. I think that there's some upside here, and I think that if you can try to set up like maybe green-white Delirium deck or whatever, if you can turbo Delirium this thing, it can get out of hand pretty quickly. 3/5 with Vigilance is already decent, and then, upgrading your creatures to 3/2s with Vigilance can be really good too.
Concur.
Faith Unbroken is next. It's 3 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. It's an uncommon. It says when Faith Unbroken enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Faith Unbroken leaves the battlefield, and the enchanted creature gets +2/+2. We talked about the green enchantment, meeting that requirement, or at least my requirement for being good, even let alone playable. This one does too. Faith Unbroken, gets anything out of the way. It's Oblivion Ring and giving your creature +2/+2 for just 4 mana. And yeah, sometimes they kill your creature and you do end up back down cards again. But man, sometimes you just win the game in the 2 turns that they don't have a creature and you have a massive one.
Yeah, this card is just completely ridiculous. It's
the swing is absurd.
It's amazing. I mean, I know that this is going to be a stretch, but if you were to just tack on the word hexproof onto the creature, this card would just be an A+. It would be totally crazy ridiculous.
Yes.
So, in the same vein, you could say that when your opponent doesn't kill your creature, this is an A+.
Yes.
The reason it's not an A+ is because there's some risk involved in your creature getting killed and you getting 2-for-1.
Yes. And it is a 2-for-1 because they get their creature back.
Yeah, they get their creature back, your creature dies. I guess you could put it on... Oh, it says enchant creature you control. I was like, I'll just throw it on their creature.
They thought of that, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say that this is a B+. This is worth the risk. You're going to win the game almost all of the time that this card goes uncontested.
Yes.
And yeah, this is... It's just Necrotol with haste. But better.
I know. It's insane.
Yeah. It's not better because you could get 2-for-1, but it's really strong because you can give +2/+2 to a creature that wasn't otherwise doing stuff in combat.
Yeah, it's not overall better than a Necrotol type card.
When it works, it's a lot better.
But it is better in some ways, yeah. And interestingly, to your point about hexproof, it actually gets some protection from removal with the +2 on the toughness, right? There's a lot of red removal spells that aren't going to be able to kill it anymore. So Yeah, I'm a fan of Faith Unbroken. I mean, it's very swingy. You know, you will get 2 for 1. You will lose your creature, and they're going to get their creature back, and that's going to be hard to win. But man, the interim and especially the turn that you play Faith Unbroken, you could just win the game on that turn. It's insane. Faithbearer Paladin is next. Card's really straightforward. Seems solid to me though. It's 4 and a white for a common 3/4 human knight that has lifelink.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a D+.
Really?
Well, the mana cost for what you get is a little below almost all the cards that we've seen. I mean, it is at its core inefficient. It's going to have moments of being really strong and moments of being not that good. Maybe it's just a C- or even a clean C.
I gave it a C. When I was leaning towards C+, just because what else could I ask for a card here? It attacks well, it blocks well. It has lifelink, so it's going to change, race scenarios really well. It's a human. Yeah. I agree that it's 5, but I mean, if you made this thing 4 mana, it would be kind of insane.
It was like if it didn't have lifelink, it would just be unplayable.
Yes.
And it's like with lifelink, you might trade and get 3 life, but I don't know. Maybe I'm underrating it, but it looks like just kind of a middling average card to me.
All right, I'm going to go C+. I like it a little better than you do.
Yeah.
Fiendbinder is next. It's 3 and a white for a human soldier. It's a 3/2 common, and it says whenever it attacks, tap target creature defending player controls.
I like this card a lot.
Aggro.
It's not as good as Goblin Heel Cutter, obviously, because it doesn't have haste.
Right.
But it can be. If you've ever cast a Goblin Heel Cutter on turn 4, it's this.
Yeah, it is this, and this does it every turn. Yeah, it's really nice.
It's a really good card. I'm leaning towards C+ just because looks like the white cards are really aggressive, and this is pretty strong.
I gave it a C just because, look, when you're not in the attack mode, it's just okay, right? A 3/2 for 4 is pretty bad, and it has no other text in that scenario, so you're losing out there for sure. But the times when you are attacking it, and look, Fiendbinder changes the scenario where you didn't have attacks to one where you could. So, you got to give it credit for that.
And you know what else this card does? It means that when you attack, they just have to block it.
They have to block it, yeah.
So
makes your combat tricks great,
favorable, setups for using combat tricks. And I agree that a lot of the cards we've seen can either be really good, or actually, they can be really poor in a control deck or poor in an aggro deck. But I make exceptions for cards that do what they do really well in the deck that they want to be in. You could say like a 3/2 for 3 is like not that good in a control deck, but a 3/2 for 4 that's going to be tapping creatures. That's exactly it's like better than most of the cards that exist for aggro decks. Like this is what you want.
Totally, yeah.
It's beating
Removal
down,
spell on a stick.
Difficult. Yeah, it's totally
good. Geist of the Lonely Vigil is next. It's 1 and a white for a 2/3 spirit cleric. It's uncommon. It's got defender and flying. But if you've got delirium, it can attack as though it didn't have defender.
I guess I'm giving this a C-. I mean,
God, I mean, it's just a delirium question.
Yeah.
This is a fine finisher. And I mean, it's a great blocker, just an excellent blocker at 2 mana. So if you're looking to go long game and grind into delirium anyway, then it just all of a sudden becomes a nice little finisher, a nice little attacker in the air. Then I'm into it, right? But if you're trying to be the humans beatdown deck, you don't want to touch this thing.
Yeah, for me, it's a wall. Does my deck
it's a
want
wall?
And it's like the payoff for delirium is almost nothing because I put this card in my deck because I wanted a wall, and it's going to give me a little extra utility, but it doesn't change it from a wall to a really good card. It changes it from a wall to a little better than a wall.
Yeah.
Like a 2/3, like a 2-power flying is not. It's not a game changer.
Not on turn 11. Yeah, exactly.
It's good,
so the question is how good of a wall is it? And it's pretty damn good.
It's good.
If you're in the market for a wall, Geist of the Lonely Vigil seems like a nice wall. I don't know how often that's the case. I don't find myself usually wanting to play walls, but
yeah, maybe it's just a C.
Sure, that seems good. Give No Ground is next. It's 3 and a white for an instant at uncommon. It says target creature gets +2/+6 what until end of turn and can block any number of creatures this turn.
I feel like this is a C. It's an inefficient combat trick with moments of high upside. I mean, it's kind of a fog. If your opponent was to just go, I'm going to Alpha Strike with everything. Could even just create card advantage. Opponent attacks.
I mean, you're probably killing 2 creatures or whatever with it, right?
You could, yeah.
I mean, if you play it on a lowly 2/2, it becomes a 4/8.
Yeah, you could kill 2 choo-choos with that. That's
yeah, it's probably something that could happen. It's not cheap. It's 4 mana.
Yeah.
You could use it offensively. It's bad, like to just give, only 2 power for 4 mana, but it doesn't, the creature doesn't have to be blocking or anything like that.
Boy, it would be savage if you cast. The thing is, you have to cast this card before you block because it gives you the block extra creatures.
Yes.
And so your opponent could just play that 3 mana 2/1 flash spirit, tap target creature.
Oh, God.
Or they could just burn your guy or kill it.
I don't feel good. Give no ground is losing ground for me pretty quickly here.
It's playable. It has upside, but I think that you're going to play 1 or 0 in your decks, and it could be really strong. I'm not that impressed with it.
I'm going to give it a D. Here's my reasoning. I might move down to D-. It's not efficient, right? 4 mana is a lot to pay for this.
It is not.
It's in white, which is, from what we've seen in a deck that prefers to be a little more assertive, so we're looking at a more niche build of a white deck. Like, this isn't great in your green-white humans list or whatever.
It's not doing a lot of blocking.
Not doing a lot of blocking in that scenario. In order for it to excel, you need a fairly specific scenario. Nothing crazy, but you need to be getting attacked by, 2 to 3 creatures or more, and have a blocker up that survives or doesn't get messed with, again, going back to like unsummon effects and stuff like that, right? They just love cards like this. That's a lot. Like, the setup cost is starting to get lengthy, and the using it on attacks is medium. So yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm going to give it a D.
Yeah, uninteresting.
Guardian of Pilgrims is 1 and a white for a 2/2 spirit cleric. When Guardian of Pilgrims enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, this is a reprint of Kinsbale Skirmisher, and that card was always pretty nice.
Pretty fine, right?
Yeah, it's a 2-drop, and it has a little bit of a bonus, which looks small, but often people view +1/+1 as, I'm going to deal 1 extra damage. But when you make it so a 3/3 becomes a 4/4, and it can attack past a 2/4, you're dealing 4 damage. You're not dealing 1 damage. So it's got a little bit going for it. It's cool. Nice card.
C.
Yeah, it's a C.
Sure. Ironclad Slayer is 2 and a white for a human warrior. It's a 3/2 at common. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, you may return target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand.
This card is quite good. Not quite good. I've got it at about a C or a C+. Obviously, it gets way better if you have Faith Unbroken, because when you play that card, the only way you can lose is if that card gets removed, and this card gives you another chance at playing that card.
Yeah, totally.
So it's really strong with that. It's also pretty strong with Wolfkin Bond.
Yes. Choking Restraints it's good with.
Which one's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That card naturally falls into your graveyard while killing creatures. It's a bit slow to pay 3 and then 5, and then 3, and then 3, and then 5, but that happens sometimes.
Yep.
Not at all outside the realm of possibility, and games are going to go longer when you're using removal on creatures, so I expect this guy to be an overperformer.
I think you're right. I don't think you want a ton of them, probably just 1 in your deck, but especially if you're doing the Delirium thing, where you might just splash an aura into your graveyard, incidentally, or even an equipment occasionally. I don't find that, super compelling. The auras seem a lot better, but still.
The downside is really low.
Yeah. It's not very low.
3 power 3-drop.
Yeah,
and
it's fine.
Like, if I had 1 Choking Restraints, I'd be happy to play 2 of these.
Totally. What was Emrakul's, whatever, the +3/-3 for 2 and a black? Yeah, that's great too.
Yeah, pick up dead weights.
Jesus, yeah. Ironclad Slayer is actually probably quite good. I'll go C+ on it easy.
Yeah, it's a great card.
Iron Right's Cleansing is 2 and a white for a sorcery. It says exile target artifact or enchantment. It's common. So sideboard card.
Somehow, if the Ironclad Slayer deck becomes a thing,
your
opponent plays the collective, the restraint. What's the one? Choking Restraints. You're like, oh, I want that exiled, so you just sack it and get it back.
Yeah, Faith Unbroken. Oh yeah,
it's interesting, but in general, it's going to be a D.
Yeah, it's a sideboard card. Yep. Yeah. Lone Rider is next, and Lone Rider is a double-face card, so it's 1 and a white for a 1/1 human knight at uncommon with First Strike and Lifelink. First Strike and Lifelink looks sweet until you see that it's a 1/1, because you're like, well, is kind of wasted on that. It says at the beginning of the end step, if you gained 3 or more life this turn, transform Lone Rider. It becomes it that rides as 1, an Eldrazi horror, that has first strike, trample, and lifelink, and it's a 4/4.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
So I guess the most common way to make this work is to use a combat trick on it that pumps its power by 2 or more. That's probably the most likely scenario for Lone Rider to get transformed.
Apothecary Geist?
That's right. Yes, that would work.
That's just a clean 3 right there. And there's not a small number of spirits I've seen.
Huh. This one's a human knight. Yeah, how blank is this card if you never flip it?
It's below average, but not horrible.
How is this not horrible if you never flip it? You have to augment it to become a card, right?
Look, man, I've got this weird thing with lifelink.
With 1-powered lifelink creatures.
Yeah. Just don't ask questions. Just let me have it.
All right, I'm going to let you have that, but for my sake, I'm going to say I think it's basically unplayable in that scenario.
I've got all the cards perfectly mapped out and evaluated, but you show me 1 power and lifelink, and my brain is just going to turn to sweet potatoes. I mean, first strike. What?
That's
what
great,
want, man.
Lone Rider A+ from Owen, D from Marshall.
It looks like a C to me. I mean, I would play it if I had it. You're going to need some cards that give you lifelink.
Yeah, or that pump its power. You mean?
Yeah. Like either that are going to pump its power or gain life. But if I have 3 or 4 cards that can do that, I'm definitely playing this card.
I agree. That's the thing. What I'm saying is I'm not playing this card if I don't have those. That's the key.
It might even be so powerful that you should play it if you have like 1 card that says gain 3 life.
Mm-hmm. That is super powerful what it does.
Yeah.
One weakness potentially is that Lone Rider is a bit of a lightning rod. Like, it dies to basically any removal spell, and any instant speed removal spell is pretty bad, because what the most common scenario is you're going to enter some type of combat with Lone Rider and then pump up your Lone Rider, and then it's going to become 3 power or more. When it does damage, you're going to gain the life, and then when you get to your end step, it's going to transform. The problem with all of that is that if your opponent has any way to touch the Lone Rider at instant speed, anything, then they're going to use it in response to your combat trick, and you're getting nothing.
Yeah, if they have that Thundermaw Werewolf, or they just ting it for 1, or they play a Tooth Collector, it's pretty bad.
Again, the black removal spell. There's a lot of nonsense that can really mess with the Lone Rider. So I'm not in love with it. I think it's like a D, but like you said, if you have like 2 ways to pump it, it's probably worth the effort. The card is really good on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Long Road Home. 1 and a white for an instant. It's uncommon. It says exile target creature at the beginning of the next end step. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, this is a reprint of Otherworldly Journey. It's pretty much always playable. I guess it doesn't really help you in combat. It pretty much your creature needs to be targeted by some kind of removal, or if your opponent plays some kind of combat trick. Yeah, I guess it's a bit more narrow than I thought, but.
Well, you can also just get a blocker out of the way for a turn. I mean, not that that's like amazing, but it's another sort of mode of this thing.
I guess it's probably just a C-.
Yeah, I have it at D. Like I can see a lot of decks that don't run Long Road Home and have it in their pile.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Lunarch Mantle is 1 and a white for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. The creature gets +2/+2 and has pay a mana, sacrifice a permanent. This creature gains flying until end of turn.
What a weird card.
What a weird card.
I guess I have it at D.
I do too. I'm not looking to play Lunarch Mantle, but maybe there's some combos with it. But on its own, that's definitely not the type of card I want to play.
Yeah, ever since I just was like, hey, I'm pretty good at Magic, I've just become allergic to creature auras.
Me too.
I just don't want to ever allow for myself to have a 2-for-1 happen against me through natural means. Like, I'm just not playing these cards as much. I mean, certainly they're going to increase your variance in a game, and against some matchups, they're going to be really good cards, but I just don't play. Like, there's an amount that they should be played, and I'm playing them less than that.
I am too. You and I are the same on that. We've had to make some adjustments as the removal has gotten worse and more expensive and more sorcery speed. But still, your creatures, like, it still doesn't work out. Like, I just find that as the base level is that you should avoid cards like this and then look for opportunities to exploit when they're very good. I have Lunarch Mantle at a D minus.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like I was saying, like, if you could somehow omnipotently know what the line was of how often these creature auras should be played, I think the general populace is playing them way too often, and I'm playing them not often enough.
I agree.
Because definitely some amount of the time I should just be taking risks and hoping that my opponent doesn't have it, but it's just not, it just doesn't feel good to play that way.
No,
so I do it less.
Peace of Mind is next. It's pretty bad. It's 1 and a white for an enchantment and uncommon. You can pay white and discard a card to gain 3 life.
Yeah, this looks bad to me.
I think it's just an F. I mean, maybe there's something with it with discarding cards. I mean, it's a white madness enabler that doesn't really make any sense.
It's pretty much an F.
I think it's just an F. Let's move on to Repel the Abominable. This is 1 and a white for an instant. It's uncommon. It says prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn by non-human sources. Wow.
This is like a functional reprint of a card called Spare from Evil in the original Innistrad. And I remember, actually that card said like your creatures gain protection from non-humans.
Yeah.
So it could actually enable attacks.
Yeah, I think this one's actually better though. Maybe not. Maybe that is better, but I can't remember what that one said. Anyway, this one has some really weird but cool applications. So here's the first thing. This is a build around. This goes in the build around category because if you're not running a bunch of humans, it gets a lot worse. That said, it is kind of interesting because you can use it as like a fog against non-human decks. You can also use it to prevent damage from burn spells.
Oh, yeah.
What is 7 mana one that we loved? Card? Yeah, you just play Repel the Abominable, and it just does nothing.
Yep, that is huge.
So that's massive.
That means almost no matter what white deck you're drafting, you're going to want to pick this up at a low cost because your opponent could have Spreading Flames. And
Agreed.
This is going to be one of your only answers.
I know, right? Like that. It's that important. I think that the trap that most players fall into when they look at a card like this is they say, oh my God, I'm going to play a humans deck. My opponent's going to attack me with a bunch of creatures. I'm going to block with a bunch of my humans and then play Repel the Abominable and then blow them out. The problem is that Magic is a game that's set up such that players are not incentivized to attack a whole bunch of creatures and do a whole bunch of other creatures. There's significant downside for the attacking player there. So that doesn't pop up that often. I'm not saying never, but it doesn't happen as often as people think it does. So that I don't think is like a huge pull for Repel, even though there will be certain times where you do get a nice little blowout with it. If you've got a humans deck going. I have it in it's like half build around, half sideboard for this thing.
Yeah, I have it at pretty solidly build around, and it between this and Borrowed Grace, you're going to have to be really careful how you play against the white-based aggressive human decks because they're going to want to be attacking every turn with all their creatures, and doing a lot of blocking in the same turn is going to turn out poorly for you.
Yep. Let's move on to, I like this one, Sigardian Priest. It's 1 and a white for a 1/2 human cleric. It's a common, and it has pay a mana, tap it to tap target non-human creature.
This is a functional reprint of Avacyn Priest, and that was a very good card.
Yeah, it was really, really good. I think Sigardian Priest is good. I think there's plenty of non-human creatures. You kind of get this, this effect where if you're playing it, you're more likely to have humans in your deck because you're in white. And if that's the case, then that means that there's fewer humans for your opponents to have, so it makes this better. Look, I mean, paying a mana is annoying. It is. But, you can still curve out and build up your board and then start paying a little bit later. It is still a human. I don't know. I think Sigardian Priest is good. I think I'm going to play a bunch of them. I think I'm going to be pretty aggressive with putting them in my deck as well.
Yeah, this is a really strong card. And it's worth noting that humans are going to be the smallest creatures in terms of power toughness and in terms of casting cost.
Good point.
So almost all of the time when you're worried about tapping a big creature, it's not going to be a human. Totally. And often it's going to be like a werewolf that they transformed. Your opponent spent 5 mana to cast it and 7 to flip it. And you're like, okay, like tap, tap.
Yeah, and the werewolves out of this set are not human on either side. They start out as like werewolf horrors and become Eldrazi werewolves or something like that. So yeah, I like Sigardian Priest a lot. I'm going to give it a B-. I know that you have to pay a mana for it, so that does make it worse. But cards like this are really strong in the mid to late game, and they can enable either strategy, either an attacking strategy or a more defensive strategy, and I like cards like that.
Yeah, this is a really strong card. It's going to be one of the better or the best white common.
I think so too. Spectral Reserves is 3 and a white for a sorcery. It's common. It says put 2 1/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying onto the battlefield, and you gain 2 life.
It's a bit overcosted.
It is,
but probably playable.
I think it's borderline. I have it at D+. I like the 2 life is probably marginal, and the 2 1/1 flyers for 4 mana is not great, but not out of reach either. I just find that, like, look, if I look down at my pool and I've got a Borrowed Grace or 2, sure, I'll run a Spectral Reserves or even a second one. But if I don't, I'm not really looking to go wide with my creatures or whatever, then yeah, I'm not into Spectral Reserves nearly as much. I just feel like it's inefficient.
Is this card better or worse than the White Vessel?
I like this card better.
They seem comparable.
They're very, very, very similar.
Yeah. This is probably worse.
I like this one a little better. I think the 2 life is something, and I don't know, it's less mana overall as well.
Yeah.
You don't get
the first one was playable.
Installment plan. Yeah, I almost never ended up actually playing it.
Yeah. Fair.
I think this is a D+.
Yeah, I'm about there.
Steadfast Cathar is 1 and a white for a 2/1 human soldier. At common, it says whenever it attacks, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn.
It's tough to block, and it's human. It is weak because of that 1 toughness that I have not been too fond of. But if you're a white-based human beatdown deck, this is going to be nice.
Yeah, you're going to play your Steadfast
It's hard to block. I mean, that's what you want.
Yep, it's probably a C.
Yeah, C's good.
Subjugator Angel. This is an uncommon. It's 4 white for a 4/3 with flying. It's an angel. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, tap all creatures your opponents control. Are you serious?
It's a good card.
Wow.
It's kind of lame.
That's Grown Test Central. Yeah. Not that it ever matters because you just tap your opponent's team and kill them.
Yeah. It's a pretty good card.
That's an absurd curve topper, though, for an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
You play a Steadfast Cathar, a couple of 3-drops or whatever. You get in for 6-8 damage. You kind of build out your board until you have, 10 power, and then you're like Subjugator Angel attack you for 12 or whatever.
Yeah, I like it. It's probably for me, it's probably a B-.
Yeah, I have it at B. That's also going to be a huge Grown Test card for sure.
Oh yeah.
I was stabilized.
Thraben's
Standard Bearer is white for a 1/1 human soldier. It is common and it has an ability. 1 and a white, tap it and discard a card, and you get a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
This looks pretty good to me.
So what do you like about it?
So it's got the little bit of mitigate mana flood. It's got the little bit of like make tokens so I can swarm you, which there's a couple of nice white cards that do that. There's the Fortify. There's another card that can't quite remember. Seems like there was a couple of cards that rewarded you for going wide.
Yeah.
And, it's a human. It makes a human. It's nice, like, turn 1 into turn 2. So if you're on the play, you can get a little bit going on. And, I don't know. It's just, it seems good in your opening hand and not great otherwise.
I don't like this card very much. I don't like it as much as you do. Cashing in cards for 1/1s is like, I like having the option, but the problem is I don't like a 1/1 for 1 as a card. I just think it like almost doesn't count as a card itself. So if that's the case, I'm looking to activate this ability. That's why I put it in my deck. And I don't think this ability is very strong. Like, I get what you're saying. Like if you have a Borrowed Grace or whatever, and you're trying to just, make a big army, this could certainly do it. But beyond that, I'm not really a big fan of the Thraben Standard Bearer.
Well, that's why you draft a Mardu Madness deck.
I like that. I'm going to give it a D+. I'm curious to see where it ends up falling.
Yeah, I'm probably about there too.
Okay. A few more cards to go here, and then we're going to call this thing a show. How you hanging in there, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Came in for the set review. Just kidding.
You guys full force on this one.
You know Luis is like cube drafting right now, right?
Obviously, he's just laughing.
Yeah. All right, a few gold cards. Let's get into those. We've got Campaign of Vengeance as our first one. It's 3 white-black for an enchantment. They're all uncommon. I'm not going to mention that. Whenever a creature you control attacks, defending player loses a life and you gain a life.
This card looks pretty strong to me.
Again, with that swarm strategy that you'd mentioned.
Yeah, I think people in general, they underrate the effect of opponent loses X life, you gain X life. Just because if this was to say, whenever one of your creatures attacks, you gain 2 life, people would be like, oh, not bad. And if it said, whenever a creature you attacks, your opponent loses 2 life, you'd be like, wow, that's busted.
Yeah.
And so the reality is, it's somewhere in between those two.
Right.
It's a little bit worse because it's less focused, but in general, like 2 points of life that happen every time you just attack. That's really nice because you're going to play this, you're going to get a couple of triggers, and then for the rest of the game, you can just go like, I'm just going to suicide because I get 3-4 triggers, I get a little bit of damage in, and then I only need to do that 1 or 2 more times and the game's over.
Yeah, totally. Seems to work very well with that swarm strategy. Seems to work well with flyers as well, where you're just piling on extra damage for each little flyer that you've got. I like it. I think the card's fine.
And it's like this card makes you want to attack with all your creatures, and normally the fear would be that you're getting killed on the crack pack, but now when you're gaining a bunch of life, and then you're getting a little bit more life on the next turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong play if you're in a race where you're like attack, they attack you, you attack them, they attack you, then you go Campaign of Vengeance, attack, and they're like, crap, you just gained 4, and I lost 4, and now I'm almost dead. Of course, we have to note the significant downside here that it does stone nothing if you're not attacking. So make sure that you're putting this in a deck. You know, it's white-black, so you might be tempted to build like a Delirium deck or something, and this is probably not very good in that deck.
Yeah, you got to be heavy creatures.
Yeah.
Almost always they make a card that's like 5 mana, and it's like at the beginning of your upkeep, opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Yeah. And it's like, it always kind of seems bad, but then when you play the games, it always is just pretty good.
Yeah. Also, I know why you like this card. It goes really great with your little skull dorks.
I mean, it's great if you have this. Like, if I had this and a Lone Rider, I would play it for sure.
There you go. So that said, I'm not a huge fan of it. I see the upside here, but I don't love it. I think it's like in the C range for me. I don't have it in the B range.
Yeah, I'm in for a C. It's not like a great. The reason I feel the need to explain that why I think this card is pretty good is because it just looks awful.
Yes.
It looks like you're paying 5 mana to do 1 damage, and you're like, who even cares?
Right. Yeah.
But I think these cards are like historically have been underrated.
Yep. Mercurial Geist is next. We actually previewed this one. So it's 2 blue-red for a 1/3 flying spirit. And this one's kind of insane. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Now, if you
build around.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at this in a normal deck, aka a deck that has 4 or 5 instants and sorceries, which is about what we see on average for, a normal deck, whatever that means. This card doesn't look that great. It's occasionally a 4/3, probably on average about once or once and a half times per game. And then it's a 1/3 flyer for 4 all the other turns, and that's pretty bad. But if you put this in an instant or sorcery heavy deck, like the type of decks that we saw from Shadows and the type of decks that seem to be hinted at here, this thing can get out of hand, man. If you just cast 2, it gets +6/+0 until the turn, and it hits for 7 in the air. You don't need to do that very many times, especially if any of those are combat tricks.
Yeah, they're just dead if you have this with Rush of Adrenaline and Uncaged Fury.
Dead.
Yeah, they're at 0.
So I agree with you. I think that as far as grading and looking at this card, it's full build around. You need to be blue-red instants and sorceries. If you have that deck, you will always play your Mercurial Geist, and it will be basically a must kill. And if you don't, I would tend to avoid this card. I don't think that you just put this into a deck that has 4 or 5 instants and sorceries. I really don't think it's that great in that scenario, just because the 1/3 flying for 4, especially on a gold card, is so low.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
In those instances, I wouldn't splash it. I wouldn't pick it high and go into blue-red unless I had like multiple instants and sorceries already. I would if I had first picked a red card and I could first pick any card versus this, it's not like I'm definitely taking this because it's so good when I can draft it and build around it. It's just a card that you take when you're blue-red, and it's going to be pretty strong in your deck.
And the cool part is I don't think any other deck wants it because they'd have to splash, So you're going to get this, relatively late.
Yeah, it's good.
Morn Willow is next. It's 1 black-green for a 3/2 plant skeleton with haste, and it's got delirium. If you've got, when it enters the battlefield, if you've got delirium, creatures with power 2 or less cannot block this turn.
That's just a bizarre delirium ability.
I know, it's such a weird card. It's also green-black, which is traditionally kind of a more grindy 2-color pair in both constructed and limited, and it's somehow a 3/2 with haste. It's like this beat-down aggro creature.
Dude, the artwork on this card is just awesome.
It is dope.
It's like a skeleton guy in a tuxedo lifting up like a plant that kind of melded with a little skull. The guy's just hauling around a plant, running as fast as he can. It's pretty cool.
It is. He's very fast with his haste.
Boy, the delirium is just it sucks.
It's like, so weird. It's really not that impressive.
It doesn't even make sense for what a delirium is. It's like, yeah, there's this guy hanging around a graveyard, but if you're weak, you can't do much blocking.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah.
I'm actually not a huge fan of it. I think it's fine. Like, it's hard to knock it. If you're in green-black, I don't see you really not playing this card just because 3/2 haste for 3 is acceptable, but it's not great, right? I mean,
3/2 haste for 3 is a pretty good rate.
It's pretty good, right? Like, it's not... I wouldn't put it at a B. Like, if it was 2 and a red for a 3/2 haste, right, which is, I think, a card that I've seen before, that card would be like a C+ to me. It's fine.
Yeah. That would be a pretty good card, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that this is like a little better than that, but a little harder to cast in a lot of scenarios. So, I don't know. Morn Willow to me is not an impact, big impact card, but it's also a card that, like, again, if you're green-black, you're just gonna put it in your deck.
Yeah, I give it a C or a C+.
Me too. That's where it's at. Ooh, I like this next one. Ride Down. White and a red for an instant. It says destroy target blocking creatures that were blocked by that creature. This combat gain trample until end of turn.
Yeah, Ride Down is excellent.
It's the nut. Yeah. I mean, you do need to be attacking. If you're on the defensive, it does basically nothing unless your opponent makes a mistake. The number one thing about Ride Down, I mentioned this when we previewed it, but I'll mention it again here. Be careful. I have foolishly blocked with my big scary 4/6 on their stupid 1/1, thinking like, what? Like, you're going to use 2 combat tricks to trade or whatever? That's fine by me. I block. And then like Ride Down, take 1. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I could have just, I'm at 18. I could have just taken a damage and I opened myself up to getting Ride Down, and
Oh, you took a damage, all right.
And I did take that damage. So just be careful. Just make sure, you don't want to let people bluff you off of it all the time because it's only in 2 packs and it's an uncommon and it's a gold card. But, if they make an attack that just has you scratching your head and they're in red-white and you're just like, God, it just does not add up. Remember Ride Down. It could absolutely be what they have. And it's a easy card to play around if you're in the right scenario to do it.
Yeah, the best way to play around Ride Down is just double blocking. Like, they attack with a 3/3. If you block it with 2 4/4s, it's like... Usually they go like, I'll attack, and the instinct is to just block with one of your guys because you don't want to expose yourself to, like, if they have some kind of trick where they get to pick which creature to kill.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the times, like, if you double block with 2 better creatures, then when they play a trick, they get to choose to kill your best creature, which is not intuitively what you want to do. But yeah, a lot of times it's pretty easy to figure out when they have Ride Down, and the best thing you can do is to double block or to wait to when you can double block.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Great stuff. Ride Down's very good. I think it's like a B-. It's not just straight up awesome removal, but in a red-white deck, you're often looking to get your beat down on anyway. So it tends to fit that strategy, and it does really good at what you want to do.
Yeah. B- sounds good.
Abundant Maw. 8 mana. This is our first colorless card. In fact, that does actually do it for the gold card. So now we're in the home stretch here. We've got a few artifacts and a few colorless cards, and then we're all done. Abundant Maw costs 8 mana. It's a 6/4 Eldrazi Leech, which is absolutely horrifying. It's an uncommon, and it's got Emerge for 6 and a black. And like I said before, you can listen to last episode for a breakdown on how Emerge works, but I'll read the rules text just as a refresher. It says, you may cast the spell by sacrificing a creature and paying the Emerge cost reduced by that creature's converted mana cost. So 6 and a black for the Emerge here. And it says, when you cast Abundant Maw, target opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. What does that remind you of?
Oh, Siege Rhino's back.
A card that you've cast many, many times in your life.
Sorry, Standard. You've been broken wide open.
Oh, man. So a 6/4 Siege Rhino. Again, Emerge cost is 6 and a black. You're often going to be throwing a 3 or 4 mana creature under the bus to actually cast it. reducing this thing pretty significantly to just 3 or 4 mana.
Yeah,
Card's powerful.
This card doesn't look all that impressive to me. This Emerge is just a complicated way of making creature enchantments, because you're just combining this with a different creature to make a big creature.
Yep. That's true.
So you're just taking on a lot of risk. Like, if my opponent shows me an Emerge creature, I'm just going to board in Convolute. And some of the time I'm going to destroy them with it.
Oh my god, yeah, that's disgusting.
And it's like, I'm not saying don't play your Emerge creatures because they might have a counter, but I'm saying it's just when you use the Emerge mechanic, with this card, it says opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. So if this creature gets killed, you traded your creature for drain for 3, which is not a great deal. Mm-hmm. Because unless your opponent dies, them losing 3 life didn't matter.
Right.
So if you can close out the game with the help of the 3 life you got, then sure, you got some value from it. But in general, I don't know. Some of the other Emerge creatures that I've seen, their ability when they come into play generates card advantage, and so those I'm less averse to. But this one, you really need to be Emerge sacrificing a creature that you've gotten a card out of, like that green 1/1, or the 1/2 for 3 that says you get a token when it dies, or the blue guy where you get an 0/2.
Yep.
Like waiting for 8 mana or emerging a card that you spent 4 mana on and didn't get a card out of. For me, it's just not okay.
Okay, so that's a good baseline to stand by. Of note here, and you did mention this, but I want to clarify it, that these are all when you cast it, so you're going to get that ability. Right. And you said that, but you're getting the ability on the cast as well. So where do you put Abundant Maw then? It's got after having played with Emerge a little bit, like I got to, the difference between 6 mana and 7 mana Emerge is almost nothing, which is weird because you'd think that it would be more. But the truth is, you play a 3-drop on turn 3, then on turn 4 you play a land. If you want to sack the 3-drop, then you can either tap all 4 lands or 3 lands, and you're going to be able to emerge either a 7 or a 6 Emerge in the same turn. It doesn't matter.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Right. And so keeping up the 1 mana is rarely relevant. I mean, I can think like Prey Upon's the one card that comes to mind, but whatever. Nice. Which is relevant. It is. But, that's 1 color. And,
it's
so
1 card, 1 scenario.
Right. And so every other scenario, they're functionally identical if you're going to be sacrificing a 3-drop to it.
I have this card at a C- or a D+.
Okay. I'm going to give it a C. You're probably right. I cannot poke any holes in your what you just laid out about it. So let's see as we go through here. We'll keep an eye on these cards and see and get an idea of what we really want out of that cast trigger before we're happy with it.
Yep.
All right. This next one is called Cryptolith Fragment, and it's actually a double face card. So it's 3 mana to cast. It's an artifact. It enters the battlefield tapped, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. And this is weird. Each player loses a life. At the beginning of your upkeep, so the beginning of your turn, if each player has 10 or less life, you transform it into Aurora of Emrakul, which is friggin' cool. It's Eldrazi Reflection. It's a 1/4 flying death touch, and whenever it attacks, each opponent loses 3 life.
Yeah.
This card is so weird, but really cool.
It's very difficult for me to evaluate the power level of this card because it only transforms when both players have 10 or less life.
Yes.
So if you've had a slow draw, you really don't want to be tapping this for mana because you're going to take a damage each time. And if you've had a fast draw, it's very good because you can just use it to ting your opponent every turn until they're dead.
Yes.
And if both people have a fast draw or a reasonable draw, it's probably a great card.
It is. So I've actually got to play with it.
It's going to ramp.
Yes.
And it's going to turn into an air elemental.
Yep.
For all intents and purposes, it's going to be a 4/4 flying death touch.
Yep.
It's better because they can't block it, really.
Right. They can't block most of the damage. After having played with this card, your assessment is spot on. The games where you're ahead, and this can help you get to that point, by the way. Like you cast it on turn 3, then you play a 5-drop on turn 4, and your opponent is under significant pressure. The times when you do that, this card feels amazing. It feels fantastic because you start hitting them with stuff. You're ahead of them on mana. You're activating it every turn just to activate the thing, like just to basically ping them for 1. And I had a couple of games where I was at 18 life or whatever, and my opponent was at 6.
And you're like, good luck.
And I'm like, you can never win this game. Like,
yeah, because if they get you to 9, then bang.
Yes. And if they don't, then they just die. Like, I go from 18 down to 12, and they go from 6 to 0. and that's without me attacking or doing anything. That's just tapping this thing every turn for mana. That's it.
Super random question, but if your opponent is at 10 and you're at 11, can you trigger this in your upkeep and then tap it?
Let's see. At the beginning of your upkeep, if each player has 10 or less life, I think not. I think that it checks at the beginning of your upkeep so that it won't happen.
Yeah, I would probably double check that.
Yeah, we need to double check. I'm not a judge, but that's how I read that. The trigger just doesn't happen.
I thought you said you prepared for the show. Oh my god!
I'll work harder next time. Now, that being said, I did find myself in a scenario, Owen, where my opponent had a wide board of, say, 5 creatures, and I had that red burn spell. I keep forgetting the name of it, but the 7 mana one. And I played a 4/4. My opponent's like, well, that blocks everything I have, but you're pretty low life. I'll attack with everything. So I get to eat the 3/4 lifelink human, but I go to 1. And I do not have the mana. I have the mana, but I cannot cast my 7 mana spell because Crystallis Fragment hits me for 1 when I tap it, and I had already used it like twice.
Sounds like your opponent made a great play putting you to 1. So you
I agree. But my point here is that this card does have downside, is that if you are the one who's behind, it does become a liability to tap it for mana, and that sucks.
It is true that when you spend 3 mana on a card that only makes mana and comes into play tapped, you're more likely to be the person who's behind.
Totally. And, my opponent, who, by the way, was Kathleen from Loading Ready Run, had a really nice curve out on me and was just smashing my head in. And even though I had like some plan in my mind, I'm like, this Cryptolith Fragment's basically just a liability here.
Yeah.
So it's not all fun and games with it, but I do think it holds its own. And the fact that it taps for any color can be relevant sometimes too. So I like Cryptolith Fragment a lot. I think it's really cool. I think it's one of the coolest designs I've seen in a card in a while as well. Grading it is exceedingly difficult. I'm going to give it a C+, but I'm going to admit that it's a bit of a punt grade just because like it's too hard to grade basically.
I like to say it's a C+ too. It looks like about that to me.
Yeah. Cathar's Shield is next. This is not going to get a C+. It's 0 mana for an equipment. The creature gets +0/+3 and has Vigilance. And of course, the most important part of equipment is the equip cost, and it's 3, which is in the danger zone. Basically, if the equip cost is 0, 1, or 2, and it does something relevant, I'm pretty happy with it. And if it's 3 or above, it has to be amazing, and Cathar's Shield is far from amazing.
Yeah, I'm giving this a D- and might as well just be an F.
Yeah, I'm going to give it an F. I'm in. I'm giving it an F. Next is Conduit of Emrakul. It is an Eldrazi. Sorry, that's actually the flip side of one of the ones we've already read, so I'm going to skip it.
That's the one I got really mad about.
Yeah, that is, yeah. The next card is actually Cultist's Staff, which is 2 colorless mana for an artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +2/+2, and it has equip 3. Now, I just mentioned another card that has an equip 3. This one does much better. +2/+2 I'd much rather have than +0/+3 in Vigilance. But does it still quite get there? 3 is a lot to equip.
Yeah, this one looks inefficient, but playable. I have it at a D.
I think it's a D as well. It's a kind of a classic D.
Man, equipment is just
stinky now, man.
It's bad.
Equip 3 is just really, really rough.
Yeah, you're spending 5 mana to give your creature +2/+2. I mean, equipment is only good in games where both people have no cards in hand and have similar power creatures so that you can, put it on one guy and trade up, and then put it on the next guy and trade up and get your little trade up to happen multiple times. But that's just not how a lot of games play out.
No, it's just really not.
When your opponent's mana screwed, you want them to just die. You don't want to go like, spend 2, go, spend 3, go, and then they bounce your guy, and you're like, oh. Like that, like the only way that I'm going to lose is if I use my mana advantage inefficiently.
Mm-hmm.
And you're allowing that to happen, so.
Yeah. All right, next card is called Drownyard Behemoth. I love this one, by the way. This is Shelly. She's one of our mascots on the show, Owen. Shelly the Crab. She's got a little grumpy today as an Eldrazi, but she's 9 mana for a 5/7 Eldrazi Crab, and she's got Flash. So we've got this pretty beefy 9 mana 5/7 with flash, but as you might imagine, she's also got emerge, and the emerge costs is 8. It's 7 and a blue. So I mentioned the difference between 6 and 7 being negligible, but the difference between 7 and 8 is a turn in most scenarios. So this is a little bit slower as a Drownyard Behemoth, but it has hexproof as long as it entered the battlefield this turn, which I don't really know why that's good.
Well, it's good because when you spend 8 mana or spend 4 mana and sack a 4/4 it doesn't just get tapped or killed.
Okay. I mean, I just feel like when
the best way to use this card is to your opponent attacks on turn 5 and you flash it in and you eat their creature.
I see. And this protects against that getting disrupted. Okay, so that makes sense.
It actually makes it pretty strong because the best way to use it is a way where you generate card advantage. Well, I mean, not necessarily card advantage because you're sacking a 4-drop to eat a 4-mana attacking creature, but you're ensuring that even if this gets killed later, you're maintaining card parity.
Okay, yeah. No, that does make sense. Also, it's worded interestingly. It says, Drownyard Behemoth has hexproof as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. So there's no window there it's not like a triggered ability, right? Where they can kill it in response.
And it's just this turn, which means it doesn't have hexproof forever. It's not like 5/7 that they can never kill. It means you get to kill their guy, but they can kill it later. So
yeah. I like Drownyard Behemoth. It is a little overpriced, I would say. The 8 mana emerge is pretty expensive. That said, the upside's pretty reasonable. We turn 5, we mentioned that the O2 that gives you a 3/2. Playing a Drownyard Behemoth on turn 5 is pretty sweet, right? Like your opponent attacks you with basically anything, and then you get to gobble it up, and you sacrifice a creature you didn't care about. I mean, if we pick apart good case scenarios, it looks pretty strong. I think your medium and bad case scenarios look not so good. So I like the card. I think it's sweet. I don't think it's particularly bomby though.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's definitely not a bomb, but it looks like a strong card to me.
Yeah, I think so too. I'll give it a C+. It's just very expensive at 9 mana or even 8 on emerge, and I just don't think we're talking about a card that is going to be necessarily like a defining one for the format or whatever.
Yeah, I was about there at C+ too.
Okay. What do we got? One more card? Yeah, there he is.
He is.
Field Creeper. That is creepy. Two colorless mana for a Scarecrow. It's a 2/1. That's all I got to say about it. It's an artifact creature, by the way. So, we have seen a decent number of Delirium cards in the set, and this is a card that if it ends up in your graveyard gives you 2 to Delirium, both artifact and creature.
I like him with the Grizzled Angler.
There you go. Colorless creature as well for the Angler.
Yeah, get that 4/5 grizzly fish popping around.
Yeah, whatever. Field Creeper's not, I don't think it's really something, remember Wicker Witch?
Yeah.
It's a little worse than that, right? Like it's not quite as good of an attacker, but it costs a little bit less mana, so it's fine. It's comparable, I would say. And it probably will serve a similar role in the sense that Wicker Witch wasn't a card that you wanted to play in every deck. It was a card that if you really were going for Delirium, it was a card you didn't mind having in there as your 20th
kind of always
card.
wanted one.
Yeah, I mean it's fine, right? Like if you want Delirium, it's good, but otherwise you could usually find 3 drops that were a little better than a 3/1. In this case, it's probably similar in that you're going to be able to find better 2 drops. But if you want Delirium or if it's just a curve filler, then Field Creeper makes the cut.
One thing that's important to remember is that there's only one pack of the werewolves that transform when a spell has not been cast. So the need for cheap plays is lessened. And
good point. Yes, totally.
Yeah, which that was like a big priority before, but now it's like it matters a lot less, and I do believe that the 1 toughness is going to be a liability here. So you don't always want to play this card, but if you're short on 2 drops, it's fine to play. And
all right,
it's not
I also missed a few cards, so we'll have to cover them. Where do you put the Creeper at?
C.
It's like a C, right? It's a C- or something. Yeah, there was one more page. I'm like, there's a card I know that's in here, and I found it. But anyway, next is Geist-Fueled Scarecrow, which is another scary card. I guess they're supposed to be. 4 colorless mana for a 4/4 Scarecrow. Boom! 4/4 for 4. Colorless. It's an uncommon. You know something bad is going to happen to you. And it kind of does. Creature spells you cast cost 1 more to cast.
This is probably great.
It's probably pretty good, right?
Yeah, this looks like a C+ to me. 4/4 for 4 is like awesome, and as long, like, if you're a low curve beatdown deck, then it's not often that you're going to be turning a 5-drop into a 6-drop. It almost doesn't matter.
No.
Because you're not going to have very many of those, or if any, in your deck. So
plus, if you go 2, 3, 4, and this is your 4, I mean, you're way ahead.
Sort of a build around, but a really strong card.
Another thing I like about it is that if your opponent is planning to kill it in combat, you can attack with your Geist Fueled Scarecrow. And if it dies, then you can just, cast whatever you were going to cast at normal cost anyway. And if it doesn't, well, you're probably doing pretty well. Maybe
you cast it and they play a murder, and then you play a 5-drop on curve, and it's like, okay, like, I just played a card where they had to murder it.
Right. For 4 mana. Yeah, I don't know. I think this card has some potential for sure.
Yeah, C+ for me.
I agree. I like that. Let's see here. Here it is. It of the Horrid Swarm is next. It's 8 mana for a 4/4 Eldrazi insect. And when you cast it, you get 2 1/1 green insect creature tokens. And it's got Emerge for 7, so 6 and a green.
Well, I certainly wouldn't be putting this in a deck that wasn't green.
Correct.
8 mana 4/4.
Yeah, 8 mana 4/4. Well, I mean, it's an 8 mana 6/6 effectively, right?
Oh, I thought that said when you emerge it. My bad.
No, it's when you cast it. So you would get it for that.
That matters.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I still agree with you though. I don't think I would put it in my deck at 8 mana for a 4/4 with 2/1.
Definitely you would not put it in a non-green deck.
Right.
And I put this guy again solidly in the camp of must require emerge cards that I don't mind sacrificing.
Yep, I agree. I think we're just going to see that. Maybe if the ability's better. There have been
ones that I've seen that are not as steep as the ones that we've seen. Like
okay.
The old Shelly, she's fine to just sack a 4 mana value creature.
Totally.
Or just 4 mana anything. Just Hill Giant. You can just sack a Hill Giant because most of the time when you play it, you're going to block a creature that they spent 4 mana on, and that thing's just going to die.
And now you've got a 5/7.
You really didn't lose much. Yeah, you have a 5/7. If they kill it, then 2 for 2. Reasonable trade. But otherwise, you're going to be way ahead.
Yeah.
So this one, you just must be sacrificing something that you're happy to sacrifice.
That said, it's pretty powerful when you do. I don't know. I like 4/4 with 2 1/1s, coming down on turn 5 or turn 4 even.
It's powerful, but the risk of removal is still very high, where it's not with the other stuff.
How do you mean?
Like with this, if I just, let's say I play turn 3, that 3/2 Vigilance human.
Yeah.
And then turn 4, I sack it for this.
Yeah.
They kill my 4/4. They effectively got a 2-for-1. Yeah, I've got 2 1/1.
I see. The upside's not high enough.
Yeah, the upside is low. It's like you're just getting 2-for-1. You have some 1/1s left over, but 1/1s don't decide games or often trade for cards.
Yeah. Yep. No, you're right. So this is like in the C range for you?
Yeah, C- for me. Maybe even a D.
It of the Horrid Swarm. I'm going to give a C-. I like this next one a lot. I think this one might meet our criteria. This is Lashweed Lurker. It's 8 mana for a 5/4, and it's an uncommon, and it's got Emerge for 5 green-blue, and when you cast it, you may put target non-land permanent on top of its owner's library.
Yeah, this card is great.
So that is card advantage.
This is a card where I can sacrifice a card. I can sacrifice a creature that I just spent my mana on, and I won't be upset. Like, if I go turn 3... 3/2 Vigilance human, and then turn 4 I play this, even if they kill it, it's not that bad for me.
Yeah.
I maintained card parity, and there's going to be times where my opponent doesn't kill it, and I just made a 5/4 where I got to time walk you.
Yeah, which is insane too, by the way, because not only are you taking the tempo of them having to recast it, you're also, effectively breaking a draw step from them. So very, very strong. I like Lashweed Lurker a ton.
You're also ensuring that you untap with a 5/4. Like you're making it so your guy your opponent didn't do anything about your big creature that you played.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Now the interesting thing is that the Emerge is gold here, right? We're talking about 5 green and blue, and remember you can't reduce those colored mana symbols away from Emerge, only the colorless side. So, does this meet the threshold for playing in a like? Let's say you were green red and you had access to 1 blue mana. Would you splash for a Lashweed Lurker?
That's an interesting question.
Because you could still just cast it for 8 if the game goes super long.
It depends. If I had more mana in my deck than a normal draft deck, I'd consider it. Yeah, because. Like the 1/2 for 2 that makes mana. Like if I had a couple of those in a 17 land deck, it's not out of the question that I would get to 8. Also, that one flips for 6 and gets 2 mana, so 8 mana is like totally, believable to happen in a normal game where you don't mana flood doesn't go till turn 20. I could see it if I was red green and I just had like one Highland Lake, the one blue red come into play tap land. I could see it.
Okay. So where are we going to give Flashweed Lurker as far as gray goes? Does it get to B- grade? I think it is a B-.
Yeah, I was going to say C+, just because it is blue and green. It does have a merge, so there's some cost here. Maybe it's good enough, and I'm just not seeing it. But it seems like there's a lot of setup required here, and it doesn't have flying. It's just a 5/4. It could trade with that 4/3 green guy. It's you sack a card, put a card on top, trade off, whatever.
All right. I like it at B-. You say C+, but I'm also very partial to this type of effect, so I have to admit that. Mockery of Nature is our next one. This one's up the scale a little bit. This one's 9 mana. It's another uncommon. It's a 6/5, and the emerge cost is 8 instead of 7 like we saw in the previous two. It's 7 and a green. And when you cast it, you can destroy an artifact or enchantment.
This card looks pretty nice to me.
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of creature enchantments I've seen. Yeah, the
main
can't
deck
attack
this guy?
block. I would if I was green. I would for sure. Just because they're almost always going to have something. There's
some of the cards are really good too.
There's like artifact creatures that are rolling around. There's like some vessels that they might not have time to crack, and there's big upside. Like there's equipment and there's the
any of the auras, right?
Any of the auras that we've been rambling on about that are strong, like the exile creature one, you can kill that. It's just awesome. If you can kill an artifact creature, it's like you just made a Streak Maw. And 6/5, like the emerge, it seems like there's stuff you can sack to make it, where you don't get screwed so bad.
Yeah, and 6/5's big. So yeah, Mockery of Nature seems fine to me. I have it in the C- range. Like I don't think this is like a particularly amazing one, though. When you do get to 2-for-1 somebody, you're going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm at like a C.
All right. Nephalia Academy is our land. It's uncommon, and it taps for colorless, and it has an ability that I kind of don't get. It says, if a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard a card, you may reveal that card and put it on top of your library instead of putting it anywhere else.
Yeah.
That isn't good, is it?
Yeah, never put that card in your deck.
Yeah, why? You're still down a card.
Ever. That's an F.
I don't get that. Yeah,
it's an F- because some of the Fs you could reasonably put in your deck under the right circumstances.
Oh, we actually have a grade for this scenario.
Context. What is it?
It's F+.
Yeah, get this. This is
the most insulting grade you can give.
This is terrible. This is just terrible.
I hate this card. Nephalia Academy, you get an F+. Sorry.
The only way that I would play this card is if I had a card that would win the game no matter what my opponent was doing or how the game played, and I knew that he was black-red, and the only way that he could beat it is making me discard. But that's just so many onlys and maybes that, putting a land in your deck that taps for colorless is a huge cost.
Yeah, and also, it's worth noting here that putting it on top of your library means you're still burning your next draw step on it. It's not like it blanks. This isn't like the answer to...
It has to be so good that nothing else matters.
Yeah, which isn't the case. I think that people will read this as, oh, well, you've got some discard spells, so I'm going to bring in my Nephalia Academy. And the problem is that that's still not solving the problem from the discard spells as well as you think it is.
No, the real problem is sometimes you only draw 2 lands, and you want to be able to play as many cards as you can off those 2 lands.
Right.
Sometimes you draw 3 lands, and if you have 2 swamps and an academy instead of 2 swamps and a mountain, you're really screwing yourself over.
Indeed. Okay, just a few more cards here. Slayer's Cleaver's pretty straightforward. Little calamari maker here. It's 3 colorless mana for an equipment. It's uncommon. The equipped creature gets +3/+1 and must be blocked by an Eldrazi if able. And now the all-important equip cost, 4.
Yeah, I've got this at either a D or a D-. I
have it at D- as well. I don't... Maybe
7 mana? Come on.
The thing I also don't like is that it only bumps the toughness 1.
Exactly.
So if you're tangling with Eldrazi that block, they might just kill your creature anyway, which is pretty frustrating. Yeah. So I'm kind of off of Slayer's Cleaver. Next, we've got Terrarian, which I think is an interesting card. It's 1 mana for an artifact. It's common. So you're going to see this around. It enters the battlefield tapped, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sack it to add 2 mana in any combination of colors to your mana pool. And when it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card.
It's a good card.
That's good, right?
Yeah. It's not without its downside because if you had no cards in hand and you top decked it, you'd have to play it tapped and then wait a turn to get another card.
Yes.
Which stinks. But it's going to, fix your mana early in the game and contribute to Delirium in a way that's not all that harmful. So I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty low downside on Terrarion. I think it's fine too, and if you're looking to splash, I think it gives you a little encouragement in that direction. That said, I don't think it's amazing. It's just solid. Like it again, low impact across the board for the most part, with a little bit of downside about what you said and a little bit of upside going in the other direction.
Yeah.
To me, it's probably like a D+ or a C-. Like it's just not an exciting card, but you'll see it played plenty.
Yeah, there's two things at play here. Number one, it costs 1 mana at a very low cost to you, so when you want to play 2 spells in a turn to flip the old werewolves, it's pretty good for that. And number two, when you put this in your deck for mana fixing, it's really problematic because you're like, oh, I'm going to splash that Flames card that costs 6 and a red. But when you have Terrarion in your opening hand, you're just down a card until you crack it to get that card back. So you're not going to let it sit and play all game because you want red mana maybe on turn 11.
Yeah, you need to just crack the thing sometimes.
So it's fixing that's not really fixing.
Right. Thirsting Axe is next. It's another equipment, so it's 3 mana for an uncommon equipment. It says equipped creature gets +4/+0. The equip cost is just 2. So now, that thing hits very hard, but it's got this kind of absurd clause on it. It says at the beginning of your end step, if equipped creature didn't deal combat damage to a creature this turn, sacrifice it.
What is going on? Okay, I know that I'm one kind of Magic player. I like to play in tournaments. I'm competitive. And there are people who like to play on their kitchen table. And it's good that they make cards for all different kinds of players. Yeah. Who is this for?
I don't know.
What person plays Magic and opens a pack and gets a Thirsting Axe and they're like, oh, this is awesome.
I don't know.
This is just like, it's confusing. It's not interesting. What is the flavor? I've never seen a Thirsting Axe or heard of one. Is it a living thing that needs blood?
The flavor text says sometimes the weapon wields the bearer. I don't know. I guess it just takes over your...
Dude.
Like you just need to kill something basically, and if it's only hitting opponents, it's not doing that, so it kills you for not killing the something. I don't know. Man.
I don't like this card for competitive play, and I don't find it interesting.
I think it's really bad. Cards. Yeah, I think it's a really bad card. The reason why I don't like it, from a design, or not design, but from a gameplay standpoint, is that it only buffs your your creature's power, so that if your opponent wants to block, they're probably trading with your creature either way. And if they don't block, then you just lose board position. And yes, you are taking big chunks of life total out of them, but that's their option. And if you have like an evasive threat and you're like, oh, I'm going to make this thing into a dragon, I'll equip it and start attacking, it just dies. Like it hits once and it dies.
If you're taking huge points of life, your creatures are dying.
They're just dying, and that's just not a way to get ahead and limited.
It's 5 mana for a creature that needs to be involved in combat, and you're not improving its toughness.
Yeah. No, I'm off of Thirsty next. I think it's an F. I think it's really bad.
It's an F, yeah.
Oh, here's this next one. This is another Shelley, by the way. There's 2 different Eldrazi crabs. It's called Vexing Scuttler. And it's 8 mana for a 4/5 Eldrazi crab with a merge 7. And again, that 7's a key number. 7 and 8 are the 2 numbers that you really want to look at. And this one's 7, meaning that you can play it on turn 4, some percentage of the time if you've got a 3-drop creature. When you cast it, you may return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
Obviously, I'm just going to play this with Drag Under and just use 11 mana to draw 1 card.
Oh, yes. And
I'll just return itself.
Yes.
Play it, return it, draw a card. Just an 11 mana Jam Day Tome. This card's pretty good, though. So.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It's interesting in that I don't think you would actually want to play it on turn 4 very often, because it's kind of hard to get an instant or sorcery in your yard and cast a 3-drop, in a normal sort of curve out scenario. And if you did, then you probably would jam it. But if not, this card actually seems to be a bit of a later game card than that.
A lot of the red burn is instant and sorcery. It seemed like
there you go.
The black removal was enchantment.
And relatively cheap on the red burn spells. 1 mana and 2 mana. We have multiples of those. So
yeah, and there's the blue stuff. Seems like there's a lot of creatures you can sack.
Yeah,
there's at least the O2, and maybe that was it. But
I like it. I think Vexing Scuttler's good. I think it does meet our bar of being card advantage, assuming that you support it in some reasonable way. And I like it. I think it's good.
Yeah, it's a good card.
I like C plus. Yeah, same thing. All right, now we're on the actual last card, and it is Wretched Griff, which is 7 mana for a 3/4 flyer. And when you cast it, you draw a card. And interestingly, it has Emerge for 5 and a blue.
This card looks really strong to me.
It is really strong. I had 2 of these, and or maybe just 1. But anyway, this card's very good. Again, it's a little bit awkward because emerging for 6 is very difficult. If you play a 2-drop on turn 2, then you play your land, you've got 5 mana worth of Emerge to spend, so you can't do it there. If you play a 3-drop on turn 3 and then play your land for the turn, you've got 7 mana worth of Emerge. So you can, but again, you're not really getting much by having it be 1 less mana. So it operates in kind of an awkward, juxtaposition there, but still, you'll take it. I mean, whatever.
Turn 4, you get a 3/4 draw card. It's really nice with this Exultant Cultist.
Yeah, where you're drawing 2 cards.
Yeah,
I did that. I actually did
flying
that.
turn 4.
I did that on the pre-release and draw.
It's amazing.
It's
it
insane.
Blocks well. It's card advantage. It's tempo advantage.
I love this card.
Yeah, this card is really good.
And it's not the end of the world if you have to pay 7 mana for your 3/4 flying draw card. Like, look, let's say that neither player has any permanence in board, and you're like both top decking, and you rip a Wretched Griff in the late game. You're going to feel very happy about that.
That's awesome. Yeah. 7 mana, draw a card, 3/4 flying.
It's basically just Muldrifter.
It's good. Not Muldrifter, but it's good.
Not even close to Muldrifter, but it's very good.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. I don't know if it breaks into the B range, but I'm going to go for it. I'm going to give it a B minus.
Yeah, I'm right about there. C plus B minus.
All right, that does it. We got through all of it, Owen. Nice work, man. I know that these set reviews are very taxing, but you did a really good job of keeping your energy level up and getting us through.
I think you did a good job, but I'm really proud of me.
I'm very proud of you too.
Great job.
You did. Just give this guy a trophy, somebody. Yeah. I do have a cold. Apologies for being stuffed up. I know that it's a little bit annoying, but the show must go on. These sets come out, and they don't ask me whether I have a cold or not when they do, and we got through it. So. Before we take off, Owen, again, thanks for coming on. We're going to have you on next week to do the rares. Trust me, it's a much easier show. Cards are more complicated, but there's far fewer of them. Where can people find you on social media and stuff?
I'm writing Magic articles occasionally for channelfireball.com, and I'm on Twitter at Owen Turtenwald.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah. I want to remind you that Limited Resources is brought to you by channelfireball.com, where you can read Owen's articles, you can see videos and podcasts by some of the best players in the world, all looking to make you better at Magic. And of course, you can go there to get your cards for Eldritch Moon. You can go there and get any singles you need for your Canadian Highlander deck or your standard deck, whatever you got coming out. If you want to draft with your friends, get those orders in, and they'll send you off a box or whatever you need of Eldritch Moon. And you can start getting your draft on right away. Also, thank you to the Patreon members, the supporters on Patreon. You guys are what make these shows possible, and thank you so much for that. You can check out everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com. That has links to our YouTube channel with a bunch of cool content on there, including a video version of this podcast where you can see the card images as it goes if you prefer to learn visually. You can also find a bunch of neat stuff like our depth check drafts that are part of the Patreon as well, where I condense a draft down to about 40 minutes rather than the normal long haul, and I go deep on a few segments as well. All of that stuff, you can find links to all of it on lrcast.com. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really do appreciate you taking the time. Have fun at your pre-release, release, and subsequent events, and good luck to you. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
I'm Corbin Hostler. The worst bad beat story I have is this was probably 4 or 5 years ago. I was playing in a Star City Invitational, and it was split format, Legacy Standard. It was the weekend that Splinter Twin came out in Standard. So I'm playing Splinter Twin in Standard, Merfolk in Legacy. Have a great day. I finished day 2 in second place overall. So I'm like in a great spot to top 8 this Invitational, so on. We're sitting there late in the day, and we hear them announce, if you're going to be here in the morning, be here at 9 o'clock. Okay, so that's great. We get there at 9 o'clock in the morning, getting ready to play. I'm headed into the tournament in second place overall, and I found out I'm an hour late because I heard the time for the Open, not the time for the Invitational. So the Invitational started at 8. So I showed up an hour late. Took a lot, how do you think, if you're in first, third place and you get matched up against a guy in second place on day 2, you don't think he's going to no-show. So I made somebody's day. So that's fine. I'm like, okay, I buckle down, I hang in there, I play on. I'm playing for top 16 at the end of the day. In my final match, I'm playing Splinter Twin in Standard. I have Jace on the field. I have a Pest or an Exarch, Deceiver Exarch in the field. I can't find a second mountain. So this game just keeps going on. I'm trying to find it. My final brainstorm with Jace. I end that turn with 4 Splinter Twins in hand and no second red source. And I died to my mana-screwed opponent, who after like 10 turns got there because I couldn't brainstorm into a mountain. So I did not even top 16 the event. So there you go. That's all the run bads in the world on that day. So the end. It was horrible.
I'm Neil Rigby, and my bad beat story comes from... I'm the big rig, and my bad beat story comes from the recent pre-release. I was playing the pre-release in our local store, and there was a bunch of new players there. And in round 2, I play against this lovely lady, and we chat and have a load of fun. And then in round 4, I play against her friend. And I win game 1, and I'm about to win game 2, and from nowhere she just goes, I think you should concede. So I go, okay then, so I pick all my cards up, and she's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, you asked me to concede, so I'll concede, and we'll play game 3. So we start playing game 3, and what I'd forgotten was I'd started the round 10 minutes after everybody else, because I've been playing against Rich on stream. So we get to the end of, time gets called on the round, and I'm like, so I'm on track for winning the tournament, and I'm like, blind, time gets called on the round, and my friend comes up, he's like, can you actually deal enough damage to win? And I'm like, well, I'm attacking for exactly lethal if she doesn't block. And I'm thinking like, she'll not block because obviously I conceded game 2 and that'll be fine. So I attack with everything and like go attack, and she's like, block, guess it's a draw then. And then I don't win the tournament, and I'm like, all right then.